The story of an ace pilot 51105, CH-51, intruder. Answer me, why are you here? Valentina Tausagarin. At this sudden and unexpected encounter, Schleer pulled out her revolver which she hid inside her hakama. Still, even with the muzzle of a high-caliber gun pointing at her, Valentina remains unfazed. Oh my, you don't have to be so alarmed. I didn't come here to fight. Rather, I'm here to deepen our friendship. I will be fine. Just wait for me outside. The last part of her words seems to be directed at the bodyguards who are probably behind her. After dismissing her escort, Valentina entered the room and shut the sliding door, of course, while having Schleer pointing her revolver at her. Hello there, my love. It's been a while, hasn't it? Have you been well? Well, not really. Kaisai tensely answered Valentina's casual greeting. In fact, he technically hasn't been well since he just got discharged from the hospital the other day. That's no good at all. The last battle was certainly a fierce one. You must have it rough. Answer my question. I don't mind blowing your head off right now, okay? Ha ha ha. You are not as intimidating as you think with all that tears and snotty nose you know. What did you say? I'd advise you against that. This is not a combat zone. Making scenes here will cause a diplomatic problem later, you know. Schleer put her thumb on the hammer of her revolver and was about to cock it, but Valentina stopped her. Even while their countries are at war, it would be a problem if they cause a ruckus in the territory of another unrelated country. Since Valentina doesn't show any sign of pulling out her weapon either, Schleer reluctantly holstered her revolver. Good. Valentina grins while Schleer gritted her teeth. But seriously, what are you doing here? I don't think Norwegians frequent this restaurant though, Kaisai timidly asked. This place's main customers are commoners, let alone royalty. Even aristocrats rarely visit this place. Well, come to think of it now, Schleer is also a princess though. What? I'm simply in the area for some business. I happened to stop by at the port and heard that the Kalanchen also came here to negotiate a deal. Since this woman's here, I thought that you might be with her, you see. But how did you know about this place? I've done a lot of research about you, you know. Favorite food, hobbies, the places you frequent. That's why I know that if you visit this planet, this is the place that you would be. As I thought, you really are a pervert stalker. Taken aback, Schleer exclaimed. Ha ha ha, call me whatever you like. My love, mind if I sit next to you? Yes, as if it's a matter of course. Valentina sits down next to Kaisai, who could only stiffly consent. Using that time, Schleer wipes her face. Certainly, with this kind of appearance, she would hold no power in this conversation. Everything she does will turn out humorous instead. Thank you for the wait. A waitress came in to serve the large bowls of rice Schleer ordered earlier. Then when she sees the bizarre atmosphere between the two princesses, she starts making an ara smile. You've got your work cut out for you, Hokuto-san. Well ha ha ha. With his acquaintance saying such a thing, he could only smile and laugh it off. The waitress then bitterly smiles back and puts the bowls in front of Schleer. Don't lose, okay? If you are a woman then just trust your guts and go for it. The waitress whispered that into Schleer's ear. On the other hand, Schleer nods at the unexpected encouragement. Sorry, I'd like you to prepare another serving. Yes, right away. Valentina places her order with a smug expression and the waitress leaves the room with a smile. Now then, I do feel bad about it, but actually, I heard what you two were talking about from the outside. When Valentina suddenly said that with a smile, Schleer immediately turned pale. She just made a statement that she definitely does not want her parents to hear, let alone her nemesis. How much did you hear? Just the part about why my love continues to fight. That's a lie. However, Valentina is also a worry. No, a knight. Naturally, she possesses some empathy toward another knight. Then that's fine. It's fine. Since Schleer never expected her enemy to be that considerate for her, she took Valentina's words at face value and sighs in relief. When Kaisai glances at Valentina, he sees her giving him a mischievous smile in return. This also puzzled me for a long time, you see. Why does a person of my love's caliber continue to work as a mercenary? With how skillful he is, he would go very far serving in the military. That's what puzzled me. Probably had no intention to continue talking about Schleer's situation, Valentina simply continues, fighting to keep as many people as possible from dying. That's something a soldier would never be able to do. I understand you now. I do think that it's a foolish ideal. It's not like I mistake people's lives for sakura petals or something. While crossing his arms, Kaisai said with a frown. It may sound good to say that people's lives are important, but the reality is not so beautiful. Fufafu, isn't it okay? The more someone fights for their life, the more precious their life becomes. That's the underlying idea behind being an aristocrat. I understand that idea. Even so, with a grin, Valentina wrapped her arm around Kaisai's shoulders. I've never heard someone say that it would be a waste to see someone die. People's lives are irreplaceable. They are not tools. We are on the same page on that. And I've to say that I've never been happier to see eye to eye with someone before. Sure. While observing Schleer, whose veins are almost popping, Kaisai agrees with Valentina. He never thought that he would meet someone who understands his way of thinking. However, this is Valentina. It's possible that she's just giving him some lip service. That's why I've made my decision. I know now what I should be aiming for. What is it? I will take the Nord Empire for myself. Then, using that power ... my love, we are going to create our country ... together. Huh? In response to her crazy statement, Kaisai and Schleer raised their voices at the same time. Ch52. Riling. Certainly, being a mercenary gives you the perk that you can fight as you like. There won't be any complaints as long as you get the result, said Valentina as she began stirring the raw eggs in the bowl. Without even looking at her hand, her gaze remained fixed at Kaisai. But you must already know that there's a limit to what you can do as an individual, said someone whose fleet got repelled by said individual. Schleer replied with a taunt. Certainly, the Kalanchen victory was directly linked to Kaisai's achievement. It is not so common for an army that outnumbered their opponent by more than 2-1 to lose like that. However, Valentina remained unfazed and raised the corner of her mouth to smile mockingly at Schleer. Oh, but that's not really important. The Kalanchen's victory does not equate to the victory my love desired after all. Schleer's mouth trembled when Valentina pointed that out with a cold voice. She was about to argue back, but she knows that it would be reckless to blindly get into this argument. That's why she pondered for a few seconds and slowly opened her mouth. That is true. Many have lost their lives in that battle. The previous battle must have been a bad experience for Kaisai-san. Although Kaisai did not kill them himself, the Kalanchen fleet managed to sink 5 Norwegian battleships due to his help. Considering the damage to the auxiliary ships and large cruisers suffered during the exchange fire, the total number of casualties should already be in 5 digits. For him whose goal is to not let anyone die, this must have been quite a disappointing result. However, be that as it may, it is still an incredible result. If we lost, not only it will be a devastating defeat for us, it will be genocide. Our capital is crowded with refugees from the purge bombing your army performed. If they do the same thing there, my people would have nowhere left to run. Schleer told them the worst possible ending. However, it was extremely likely that their defeat would result in that outcome. From the point of view of the concerned parties, there's nothing to complain about the result they achieved. In that case, the death toll would easily exceed dozens of billions. Compared to that, this is still much better. I will have to agree with you on that. Valentina nods while pulling out a piece of meat from the pot with her chopsticks. By the way, the pot is full of meat and vegetables because of the additional serving of ingredients that she ordered earlier. Although I belong to the Norwegian army, I still think that what my sister did was overkill. I still can't wrap my head around the reason why my sister would resort to such extreme means. Even if it was performed on enemy territories, Valentina has been opposing the purge bombing her army performed on the civilians from the start. But there is only one person who can stop this ridiculous conflict without causing unnecessary death. Do you know who it is? The Nord Emperors, muttered Kaisai as he silently chewed on green onions. Originally, this war was born from the Nord's desire for expansion. To stop such a war, you would need the authority of the most powerful person of Nord. After all, she was the one who triggered it. Exactly, Valentina immediately affirmed. However, even though it is a tyrannical nation ruled by aristocrats and royalty, The one who spearheaded this is not necessarily the Empress herself. It is quite possible that even the Empress opposed this invasion. The reason why that possibility escaped her mind was probably due to her youth. There's also the fact that she has been living as a soldier without dabbling herself in politics at all as well. I am on the lowest seat of succession. I thought that I was not born to sit on the throne. But that changed after I met you. To achieve something big, I need the power proportionate to it after all. Well, to be honest, I thought about that too, Kaisai said with a light sigh. Seeing that, Schlier frowns at him. Kaisai-san. Oh, don't worry. I don't have any political skills in me. I can only do so much within the range that I can reach. I wouldn't be any good in politics after all. Besides, we are talking about this woman here. I can't help but think that she's just trying to use your skills for her own ambition. Schlier glares at Valentina with distrust. Naturally, if Valentina has Kaisai at her side, it would be easier for her to move up on the succession ladder. To Volds, a race where the children born are usually twins, the family headship is inherited usually not by the order of birth but ability. As long as the family head is still alive, if you can show that you can produce results, your chance at inheriting the family would increase. To use you to fulfill not only her desire but her ambition as well. What a despicable woman. It's the first time someone said that much to me, you know. Valentina couldn't hide her bitter smile as she scratched her cheek and continued talking. Of course, that is not my intention. I'd never put the person I love in the middle of such an ugly political conflict. To use the word love with someone who you just met only a few times doesn't really sit right with me though. Kaisai muttered as though he doesn't know if he should be impressed or astonished instead. Obviously, Kaisai has no intention of responding to her feelings. He is a healthy man but he doesn't want to try his chance at crossing the river Styx whenever he goes to bed by marrying a Vold. It doesn't matter how many times we've met. The day I met you, my heart was beating out of my chest. This is true love, something that I am ready to sacrifice my life for. You are. Kaisai was involuntarily taken aback by embarrassing words. On the other hand, Schlier's expression looks like she's about to vomit. That's why even if I have to do it alone, I will continue to fight. I will definitely take the throne and welcome you as my prince. I want you to wait for me until then. Valentina whispers that into Kaisai's ear while stroking his cheek with her fingertips. Schlier tried to get up to peel her off of him immediately but Valentina quickly moved away and grinned at her. Whoa. Sorry about that. That was rude of me. HMPH. If I see you do something like that again I will literally kick you out of here myself. Oh, that sounds scary. Valentina said that with a smile and glance at the military watch on her left hand. Her smile disappears and she lets out a small sigh. What a shame, I have to head back to my ship soon. Seriously, time sure flies when you are having fun. You are going back already? Did you have your fill? Haha. You are so kind, my love. It's okay, I've already eaten my fill. Valentina waves her hand. Glancing at the pot, it is true that its content has decreased by a lot. Kaisai is a light eater and Schlier is already full. That's why the only culprit here can only be Valentina. Very well, stay healthy my love. Until we meet again. Valentina stands up and takes a moment to kiss Kaisai on his forehead. The soft sensation made him pulled back a little. Why? You shameless vixen. Unforgivable. Ha ha ha, it seems I have to get away before I really get shot. Farewell. While smiling at Schlier who pulled out her gun again, Valentina leaves like the wind. Left behind, Schlier could only breathe heavily from her anger. Damn that vixen. I won't let her off the next time I see her. Let's calm down first, okay? Seeing Schlier forgot even to be polite, Kaisai involuntarily leaned forward to hold her shoulders. With her breath still rough, she turns her glaring eyes toward Kaisai. I've already decided to quit thinking about each and every small thing. I understand now that there's no use worrying over my own weakness. That's why I will do everything I can to get stronger and put an end to that woman. Schlier's eyes are burning with the flame of jealousy and anger. Any trace of her tears has long since disappeared. Ch 53, the princess. Freed. A few days since the Sukiyaki visit. Nothing special happened and they safely returned to the Radiant. Schlier still couldn't calm herself down yet. She snuck out of the meeting that she had been attending since yesterday and headed to the shooting range. This facility which was set up on board the ship to train their ground force is a little bit on the smaller side compared to the one they have on their homeworld but it is still a well-equipped shooting range. Right now Schleer is holding a high-caliber standard issue rifle. Her shooting form is beautiful. When the humanoid practice targets spring up, she quickly and accurately fires at them. At the same time the gunshots rang out. The bullets landed on the metal silhouette and knocked them down with a loud bang. Phew! While exhaling, she ejects the empty plastic magazine and reloads the rifle with the spare magazine she has on her vest. At her feet, there were already a lot of empty magazines. After reloading, she simply continues her target practice. There were several crew members around her but no one was brave enough to approach her due to her visibly bad mood. The only sound echoing inside the room was her gunshots. This is where you are, Your Highness. It's unusual to see you here. That silence was broken by Saki, who walked into the shooting range. Leaving her rugged appearance aside, her equipment including the rifle is the same as Schleer's. You two. Normally, you would spend your time at the dojo, right? Lowering her gun, Schleer replied in a quiet voice. On board there, Radiant, there's also a dojo where you can train in melee combat in addition to the shooting range. Since Saki's striker's main weapon is a sword, you would normally find Saki there. Well, I've thought about things too, you see, Saki replied while averting her eyes from Schleer. She does feel a bit guilty eavesdropping on Schleer's conversation the other day. In the end, she never had a chance to show up that night. She was standing by near the restaurant just in case, but the dinner wrapped up without any incident. She did intend to jump in there if Valentina's bodyguards tried something though. That being the case, Saki heard everything from the moment she cried to when she confessed her desire. Even so, even if she can't just come out and say, I planted a bug on Kaisai that night so I know what you're going through, Saki still wants to help Schleer. I thought that swinging around my katana won't cut it anymore, you see. That's why I want to try to broaden my horizon. That's admirable. Schleer awkwardly smiles. With the icon system in place, the skill of the pilot also affects the striker's performance in combat. For example, a pilot who is good at sharpshooting will be able to perform advanced shooting techniques while piloting a striker. I intend to practice my sword arm after this. Do you mind accompanying me later? Sure. Saki shrugs. Practice shooting alone can be quite tiring already, but it seems that Schleer still wants to do more after this. You seem quite enthusiastic, Your Highness. Well, Schleer averted her eyes and replied, I've set a goal for myself and I know that if I don't achieve it, I won't be able to move forward. A goal? Can you tell me what it is? It's nothing important. Saying so, Schleer's face burst into a smile. Her smile looks like she was just freed of the weight on her mind. Seeing that, Saki was relieved. It seems that she's not being dragged down by her dark emotions anymore. First is to get rid of that devious pervert persistent stalker from Nord. I agree on that one. I don't think I can let my guard down until I reduce that woman to dust first. She can appear out of nowhere and start sexually nibbling on Kaisai after all. That's not someone Saki can allow to exist. Saki's grip on the rifle started to shake. It appears that she got irritated just to be reminded of Valentina. Even so, our opponent is strong. What's even more annoying is her position. If we cannot lure her out into single combat, we will have to deal with her escorts as well. We cannot take her down if we go at it half-heartedly. Perhaps she shares the same feeling. Saki's eyes were burning with anger. A moment later, Saki couldn't bear it anymore and started laughing while Schleer followed suit. The two laughed together for a while before the atmosphere finally calms down. Foo-foo. It's been a while since I laughed so much, Schleer said while wiping her tears. That's true. We had been on a losing streak after all. Until their victory at Laboya, the Kalanchian army suffered defeat after defeat. Coupled with the cruel actions performed by their enemy, the army used to have a much darker atmosphere. By the way, since Your Highness said, first ... this means that you have another goal, right? Yes, Schleer replied. Getting rid of Valentina is important, but that is not the only thing she wants to do. My second goal is to get stronger, even if it's only little by little. I know that it's useless to whine that I can't protect that person with how I am now. Even if I have to take small tiny steps, I want to get stronger so that I can support him. That's what I want to do. If she can do that, then the burden placed on Kaisai might lessen. That was Schleer's wish. It is clear that their victory was obtained through his success. Both on a personal level and as a princess of Kalanchia, Schleer feels that fighting alongside him is a correct action. That's why there's only one path ahead of her. She has to keep training, whether it be shooting, swinging swords, or basic training. She will do anything to get stronger. Right now it might be impossible, but I will surely show him how cool I am someday. Foo. Did you say something, Your Highness? It's nothing. Schleer averted her eyes and smiled. That night, when she told Kaisai what she truly desired, he didn't deny it. Schleer felt like she was saved because of that. That's why she stopped pretending or making up beautiful excuses. What she has to do is show off how skilled she is in front of Kaisai and make him fall for her. And she will not spare any effort to do that. Well, let's not waste time talking. Our time is limited after all. Sure. Since she knows the circumstances, Saki understood Schlier's feelings. That's why she simply let out a bitter smile and walks into the shooting booth. Alright. I have to do my best too. CH-54, offense or defense. There, Glorious, has undergone minimal repairs and is now able to return to active duty. Our preparations for an offensive are also completed, Your Highness. From a big screen inside the meeting room, an old woman in a military uniform stated in a loud voice. This person is the Marshal Duchess of the Kalanshia Army, Rika Denza, who's currently serving as the Kalanshia Army's Chief of Staff. TLN. The author added the word marshal, military in front of the usual title to signify that the holder of the title is not a duchess in the traditional sense, with land/subjects/etc., but a peerage within the military instead. As he looked at the Chief of Staff who suggested the Kalanshia Army to launch an offensive with such enthusiasm, Kaisai was lost for words. The meeting, which is held at their Radiant, which has now become the flagship of the Kalanshia Army, has reached an impasse. However, the difference in number between ours and the Nord's forces is still enormous. Do we truly stand a chance to win in an offensive battle? The one who raised that question was Solana, Schlier's direct subordinate as well as the 3rd Fleet's staff officer. She appears unconvinced by the Chief of Staff's plan and stands up to continue her protest. We could say that our previous victory at Laboya was all thanks to Sir Hokuto's success. I think that it would be too hasty for us to launch an offensive while using such a miracle as a basis. Even so, we cannot hope to win this war if we simply hold up in our stronghold forever. Marchioness Solana, your way of thinking will only resign ourselves to an inevitable defeat. While glaring back at Solana with a valiant expression unsuitable for her age, the Chief of Staff refuted her protest. No subordinate would follow a cowardly leader. If you are an aristocrat, then you should perish such manly cowardice already. Wah! Solana's face was dyed bright red. The relationship between the Chief of Staff who prefers attacking over cautious approaches and Solana has always been one that is similar to the one between cats and dogs. It's not just once or twice that the two turned a meeting into a wrestling match because of their differences. Bickering between allies won't do us any good. Please stop this already. Schleer stopped them with a fed-up expression. There is such an exchange at every meeting and she's honestly gotten sick of this. Besides, we have a man with us today. Please refrain from using the word manly like that. HMPH, I'm against having a man attending a strategy meeting from the start though. In response to Schlier's warning, the Chief of Staff glared at Kaisai. That being said, it's not like he's here because he wanted to either. Since all the previous meetings Schleer attended ended up frankly unproductive, Schleer half forced him to attend this one so that they can ask for his opinions. Sorry, even Kaisai doesn't know how to react and just laughs it off. Still, the Chief of Staff's cheeks were dyed red and she had to avert her eyes away from him. Well, I do admit that he played an important role in the previous operation. Exactly. Schlier's eyes turned completely cold. It was as if Schlier's asking what's with her falling for such a young man at her age. HMPH. Well, let's leave that aside. So, Mr. Mercenary, what kind of approach do you think our army should take next? Well, I'm only asking for reference though. Even if you ask me, Kaisai is just a soldier who fights on the battlefield. Since he didn't graduate from a military academy or studied strategy and tactics, even if she asked for his opinion on future operations, he doesn't really have any insight to give them. I need to ask something first. How are we doing on our ammunition and fuel? Do we have enough for such an operation? We do. The one who answered was not the Chief of Staff but a girl with white short hair who looked very similar to Schleer. Unlike the military personnel around her, The design of her military uniform looked plain in comparison. This plain uniform is the one issued to the Kalanshan logistics officer. Originally, we didn't have much left, but Shlia-chan just went to buy supplies for us the other day, right? They should arrive here soon. I didn't manage to procure that much supply though. Will it really be enough? Anu? TLN. Anu equals elder sister. If it's only one offensive operation, then I think that it should be manageable. It will be a little tough for us later though. After checking for their available supply using the terminal on her armrest with a difficult expression, she continues in a cautious tone. Still, since this operation will be conducted within our territory, it's unlikely that the enemy can attack our supple route. We should be able to manage. I see. Thank you very much. After nodding at her, Kaisai returned his gaze to the chief of staff. As long as we have the supplies, I can fight. No matter who my opponent is, I will definitely take them down. In the end, the answer he gives is not one with detailed tactics. After all, Kaisai thought that it would not be appropriate for an amateur like him to say too much here. Please do not count on me turning the table on the enemy like last time though. If the only things I have to deal with are the enemy ace units or zenith types, then please leave them to me. Fume. Certainly, it's not good to allocate that much force into anti-ship warfare. We did manage to preserve our anti-ship units in the previous operation, but I think that it will be unwise to leave Sir Hokuto to deal with the enemy strikers alone. Perhaps finding Kaisai's answer to her liking, the chief of staff glanced satisfactorily at Solana. Solana appears to be unconvinced, but she reluctantly agrees to the offensive. The Nord's Imperial Knights and their Zeniths are extremely powerful. If we can eliminate them with the minimal amount of personnel, then won't that give us a big advantage over them? That's certainly true, but feeling that she's losing this argument, Solana turned her resentful gaze toward Kaisai. In return, Kaisai puts his hands together and lowers his head to apologize. Seeing that, Solana let out a small sigh. There's no helping it then. Let's work out an offensive plan that can reduce as much loss as possible then. It's good that you finally agreed, said the chief of staff with a big smile on her face. CH-55, the assertive elder sister. However, it's finally over. Kaisai sighed and stretched as he left the meeting. It has been several hours since the meeting agreed to go on an offensive. Since he had nothing to do except occasionally giving his opinions on the operation plan, it was a very boring several hours for Kaisai. Good work. The moment he heard that, Kaisai felt the coldness of a can of cafe au lait pressed on his cheek. When he yelped in surprise, the culprit teasingly smiled at him. My bad, did I startle you? When Kaisai looked back in a hurry, the girl in the logistics officer uniform who had attended the previous meeting with him was there. She looked a lot like Shlia from a distance, but up close she looked almost identical to Shlia. The only two differences between them are her uniform and hairstyle. Your Highness S. Shlia-sama's Annie-sama? That's right. I'm Shlia's elder twin sister, Frey Henrietta. Nice to meet you. Frey sat down in the chair next to Kaisai and shook his hand with a smile. That being said, cold sweats started to form on Kaisai's forehead due to her strangely friendly attitude. Nice to meet you, Your Highness. Too stiff. You don't have to be so polite with me. Just forget about the honorifics, okay? I don't think that it will be appropriate. It's fine. Trust me. My right to succeed the throne is even below Shlia-chan's after all. You are saying that yourself. Kaisai felt like something's wrong when he coupled her high-tension attitude with her appearance, which is almost identical to Shlia. With a tense smile, he pops open the can of cafe au lait and puts it up to his mouth. Sweet things taste really good when you are tired. Thank you for this. You're welcome. When Frey happily responded, Kaisai took out a lollipop from his pocket and handed it to her. It's one of the strawberry-flavored lollipops that he always carries with him. Please take this as a return gift. Fufu, you are so kind. A Nissan in-law is happy, you know. The nuance behind your use of a Nissan is kinda off though. You must have imagined it. Is that so? Seeing Frey reply while chewing the lollipop he gave her in a good mood, Kaisai couldn't say anything more. She's a difficult opponent to deal with. Kaisai-san and Anu. I never thought I would see you two together. The person who walked into them was the tired-looking Shlia. Her gaze turned to the unusual pair. She was about to sit down next to Kaisai, but Frey stopped her. Shlia-chan, your seat is here. Frey stood up and urged Schleer to sit down on her seat. Schleer on the other hand was puzzled by her sister's action, but she ended up complying with her. Just like that, Frey sits down next to Schleer, so Schleer is currently being sandwiched between Kaisai and her sister. By the way, it sounded like you two really got along earlier. Did you know each other before the meeting? No, this is my first time meeting her. I see. Ha ha ha. Schleer let out a dry laugh when Kaisai bluntly said so. Don't mind the small details, our relationship will be a long one after all, right, Schleer-chan? Well, I'd be happy if that's the case. In response to her sister's straightforward question, Schleer turned her face away with her cheeks bright red. Frey then grins and taps on Schleer's shoulder. So, for future reference, I want to ask you something. What is it? Hearing her sister whispering that to her, Schleer involuntarily asked back in a small voice. Schleer-chan, what do you think about polygyny, eh? Well, if it's a no then I don't really mind. Really? Nice. Frey almost broke out into a dance. Seeing the two sisters like that, Kaisai looks at them with a weirded out expression. I think I heard some strange word just now. What's polygyny? Ah, shoot. He heard us. Frey, who clearly seemed to be overtly panicking about this, tries to play it off. Whatever could it mean? Annie-san-in-law never said something like that though. Nope, you totally said it. What does it mean? Kaisai pressed for an answer. However, it was not from Frey that he got it from. Allow me to explain. Polygyny is a marriage shared between multiple women. Normally, it's the case where sisters share a husband. It was Solana. With a clearly sour expression, she violently sits down next to Kaisai while fluttering her blue semi-long hair. Thank you. If that's it then I think I've heard about it before. This polygyny thing. Unlike the Terrans, we Volds have very few men compared to women. Without such a system in place, most women would end their lives unmarried after all. Crossing her arms, Solana defiantly stared at the two sisters. However, that commonly only applied to commoners and low-ranking aristocrats. When it comes to the royal family, I think that monogamy is the traditional practice though. Really? But we are only a small country, right? I don't think that we have to strictly follow such a tradition, don't you think? Well, I'm merely a vassal after all. I have no place to voice my opinion about such a thing. Contrary to her words, Solana's gaze still says that they should refrain from doing such a thing. In response, Frey takes Solana's gaze head-on with a wide smile. Sorry, but I need to have my daily cup of ramen now. See you all later. Please wait a minute. Don't leave me here and escape alone. Since his stomach started to ache from the conversation, Kaisai tried to excuse himself, but he was caught by Schleer. Sorry, it was my bad. I'm actually a very good friend with Solana-chan, you see. Right. As though she can't allow them to leave, Frey hurriedly hugged Solana from behind as she also stood up to leave. What? Your Highness, please stop this. I'm not into girls, you know. Ha ha ha, same. After tapping Solana's back, Frey releases her. Well, so what exactly is this about, Anu? Do you have something to talk about with Kaisai-san? Feeling that the conversation was heading in a weird direction, Schleer straightforwardly asked her sister. Hearing that, Frey clapped her hands and smiled while saying, that's right. Actually, tomorrow, our younger brother will visit this ship and I'd like to ask Kaisai-kun to be his escort. Instead of Kaisai, the one who puzzledly exclaimed was Schleer. What? I haven't heard anything about this. CH56. The cajoling elder sister, Schleer, and Frey's younger brother will be visiting the Radiant. In other words, a Kalantian prince is coming to visit them. To Schleer, who hasn't heard anything about this visit before, exclaimed in surprise, Frey continues. That's because I didn't tell you. You didn't T. But this is a big deal, right? This place is a den of starving beasts, you know. How could you let a fragile child like him visit such a place? It does sound persuasive when the words came from one of the starving beasts in question. I only have eyes for you, so you don't have to worry about me, Kaisai-san. Everyone officially recognized that already after all. You are. She went and made it official. Hearing such a headache-inducing conversation between the three, Kaisai placed his palm on his forehead. It was him who told her to be honest about her desire, but he didn't mean to make her make it public knowledge. Still, even if you ask me to be his escort. I don't really know what to do though. Can I take out a striker? Of course not. Have you ever heard of a personal escort consisted of strikers before? My fighting power outside of a striker is even lower than your average old lady, you know. Why would you want to attach such a weak escort to guard your brother? Vald men generally possess the same strength as a Terran woman or less. However, Kaisai's physical strength is even below that of your average Terran. Let alone acting as the prince's escort, the prince may have to protect Kaisai instead. I mean, the escort thing is just for appearances' sake, you know. It's not like there is serious danger here, right? Seriously, Kaisai muttered dejectedly. He hasn't piloted a striker for more than a month already. He actually wants to use his free time for training and get back to form as soon as possible. Rather, why is that child? Why is Ao visiting this place? I don't understand. He will be here to comfort the soldiers. Among our people, Ao is as popular as an idol after all. If we hold a hand-holding session for the soldiers, it will surely raise morale for our army. I mean, he's certainly a cute boy, but as his older sister, it's a little too much to willingly send my own younger brother on such a mission though. Freya sighed at Schleer, who voiced her protest. She then approaches Schleer and whispers something to Schleer with a voice that is inaudible to Kaisai. It's an opportunity to let him bond with our family members, right? This is called being thorough, my dear sister. Wow. I never knew that Anu is such a genius. Well, Schleer-chan doesn't want your relationship with Kaisai-kun to end with, thanks, goodbye, when the war's over, right? Of course. See, leave this to your sister. Solana looks sternly at the two and gently gives Kaisai a warning. It seems that they are planning something strange again. Please do be careful. Well, I don't know about Freya, Freya, but I know that Her Highness is not a bad person, so even if Her Highness Schleer is a good person at the roots, she's still very weak when it comes to resisting her desire though. That's for sure. Hearing Kaisai's groan, Solana nodded with a meek expression. After all, she has served under Schleer for a long time, so she's quite familiar with her personality. Anyway, that's how it is. Kaisai-san, may I leave my younger brother? May I leave Ao in your care? Since there are only women around him, he must be tired of that already. Having a male friend to accompany him once in a while should be refreshing for him too. Yeah, well, sure. I wonder how many months has it been since I last talked to a man myself. Kaisai scratches his cheek with a frown. He didn't have many chances to meet a fellow man as he worked on the battlefield. He used to have a male partner, but that friend got married a while ago and he hasn't met him since. Exactly. Ao is a little bit of an introvert, but he's a good boy. I'm sure that you two will get along well. That's right. I will set up a place where you two can chat alone. It would be nice to have some boys talk, right? Is that so? Well, if you put it like that. I think you've been completely cajoled though. Solana shakes her head with a rugged expression while muttering so, in a small voice. Rather, these people, they are totally planning to set up a rose garden, right? Arg. I have to stop them. I feel like I heard something that could be punishable by Lèse Majesté, but did I just imagine it? What are you talking about, Your Highness? You must have misheard something. That's fine, I guess. The two glared at each other with a burning gaze. When Kaisai finally thought that Schleer and Saki have got along better, now he has to deal with this. Kaisai is now wondering if he's the so-called Circle Crusher. Circle Crusher is a Japanese word describing someone, usually female, who joined a club and caused the existing friendship to crumble due to romantic situations. If you are always on edge, then it will be bad for your body, you know. Please take this and calm down. Mew. Saying so, Kaisai took out another one of his usual lollipops and pressed it against Solana. On the other hand, Solana received it with her eyebrows raised. To think that the first gift I received from a man is a candy. Freya bitterly smiles at Solana, who chews on the lollipop with a happy yet somewhat dissatisfied expression. Just how many of those lollipops do you have in there? A lot, Kaisai said, while showing 4 more lollipops from his pocket, and Freya couldn't do anything but smile at him. Well, with everything settled, I will be counting on you tomorrow, okay? Kaisai-kun. Okay. I will use this as a chance to spread my wings too. In the end, he ended up taking the job. Ch 57. The sisters' drinking party. That night, inside Schleer's room, Freya's swirling the alcohol in her glass while smiling in a good mood. Well, It's been a while since I last had a drink with Schlier-chan. Huh? I think we didn't have any chance to this even before the war started, right? Yes. I think it's been more than half a year since we last did this. I was assigned with a fleet and Anu was appointed as a logistics officer. Our jobs don't really allow us to meet up after all. Sitting across Frey, Schlier smiles bitterly at her sister. The two are currently having a drinking party with several bottles of alcohol and side dishes placed on the table between them. I'd rather die than join the front line after all. It's scary though with all the explosions, right? France said as she drank the alcohol while looking at the chandelier hanging from the ceiling a little distance away. Her expression looked complicated. Perhaps she's thinking about how she spends her days in relative peace while her own little sister has to fight on the front line. What are you saying? The fact that we can fight to the fullest on the front line was all thanks to your work, you know? Ha ha ha, I'm happy to hear that. People usually use my job to take a jab at me after all. The fact that Frey's right to succeed the throne is lower than that of Schlier is also related to this. Vald aristocratic society placed importance on people who risk their lives to fight on the battlefield. Conversely, such a system also creates contempt for those who do not wish to fight. Well, it's not like I want the throne for myself, so I couldn't care less about that though. I'm the same. I do not have what it takes to be an empress. Difficult things like politics and the big picture are more suitable for Reria Anu after all. Recalling the face of her able elder sister who is considered to be the next in line to the throne, Schlier sips on her alcohol. When she emptied her glass, Frey immediately poured her a refill. Ah, thank you. Schlier thanks Frey with a grin. Still, I never thought that Reria Anu would be defeated in striker combat. She's the best pilot among us sisters after all. Her opponent was the undefeated Dia Rose. She probably had no edge over her opponent this time. Even with her injuries, I think that it was fortunate that she managed to escape with her life. In truth, Schlier was surprised when she heard about Dia Rose from Valentina. However, she didn't express it in front of Kaisai. But victory will be ours the next time. I will make her pay for all she's done. Schlier's grip on her glass grew stronger. Not just hurting her beloved sister, Schlier finds it unforgivable for Dia Rose to also target the man she likes. That's the spirit. Do your best. Cheering her sister in a good mood, Frey picks up the pickled fish and brings it to her mouth. The sourness from the taste of pickled cucumber filled her mouth. Yes, I've got to work harder. While nodding to her sister, Schlier stood up. Then, just like that, she heads to the shelf. In the corner of her room, placed on top of the shelf, is an old rice cooker. And naturally, inside was the freshly cooked rice. Ah, do you want some, Anu? No, I will pass. Frey turned the offer down while she was slightly taken aback. Schlier puzzledly cocked her head and filled the rice inside a bowl. Naturally, it's a large serving of rice. Schlier then returned to her seat with a cheerful expression with the steaming bowl in hand. I've been thinking about this for a while now, but why do you like having rice as your side dish when you are drinking? Said Frey. She stared at the bowl of rice. Also, we are drinking sake today, you know. This stuff is brewed from rice, right? It's like you are drinking and eating rice at the same time. Don't mind me, they are delicious after all. Whatever you say. Giving up, Frey sighed. Well, I don't mind, but you should make sure not to do this weird stuff in front of Kaisai-kun, okay? Weird stuff. Schlier stopped her chopsticks. It's okay. Kaisai-san can't drink alcohol after all. Really? That's cute. Yes, very. Seeing a fluffy smile on her sister's face, a smile also floated up on Frey's face. Well, but I never thought that Anu would take a liking to Kaisai-san this much. You know, today was your first time meeting him, right? Well, yeah, Frey casually nodded. With everything said and done, I'm still a woman after all. If I see a charming young man in front of me, I'd naturally want to make him my own, right? Also, I knew from the first glance that Schlier-chan really likes Kaisai-kun. I'm not talking about his appearance here, you see. It's like you like his everything. Am I wrong? Why? Yes. As expected of Anu, nothing escapes you. Even though she's clearly embarrassed about this, Schlier did not deny it. He's both passionate and straightforward whenever he talks to me. I really want him as my life companion. That's my honest feeling. Is that right? With Schlier being so direct about her feelings, this time, it's Frey's turn to get shy. The two who shared the same face smiled at each other with their cheeks dyed red. That redness was not due to the alcohol. Well, I and Schlier-chan have known each other for so long after all. That's Well, we were together since we were inside our mother's womb after all. Right. Since he's the person that Schlia-chan truly loves, then there's no way that I won't like him, right? Now that I know how you feel, you have my full cooperation to capture him. I see. After nodding to her sister, Schlia brings the rice to her mouth. After tasting it for a while, she finally swallowed it. Actually, there are quite a lot of rivals who are competing over Kaisai-san. Also, as Anaya knows, I'm the foolhardy type. There are surely a lot of things I lack, and you need me to make up for that, right? Leave it to me, Frey confidently answered. Now then, let's come up with a plan to capture Kaisai-kun. The drinking party between sisters only gets more and more exciting from this point. Ch 58. The Prince. There are many types of formal wear for Vald women. You have dresses imported or recreated from Earth, traditional military uniforms, and many others. On the contrary, when it comes to men, Earth-style formal wear is unpopular with Vald because they are not considered cute. Then what kind of formal wear is available for Vald men? The answer is simply as there's one right in front of Kaisai now. Nope. Kaisai muttered while staring at something that can only be expressed as a dress adorned by numerous slits. Even though the dress itself is made of plenty of cloth, the amount of skin shown such as the upper part of his arms and legs made it look very embarrassing to wear. Since he's not an exhibitionist, Kaisai doesn't dare to wear such a thing. How unfortunate. Schlia moaned with an expression that says that she's already expected his reaction. This dress she prepared was the one that she secretly ordered for Kaisai. That's why she couldn't help but be disappointed at his reaction even though she had expected it. I can just go like this, right? Leaving aside whether this thing suits me or not, I'm definitely not going to wear that. Kaisai is currently wearing a Kalenchen military uniform for ceremonial uses which was slightly modified from the one for women. The uniform was designed with blue fabric added space and golden aiguillet, a slightly gorgeous and sophisticated design. I mean, if I say that the uniform doesn't suit you then I turn every woman here into my enemy, you know, said Schlia as she turned away with loosened cheeks. Still, a cross-dress beauty. I never knew that this is an option. Rather, I think Kaisai-san would get a full score no matter what you wear though. Saying that it's cross-dressing is embarrassing enough alright. Without any joy from hearing such a compliment, Kaisai shouted so and let out a deep sigh. Well, I'm done getting dressed so let's go. Your brother is waiting, right? Why, yes, that's true. This way please. Taking Kaisai's hand, Schlia led the way out of the small private room which they used as a changing room. Their destination is the guest room. The two are now in the central government building of the capital, about half an hour drive from the port where the Radiant was anchored at. Their purpose here today is to meet Prince Ao, Schlia's younger brother, who's planning to visit the Radiant today. We're here. After making their way through the government building which looks a lot like the government office on Earth for a while, what appeared in front of Kaisai was a heavy wooden door. When Schlia knocked on it, a reply saying, "Please come in," returned from the inside. Ne-san. The one who greeted them was a beautiful little boy with white hair. He's wearing a dress with a similar design to what Kaisai refused to wear earlier. Once he spotted Schlia, he immediately ran up to her. "How are you doing? Are you injured? Have you been eating properly?" Seeing the boy who asked her multiple questions in succession, Schlia smiled bitterly at him. This kind of reaction is as expected, so she did not get taken aback by him. After all, he has been worried about her since she departed to battle. "I'm fine, Ao. Your sister is doing well." Schlia hugs the trembling Ao and gently strokes his head. By doing so, he seems to have finally calmed down and nervously let her go. I'm sorry, Ne-san. It's been a while." "It's okay, but I'm here with someone today. You should offer your greeting first, right?" It seems that he just noticed the presence of Kaisai when their eyes finally intersected. Ao is even shorter than the petite Kaisai, so it's the first time in a long while since he has to look down to talk to someone. "Hello, it's nice to meet you. I'm Hokuto Kaisai, a mercenary." When Kaisai introduced himself with a smile, Ao immediately blushed and repeatedly nodded. It wouldn't be weird if steam rose from his head now. I'm Ao Henrietta. After he somehow managed to return a greeting with a bow, Ao confusedly turned to Schlia. Ne-san, didn't you say that a man is coming today? I didn't know that you'd bring such a beautiful woman." No, He's wearing women's clothes, but this person is a man, you know. Ao looks at Kaisai's face with a serious expression, but the vermilion shade on his face only darkens as he shyly looks away. Why? You're lying. This person is obviously a woman, right? You think so? He looks completely like a man to me though. The siblings' expression turned to a puzzled one, while Kaisai, who's in the middle of all this, has a fed-up expression on his face. It's strange, right? Men always mistake me for a woman, but women always see me as a man. Still, I'm definitely a man, all right. No way. For some reason, Ao looks away with a despaired expression on his face. However, he immediately shook his head and muttered, "No, gender is nothing." He then smiles and turns to face Kaisai again. I'm truly sorry. Forgive my rudeness. I'm used to it already. Please don't mind it." Kaisai answers with a bitter smile. In truth, he's so used to something like this, so he doesn't bother getting angry about it anymore. "Thank you very much. You will be my escort for today, correct?" "I will be in your care." Seeing Ao regain his composure and extend his hand toward him, Kaisai gives him a deep bow and grabs his hand. "Of course, please leave it to me." CH-59 Nissan. A heroic song played by a military band echoes on the upper deck of the Radiant. While enjoying the sensation of sea breeze on his face, Kaisai glanced at Prince Ao, who's standing right next to him. The prince was clearly nervous. That's probably a given, since there are hundreds of soldiers currently standing in rows after rows in front of them. Moreover, their eyes are completely focused on Kaisai and Ao. After thinking for a moment, Kaisai decided to grab Ao's soft hand. Ao's body quivered in surprise, but soon he managed to relax and grip his hand back. "Hey, isn't that? It's the roses." "Definitely." "Hey, do you think I can snap a picture without getting noticed?" Some soldiers began to make noises, but the two were not concerned about them. Then, about 20 minutes later, the welcome ceremony for the prince was over. With that said, the real deal has just started for Ao. His mission today was to meet with the soldiers and scatter his charm. Since his popularity among the Kalanshan people is very strong, crew members and pilots from other ships were rushing over to the Radiant to catch a glimpse of him. "Ao-sama, please look this way." "Ao-sama." The soldiers are excitedly cheering his name, and Ao innocently replies to them. Each time he does that, the crowd keeps getting denser and denser. "All right. If you want to shake His Highness's hand, then please queue up here." "Don't push, the prince won't go anywhere." The MPs are managing the crowd for Kaisai and Ao. When they reached Ao, he smiles and shakes hands with each of them. It looks exactly like a handshake event for idols. "I can live in peace thanks to your effort to protect the empire. Thank you for all your hard work." "Yes, of course, thank you, Your Highness." Some soldiers even cry when they are spoken to. Kaisai, standing behind Ao, was taken by surprise. For Kaisai, who rarely sees such a comfort visit, this kind of thing is completely unknown to him. "You. Meanwhile, Ao suddenly called out to Kaisai. Although he was free, he doesn't know how to act, as he has no idea what to do in a situation like this. Still, he hurriedly replied in a small voice. "What's wrong?" Kaisai-san, won't you shake hands with them too?" Why would he ask that? Confused, Kaisai looked back at Ao, but he now sees the expectant gazes from the soldiers behind him. When being looked at with such expectant gaze, he can't possibly refuse. "Please, I understand." Reluctantly, Kaisai agreed. As a result, he ends up shaking hands with the excited crowd of soldiers for over an hour. Some time has passed. The two were finally freed from the event and are currently taking a break at a coffee shop located on the outskirts of the harbor. It appears that the place is completely reserved for them, as there are only Kaisai, Ao, and the MPs, along with some Imperial guards who are acting as their escort there. "Your Highness, are you always doing something like this?" Kaisai asks while rubbing his shoulder. He's even more tired than when he fought on the battlefield, since he's not used to doing this. Being stared at by an excited crowd is naturally a daunting task, so it's no wonder that he's tired. "Yes. I think so." Ao gives him a reserved smile and continues. "That's what a prince's work is all about after all." Thinking that he wouldn't last a week doing this, Kaisai's expression turned bitter. "Kaisai-san too. You're a man, but you are fighting on the battlefield, right? You're amazing. I'd get scared just by thinking about the battlefield. Always. It's okay, being like that. That being said, if every world is so warlike, then it would be very chaotic. you know. Is that so? No, that might be true. After saying that with a smile, Ao took a sip from his cup of steaming cocoa. By the way, yes, Kaisai-san, you are on good terms with Ne-san, right? Eh? Ha, well I did invite her to eat out once in the past. However, he can't really say anything about the end result. He made her cry and they were surprise attacked by the pervert stalker from Nord. It just felt like he did something bad to her instead. Fortunately, Schlier didn't seem to mind it that much, but Kaisai still wants to do something to make up for her. Then, it's like you are my big brother, isn't it? Big brother? Yes, a big brother. So, can I call you Ne-san? If that's alright with you, that is. Why is it like that though? Kaisai was puzzled. However, he can't say anything when Ao is staring innocently at him with his aquamarine eyes. A big brother, huh? Still, it doesn't feel bad to be called like that. What came to his mind was the face of the man who married his big sister and became his brother-in-law. That man has been taking good care of both his sister and himself. It's like he's his real older brother even without being connected by blood. Well, if you are happy with me, then this Hokuto Kaisai will gladly become your big brother. When he said that in a joking tone, Ao almost did a spit take on his cocoa. You are funny, Kaisai-san. Ha ha ha. Shrugging his shoulders, Kaisai sips on his coffee. Naturally, to satisfy his sweet tooth, he already added plenty of sugar and milk. If you are going to become my older brother, then can you please stop using honorifics with me? We have gotten so close after all, said Ao with a grin on his face. Didn't Her Highness Schlier use honorifics with everyone though? Ne-san is always like that. She has that kind of personality after all. That's true. Thinking about it now, unless blood got to her head, Schlier would always use honorifics whenever she's talking with someone. That part about her is certainly admirable, but he cannot possibly imitate her. Got it, I'll do that. Schlier also told him the same thing, so it should be fine to do the same for Ao too. Thinking so, Kaisai nodded. But if it's going to be like that, then you should stop being polite around me too. I mean, you act casually around your sister too, right? Foo-foo. As though he expected that, Ao laughed. Got it, Ne-san. CH60. The troubled boys talk. Thank you for the wait, sir, the coffee shop owner said with a silver tray in her hand. She then placed the cake the two ordered in front of them. Kaisai's was a shortcake with a strawberry on top, while Ao is having a gâteau au chocolat. It's been a while since I last have a fresh strawberry. Kaisai stabbed his cake with a fork and brought it to his mouth. As he takes a bite of the shortcake, he shut his eyes and exhaled. Ha, thank you for this. You like it? The strawberry, I mean. Well, yeah. When I was little, it was something I rarely got to eat after all. The nostalgia might play a big part here though. While answering so in an excited voice, Kaisai's gaze saddened at the slowly disappearing shortcake. Is that so? Then do you want me to pack some in a box and send it to you later? No, it would be a waste of money, right? You sound like Ne-san, you know. I'm Ne-san after all, Kaisai replied with a bitter smile. Besides, if he received a box full of strawberries, then he surely won't be able to eat them all alone. This is enough for me. It's nice because I can rarely enjoy it. I'd get tired of it if I can eat it every day. After all, is that the case? The only thing people don't get tired of eating every day is only rice and bread, you know. If it's Schlier, then she would be very happy if she can have rice every day though. That sure sounds like her. Saying so, Kaisai smiled. Schlier's rice addiction is pretty unusual. Whenever he has a meal with her, he would always find a bowl filled with rice in her hand. But on the battlefield, you can't even pick what you eat, right? Suddenly, Ao asked that with a cloudy expression. Well, that's usually the case. I've spent about a month with only beef bowls and energy bar alone after all. Beef bowl. It's one of the standard combat rations, you know. You have pre-packed rice in one layer and the beef in another. You just heat it in a microwave and voila. Doesn't it taste bad? To Ao, who's strangely curious about this, Kaisai shrugged. He then cut his shortcake and used his fork to bring it to his mouth before answering. It's not bad, you know. Still, it's not something that you'd want to eat every day though. Yeah. That sounds terrible. I hope this war will end soon. Ao turned to look outside the window while muttering so in a sad voice. This coffee shop has a panoramic view of the harbor, but all you can see from here are only warships. Usually, there are a lot of pleasure boats and fishing boats here, you know. Because of the war, they were all relocated to make room for our warships. Returning his gaze to the gâteau au chocolat,
Traced it with his fork and a number of lines were drawn on the chocolate dough. That's not all. This city is filled with refugees. Everyone is having it hard. I want this war to end soon, but the most thing I can do is to hold an event like today. Ao sighed and grumbled. I can't procure ammunition or supplies. I can't even go out and fight on the battlefield. The only thing I can do is cower in fear every time my family goes out to fight. Between when you are worried about others and when you worry about yourself, the former is always harsher. When you can't do anything to help the people you are worried about at all, hearing something like this isn't even comforting, you know. Hearing Ao's reply, Kaisai sighed. Well, that's fine. This war will be over soon. When that happens, you won't have any reason to worry anymore, right? After placing his fork on the plate, Kaisai's gaze turned sharp as he looked at Ao. It will. That's the reason I'm here after all. Kaisai confidently stated so. In the past, someone used to tell me, it's impossible for one guy to turn the tide of the war. And I caught the enemy supreme general and we immediately won. That was real refreshing for me. You did that? Even for Ao, who never saw a battlefield before, Kaisai's story still sounds too unrealistic. No matter how Vald culture dictates that a general should fight on a front line themselves, it's normal to anticipate that said general would have a strong group of escorts around them. In the first place, it's almost impossible for a single soldier to create a situation where he can challenge the enemy general into single combat alone. I have no reason to lie to you, right? If you don't believe me, then you can ask Her Highness Schleer later. That event was officially recorded, so she should know about it too. Before hiring Kaisai, Schleer should have thoroughly looked into him already. Moreover, there are many such occurrences in Kaisai's mercenary career. It's not like he roams the battlefield with the Wicked Star as his second name just for show. In the end, all I want to say is this: I'm crazy strong and I do take pride in being the strongest. With a grin, Kaisai chewed on the last bite of his shortcake. No matter what kind of army it is, if you hit it with overwhelming violence, then you can easily force them to withdraw. Just you wait. I will definitely end this war. Don't worry. To such a ridiculous claim, Ao cheerfully smiled. It seems that I've made a ridiculous person my Nissan, haven't I? But I feel better now. Thank you. CH61. Women are scary. But there's one thing I'm concerned about. Concerned? Hearing Ao saying that while dividing his gateau au chocolat into small pieces, Kaisai tilted his head. In the army, there are only women, right? Well, yeah. The difference in physical strength between men and women for Vald is very apparent. Kaisai is also physically weak for a Terran, but he is probably not all that different from Ao in terms of physical strength. On top of that, the women-to-men ratio is extremely biased toward the former. It is natural that there are no male soldiers in the army. Is it not scary? I see. Kaisai crossed his arms and groaned. Actually, it's not something I should say, but Ao looks around and whispers to Kaisai in a small voice. There are many soldiers around them who are acting as their guards. Even if they don't want to pry, they would overhear their conversation since they are the only ones in the cafe. Knowing that, Ao blushed and continued to whisper to Kaisai. Even today, I'm pretty scared, you know, being stared at and surrounded by women like earlier. Well, I can understand where you are coming from. Kaisai nodded as the corners of his mouth turned downward. He still remembers how he was assaulted by a group of thugs when he first arrived in Kalanshia. Even back then, he tried with all his might to escape their grasp, but he couldn't resist and was caught in the blink of an eye. He still wonders what would have happened if Schleer wasn't there for him. Right, our physique and strength are just too different from them. If a girl seriously tries to hold me down, I'm sure that I can't do anything to resist. Being so helpless and having no choice but to count on others' goodwill is just too horrible. While tapping on the antique wooden table with his finger, Kaisai said his mind. Some of the guards who overheard that have a complicated and apologetic expression on their faces. Seeing that, Kaisai lightly smiled and waved at them. But you see, for some reason, I'm still here. I've experienced being in such danger many times, but there was always someone who came to help me. Well, it is indeed a pathetic story to share though. Kaisai followed with it and smiled at Ao. What I want to say is that people won't just abandon you so easily. That's why it'd be better if you stop doubting people's intentions and get scared for nothing. If I do the will I be able to stop being scared? Well, I guess so. Still, in your case,
That kind of stance may worry the people around you instead. There's both the good and the bad, I guess. The guards around them nodded in sync at his words. If Schlier or Saki are around, they might say, you should be more careful. Instead, thinking so, Kaisai felt a little sorry for them. In the first place, I'm a Terran and you are a Veld. The difference between our races is so big. Our culture is different, our ecology is different. Since you are the one who grew up in Veld's world, rather than me, the one who has the correct reaction to such a thing should be Ao, right? Come to think of it, I think that I've read something about Terran in a book before. They say that Terran women are weaker than men, right? Yeah, mostly. Kaisai answered in a dissatisfied voice. Unfortunately, Kaisai here is one of the exceptions to that common sense. A Terran's muscle density is very inferior to Veld. That's why a strong Terran inevitably always looks like this. Saying so, Kaisai operated his mobile terminal and showed a photo to Ao. Seeing that, Ao's mouth opened in surprise. I know about this. This is the thing called gorilla, right? That's rude. This is my brother-in-law, you know. The photo displayed on the terminal was of a young muscular man in a white tank top. He has short black hair and white teeth. He's a good young man who's both passionate and earnest. If you show his image to another Terran, then 8-9 out of 10 would say that he's a man. Kaisai naturally is within the 8-9 out of 10, but in reality, his physique is strangely unacceptable to Veld people. I'm sorry, but I see, a Terran man looks like this. Honestly, I thought that they'd all look like Nissan. It's easier for a Veld to imagine men being short and delicate after all. Ao is both smaller and thinner than Kaisai, but in truth, Ao's figure is average among Veld men. By Veld standards, it can be said that Kaisai is rather tall since he's over 160 centimeters tall. Women don't look all that different from us too. Don't you think it's mysterious how we can be so different? Well, Veld women's physical strength is definitely way up there though. That's true. Ao agrees while sipping his cocoa. After all, there are only Velds around him. Perhaps it just comes down to the fact that he never has any interracial exchanges before. There are other humanoid races other than Terran and Veld, but Veld's fertility is by far the strongest, so Veld is arguably the most numerous race in the known space. It's fun talking like this. There are so many people in the world, but I only know a small part of them. When it becomes peaceful again, it would be nice if I can study abroad. That doesn't sound bad. While nodding to Ao, Kaisai let out a small sigh. I guess I will have to do my best to make that a reality as soon as possible. CH-62. The melancholy of Dia Rose. A week after Ao's visit, the Kalanchian fleet departed from the capital. There's still no development on the front line, but with Kalanchia being on the weaker side, they would be at a disadvantage if this situation is prolonged for too long. That's why the consensus of the staff officers was to end this war as soon as possible. Now then, it seems that the Kalanchian dogs finally decided to make their move. While checking the information on her mobile terminal, Dia Rose said so with an expression that is full of confidence. The boring days of crushing their puny gorillas is finally behind us. Kukaku. Don't you think this is going to be fun, my dear little sister? But, can we win? In contrast to Dia Rose's joyful tone of voice, Valentina's response was blunt and extremely dry. Dia Rose's animated gesture immediately came to a halt, and her tiger's eye-colored, DLN, golden reddish-brown, intersect with Valentina's. Although we still possess the superior force, the difference is not as overwhelming as our previous battle. Moreover, even with such a big difference, we've suffered defeat once already. Defeat? Hearing those words, Dia Rose's heart races with a sweet numbness assaulting her brain. It's nothing. Continue. Yes. While looking at Dia Rose with suspicion, Valentina did not press any further. After all, she has no way to predict her sister. At best, the reasons she could think of for her sister to act that way is that her sister is not feeling well, or that she's thinking about something else entirely. In any case, our force is not as strong as it was in the previous operation. On top of the damage our main fleet suffered in the Laboya system, we also suffered some damage from the enemy guerrilla activity in the territories we are currently occupying as well. Certainly, with their guerrilla tactic, it would be a bad move for us to consolidate our detached forces. The Nord side has destroyed almost all the major military bases and cities of the former Kalanchian territories via purge bombing. However, The surviving remnants of the Kalanchian army along with the civilians have armed themselves and relentlessly resist the occupation. If Diarose pulls back the troops she stationed in those areas out without any kind of strategy to deal with the resistance, the occupied star systems they managed to take over will be taken back from the inside. This is something that she must avoid at all costs. What about the reinforcements I requested from our homeland? They should be here soon. No, in the first place, the only force the Kalanchian managed to damage was simply one of the Nord's expeditionary fleets. With it being a superpower, the Nord Empire still has a large number of fighting forces back in their homeland. That *s. It appears that the dispatch of the unit Your Highness requested was not approved. They did not actually send that many units over to us as well. Who did they send? Show me. Narrowing her eyes, Diarose asked her staff. With the Nord Empire having other enemy nations to fight, such requests for reinforcements always involve negotiating with aristocrats and others in the imperial family. Diarose never expected her request to completely go through, but the truth still stands that the next battle will be tough for them with the number of troops currently available to them. 7 squadron of strikers, 700 units in total. They also included striker carriers for them to operate from. Ma'am, a striker carrier? Is that not the commoner unit? A striker carrier functions like an aircraft carrier. It carries a large number of strikers with an extra wide launch deck for the strikers to deploy from. However, the pilots for these strikers are usually from the commoner class. Since a talented ace would be quickly given a knighthood and assigned to a medium-sized or larger battle cruiser or battleship, it can be said that being stationed on a striker carrier is the starting point of a military pilot career. Naturally, how skilled or how high the morale level of such pilots is should be easy to imagine. What else? A scouting fleet and several assault fleets. This is the list, Ma'am. They at least sent someone decent to us, huh? Diarose smiled as she checked the names of the ships on the list displayed on the main monitor of the conference room. In a battle where the battle theater is extremely wide, you would always wish for more reconnaissance units no matter how many you already have. Moreover, the assault fleets which carry a large number of anti-ship missiles will come into handy when it comes to a large-scale battle between fleets. So, what about the capital ships? That's what took the most damage in the previous battle. I need 4 more battleships. No, I want at least 2 more. None, Ma'am. Huh? The capital did not dispatch any. I see. That's how it is, huh? They're probably sending some large-type armored ships instead, right? Well, I guess there's nothing to be done about it. No, they did not send any of the large-type battle cruisers either, Ma'am. We did not receive any replacement for the battleships we lost. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Diarose's face. In fear of Diarose's reprimand, the staff shrank back. However, Diarose was silent. Instead, they have sent us a strategic class weapon. The power it provided should be enough to compensate for an entire corps of battleships, Ma'am. Who? Interesting. What did they send? The mobile fort, Valizer, Ma'am. Saying so, the staff put the image of a gigantic weapon on the main monitor. The weapon is neither a ship nor a striker. Its design made it look like a number of limbs grew out from an enormous cannon. The CG image of a battleship is being displayed for comparison, but the scale of this mobile fort is much larger. Truly a gigantic weapon. That's an interesting weapon to have, but I still feel that it's not enough. Can a mercenary with such a strange power really be stopped by a weapon like this? Diarose frowned and groaned. But there's good news, Ma'am. The four strongest of our empire were dispatched to us. Who? What? Diarose and Valentina expressed their surprise at the same time. I see. I requested for them thinking that they would refuse, but that's why the forces they sent felt so inadequate, huh? If those guys were dispatched as well, then it's a different story. Saying so, confidence can be seen from the eyes of the grinning Diarose. CH-63. The mobile fort menace. In an unpopulated star system, a Kalanchian scouting fleet is performing a reconnaissance mission. The scouting fleet itself is a small one consisting of only 1 medium-sized reconnaissance cruiser and 2 destroyers escorting it. I was scared when they made us scout this system since it is in Nord's control, but it's unexpectedly peaceful here, don't you think? A young blonde aristocrat said in a relaxed tone at the captain's seat of the recon cruiser. She is currently sitting cross-legged in a manner that doesn't belong to a soldier fighting on a battlefield. Did the recon probe pick up anything? Nothing so far. There's no sign of the enemy anywhere, Mom, the operator replied in an unenthusiastic voice. It's been a week since they left the capital. At first, she was very tense when she received this mission, but contrary to her expectations, their fleet managed to infiltrate very deeply into the Nord's area of influence with no obstruction whatsoever. With that being the case, their guard is relatively relaxed now. What a shame. I heard that we've already taken back 3-4 habitable planets with pretty much no resistance from the enemy, right? At this rate, the planetary defense forces will take all the credit, you know. Ha ha ha. When we kicked their ass at Laboya, they must have been scared witless. Huh. It's all thanks to the wicked star, right? He did so much that it made me want to kiss him now. You just want to kiss him, right, Captain? You can tell? Well, I'm the same after all. Ha 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 ha. As such laid-back conversation continued, an anomaly appeared on the surface of an asteroid floating near the fleet. In the place where nothing is supposed to exist, the space suddenly fluctuates, revealing a gigantic weapon that looked like a ridiculously large cannon with limbs growing out of it. The identity of the anomaly is the Nord's gigantic weapon. The mobile fort, Valizer. There are 2 people inside its cockpit. Despite its size, which is even bigger than a battleship, only 2 people are needed to operate it. Optical camouflage lifted. Now then, let's make some flashy fireworks as a declaration of war. Roger that. The gunner nodded and aimed the cannon at the Kalantian scouting fleet, then pulled the trigger. The giant cannon, which is also the main body of the mobile fort, emits a thick crimson beam that matches the size of the muzzle from which it was fired from. The super thick beam, which silently cut through the vacuum of space, instantly evaporated the destroyers which were escorting the recon cruiser. TSK. It seems the cannon wasn't tested enough, huh? Those idiots in the R&D sent us something defective again. Hit them with the second shot. Reload. The empty particle cartridge was ejected from the bottom part of the Valizer, and rolls on the asteroid's rocky surface. On the other hand, the bridge of the recon cruiser which witnessed the earlier attack was sent into chaos. What happened? Mass reaction detected. An unidentified large-scale weapon appeared on the surface of Wraith B1. Mom. On the main monitor of the bridge, the image of the Valizer, pointing its muzzle toward them, is being displayed. Seeing that, the captain's complexion immediately turned pale. It's a mobile fort. Damn Nord, they even brought in such a thing. While gritting her teeth, the captain realized that she can't show such a pathetic figure in front of her subordinates and quickly gave her instructions. Send the information to the main fleet. Make it as detailed as possible. Prepare to return fire. Ready all gun ports. At the captain's command, the 4-8 Muscles 25 MW compound cannons equipped on the cruiser take aim at the Valizer. Cannons fully charged. All guns are ready to fire, Mom. First volley, fire. Green beams were emitted from the cruiser, all accurately flooding toward the Valizer. However, just before reaching their Valizer, the beams diffused, not leaving even a burn on its armor. As a result, the gigantic weapon remained unscathed. It's a deflect shield. The attack was ineffective, Mom. Ugh, this is bad. Evasive maneuver. That was the end of the cruiser's futile resistance. The ultra-high-powered beam was fired at the cruiser again. The cruiser was reduced to plasma and disappeared. Not even a wreckage was left behind. Enemy craft destruction confirmed. There, Valizer suffered no damage. It's a perfect game, Major General. That was just a lightly armed recon fleet. It would be strange instead if it was not an easy win for us. Releasing the control stick, the captain indifferently replied, "Do you know the story of how this thing was made? I heard that they poured enough resources to build 4 battleships to build this, you know. In other words, if we can't show the results that are comparable to 4 battleships, this thing won't be able to justify its construction cost, right? That's some responsibility they've placed on us, Mom." The gunner shrugs. The captain also did the same and smiled while agreeing to her subordinate's statement. All right. Let's call it in. Let's see what our commander says about our performance. The captain operates the communication terminal with a smile on her face. Since the Empire is in control of the communication network in this area, they do not have to worry about being eavesdropped on when they are using FTL voice communication. What? Contacting me like this? Have you already sunk a battleship or something? The other end of the communication was no ordinary operator but Diarose herself. With their strategic value, All weapons that were classified into Mobile Fort class are equipped with a direct line to the Supreme Commander. No, it's simply a small skirmish, Mom. We have destroyed a Kalanchian scouting fleet in our area. HMPH. That's all, huh? Dia-Rose replied with a mocking tone, but she was not serious about her question in the first place. She knows full well that it is too early for them to encounter the enemy main fleet. Still, if your location was already exposed, then the enemy main fleet will surely head your way. I will send in some reinforcements, so stay put until then. Due to its structure, the Mobile Fort's movement is extremely slow. That's why they have to station it in a star system that the enemy's main force is likely to pass through. From the movement they detected so far, they've mostly predicted the location of their targets already. Considering that the Kalanchian went out of their way to send a scout on this route, Dia-Rose is sure that her enemy will travel through this system. Her plan is to consolidate the forces she had deployed to defend the other routes and launch a preemptive strike there. Understood. After replying in a serious tone, the captain cut off the communication and sighed. Now then, we're going to get very busy soon. CH-64. Capturing the Mobile Fort 1. Things have become troublesome now, said Schleer in a troubled voice. After letting out a small sigh, Kaisai asked her what's wrong. From inside the cockpit of the Caliburn Revive, we've just received news that the Noridian just deployed a new type of weapon. From the information we received, we think that it's a bombardment-type mobile fort. You are, seriously? Our scouting fleet led by Colonel Flui was destroyed in the Wraith system. The information regarding the mobile fort came from their last communication. Even through the communication device, Kaisai can feel Schleer pain from her voice. While wondering what he should say to her, his gaze was distracted by the image displayed on his sub-monitor. Involuntarily, Kaisai exclaimed. What is currently displaying on his sub-monitor is the image of a giant cannon with legs pointing its muzzle directly toward the camera. The estimated weight is at 60,000 tons. Did the Nordar and D go mad or something? While looking at the data attached to the image, Kaisai unintentionally groaned at its ridiculousness. Its weight is equal to a large battleship. Still, since it only has one main gun, he can't even imagine its full firepower. Even a battleship would not be able to withstand a direct hit from such a thing. I never thought that they would bring out a mobile fort here. This is completely unexpected. Mobile fort is the general term for this type of gigantic weapon. To operate such a thing, it is equipped with the icon system so that a small number of people can operate it, giving it extra room for equipment that maximizes its performance. This one is surely a troublesome opponent. You said that this thing was in the Wraith system, right, Your Highness? Their conversation was interrupted by Saki. While searching her memory, Saki operates the console of her striker with her fingers. That system should be a desolate one with only a few asteroids and one red dwarf, right? So there's practically no cover for us at all, huh? It would be bad for us if we push our main force into that kind of environment with such a thing waiting for us. Your Highness, what's the plan? The Kalanchian fleet is currently consolidating their forces to avoid getting crushed one by one. That's why Schleer has no other choice but to launch an attack with this honestly oversized fleet. A course that can avoid it. Schleer, who's on the bridge, brings up the star chart on her terminal to explore their options, but soon after, she shakes her head. It's no good. If we don't pass through the Wraith system, it will take us half a month until we reach the Dirico system. We can't afford to waste that much time. The Dirico system is a system that once housed a large military base for the Kalanchian. Since its location provides much geopolitical advantage, they will gain a sizable advantage if they can retake it. The ultimate goal of this operation is to take this system back under their control. Your Highness, the fact that they have made contact with our scouting fleet means that the enemy should already have a rough idea of where we are. If we don't get into position as soon as possible, the enemy defensive network will be established first. If they can join up with their main fleet, we will be exposed to crossfire and our fleet will be in jeopardy. This is bad. Solana and Chief of Starfleet groaned. The two usually are not fond of each other, but it seems that they do share an opinion this time. Their new weapon is specialized in anti-ship warfare. I think that it would be wise to deal with it using strikers. Mercenary, what do you think, Chief? Solana shouted with a bitter expression. With such a big target, She doesn't think that a lone striker will have enough firepower to take it down. Not to mention that the enemy already possesses far superior armor and firepower even with vessels of the same class. I think it's possible. It's not my first time dealing with a mobile fort either. I will do something about it. Oh, oi. Is this really okay? Saki involuntarily asked. After all, the image of Kaisai's unconscious body at Laboya is still fresh in her mind. It's not like taking down this big guy will immediately end the battle. We will have to rely on you for other things too. It would be bad if you collapsed after taking this thing down, you know. A mere knight has no place voicing their opinion in a strategic meeting. I'll have you know. Hey, say whatever you want. If this guy can't fight, then you will be in deep trouble too. Although it was not a video communication, Saki replied while baring her fang at the mic. I will beat up this old hag once this operation is over is what Saki currently has in mind. Despite Reed being her superior, Saki couldn't care less about what an old hag she doesn't know thinks of her. What's more important is the well-being of Kaisai, who she's already considered a comrade. It's fine. Taking down a mobile fort is even easier than taking down a battleship after all. I will do something about it. Are you for real? What do I get from lying here? You know that to improve its performance, a mobile fort like this often cuts down on the operating crews as much as possible, right? Not only Saki, the other three also nodded to Kaisai's words. The mobile fort has at most 2 crew members. Even if they man it with more people, they can't link those extra mines with the icon system, so its fighting power will decrease instead. Among the people working in the military, this is common knowledge. So, since it's like that, its movement will be completely affected by the pilot's skill. Do you really think I will lose in a contest of skill? Impossible, right? Well, that's certainly true. Schlier agreed. So you understand now? Alright, let's quickly get rid of this thing. Even I won't be able to do anything about it if the Norwegian main fleet manages to join up with them after all, Kaisai said with a grin. CH-65, exiting FTL navigation. Now entering cruising mode. The AI's announcement echoed inside the cockpit, but the rainbow starry sky continued to display on the main monitor of the Caliburn Revive. At the moment, Caliburn Revive is traveling at 90% of the speed of light along the outer edge of the Wraith system. Naturally, this speed was not achieved by the machine's thruster but by the built-in FTL drive. Making a subtle approach really paid off. It seems we get to make the first move, said Schlier, whose Miss Tiltwine is currently straddling on a ride booster, with a grin. Including Kaisai's Caliburn Revive, the Kalanchen currently has 3 Zeniths and 200 other strikers inside the Wraith system. On the other hand, there is little presence of enemy units in the surrounding star systems. Some of the enemies may have concealed themselves to ambush them, but it appears that by mobilizing only the fast-moving strikers, they managed to arrive here earlier than the enemy's main force. 77th and 79th Striker Squadrons form a blockade at the space connecting to the Maga system. In response to Schlier's command, multiple strikers with silver rings behind their backs break away from the group. Their movement was disciplined, and they are supposed to be. After all, Schlier only brought the most elite of the pilots Kalanchia has to offer. Due to the mobile fort's presence, if they cannot crush thoroughly in this operation, their offensive operation would be rendered unviable. After assigning the striker squadrons to their positions, only a few dozens of strikers were left with Kaisai's group. Moreover, instead of a ride booster, what those strikers are currently straddling on are ride gun carriers, which are motorcycle-shaped mobile artillery cannons. Still, one could say that this amount of firepower is insufficient to take down a mobile fort. Now then, we have cast the net. The question is if our prey is actually here. Currently, Schlier has cut off all paths of retreat with a large number of strikers. However, that would be for naught if the mobile fort already left the system. Still, dealing with an invisible enemy really is annoying, isn't it? The scouting fleet couldn't detect it until it opened fire on them after all. Perhaps they were taken by surprise while they were performing a surface scan. Something like that can't possibly be hidden by just the mass of a big asteroid after all. I see. So they decided to shoot first before they got shot, huh? Saki groaned. Even for a fleet, taking on the first strike by a cannon as powerful as a siege unit will inevitably cause great damage after all. Oi, Hokuto, can you tell where it's hiding? I can. Seriously. Although Saki posted the question half-jokingly, The blunt answer she received betrayed her expectations. Even an active stealth system cannot hide killing intent, you know. It's fine. They are still on that asteroid. Let's quickly clean this up. How very convenient. I leave the support to me. Thus, the detached units head for asteroid B1. With the speed on the edge of the speed of light, they immediately arrived at the vicinity of the target asteroid. From Kaisai's main monitor, he can see the bumpy potato-like surface of the asteroid gradually getting closer and closer. Gravity field detected. Leaving cruising mode. Now returning to normal navigation. The FTL navigation automatically cut off and the silver ring behind the back of each striker disappeared. Where is it? At this range, should we not be able to see them? They may have optical camouflage as well. We have to be careful. Your Highness, let me take the lead. I'm sorry, but please let me have command of this operation. I'm probably the only one here who ever has a run-in with a mobile fort after all. It's okay, I'm counting on you. With its poor maneuverability and high construction costs, a mobile fort is an extremely extravagant weapon. Not only is the Kalanshia Empire the smallest nation in this region, but it also has never experienced a war of this scale since its founding. Deciding that she should leave this to an expert, Schleer immediately gives her permission. Fighting under a man? One of the pilots in charge of the mobile artillery unit exclaimed in dissatisfaction. Kaisai has indeed been quite successful in the previous operations, so he has a good reputation within the Kalanchian army, but some people still have some dissatisfaction due to his gender. Fine then, if you do not want to obey my command, then just move on your own. That being said, Kaisai is already used to such reactions. He simply grinned and replied back, causing the artillery unit to get noisy for a while. Still, there are no fools who decide to break up battle formation on the actual battle here. My apology. I will discipline this idiot later. The captain of the artillery unit cleared her throat and said so apologetically to conclude the matter. Why do I have to apolo? You idiot. You are not a child anymore, so stop being so selfish already. Again, I'm sorry. Is this the time to be fooling around? Distance to the enemy 50,000. We are almost at the enemy's kills. When Saki, who finally snapped angrily, raised her voice, Kaisai's sharp voice interrupted her. All units, spread out. The very next moment, a torrent of crimson beams flew toward them from the jet-black space. CH-66. The mobile fort capture 3. Damage report. 8th Artillery Company, no damage. 9th Artillery Company, same. In response to Kaisai's question, the units that spread out in a hurry gradually report their status. That single attack contained the power to wipe them out, but fortunately, Kaisai's warning arrived in time, so they did not suffer any damage. Saki moaned while glancing at her radar, which is now covered in radar noises. As the overwhelmingly powerful beam flew past them at a close distance, the readings from their detection equipment went off the chart. It's clear to them that even a graze from that beam is enough to reduce their strikers to nothing. Artillery units and 3rd Mobile Squadron, head to point C556 and prepare to fire at the enemy. If you spot any enemy striker unit, then please intercept them as you see fit. Makishima-san, sorry, but please go with them. It would be bad if the enemy deployed as well. Isn't that almost everyone we brought? Are you planning to rush toward that big thing with only this number? It's okay, I will do something about it. Please go, the second shot is coming. TSK. Fine. It would be a lie if she says that she doesn't worry about him at all, but she cannot afford to stay around and chat during a battle. Saki turns her striker around to heads toward the designated point with the mobile artillery unit equipped with the mobile gun carriers. Your Highness, please take care of Hokuto. Of course, leave him to me. Schleer nodded and smiled at the fact that she's chosen to stay. Saki lets out a small sigh and flies away with the artillery unit. There are only 3 strikers left. There, Caliburn Revive. There, Miss Tiltwine, and A Claymore, with spare magazines for anti-ship grenade launcher attached to all its hardpoints. This is quite a bold strategy, isn't it? The pilot of said Claymore commented with a bitter smile. The standard tactic against a mobile fort taught in military textbooks is to launch a saturated attack and overwhelm it with an overwhelming number. She has never heard of anyone trying to take down a mobile fort with such a small number of people before. It will be okay. If you can keep up with me, then I won't let anything happen to you. Please, cut me some slack. Ensign Ryaka, This is not the time to be joking. At Schlier's reprimand, there, Claymores pilot, Anson Ryaka jokingly fake a whimper. She's quite a gutsy woman. We have to take that thing down before their reinforcements arrive. Let's go in. With a light smile, Kaisai fully accelerated toward his target. The tachometer immediately hit the limit. The two strikers follow behind him, but unlike the Zeniths Kaisai and Schlier are piloting, the power of a mass-produced, Claymores thruster is very inferior and the distance between them quickly widens. However, they don't seem to mind that. I see it. On the surface of the asteroid, there stands a strange-looking weapon that can only be described as a giant cannon with limbs. Even though they are still a considerable distance away, its gigantic size was apparent to them. They came at us with only 3 strikers. What are they planning? The pilot shouted inside the cockpit of the Volizer. After all, rushing toward a mobile fort with only a small number of strikers could not be called anything else but an act of suicide. Major General, that white striker ... is it not the rumored, Wicked Star? I see, so that's their play, huh? But even if they sent out their ace, what can a single striker do? He can't possibly take down this Volizer, although it is difficult to operate due to its poor maneuverability. The armor and firepower of the Volizer are simply in a different dimension. There's no way to take this thing down unless the enemy overwhelms them with a large number of strikers. Thinking so, the pilot has a ferocious smile on her face. Is the reload not done yet? I want to fire at least another round with the main gun. Even if it's a little, I want to call the number of their artillery. We will be ready in 10 seconds, Mom. Good. Hand me the control of the interceptors. I will deal with the enemy strikers. You just focus on using the main gun. After giving her order, the pilot turned both arms of the Volizer toward the approaching Kaisai's group. The 8 rapid blaster guns installed inside the finger-like parts from each hand opened fire at the same time. Whoa, they just fired at us. Don't worry about it. Schlier and Ryaka performed an evasive maneuver to avoid the barrage, but Kaisai unsheathed his photon saber and kept rushing in while parrying the beams. Damn it. What's up with that guy? Is it ready yet? Another 5 seconds, Mom. Just a little bit more. As though he heard the gunner's voice, Kaisai also shouted, all units open fire. At that moment, the mobile artillery units which had been orbiting around the asteroid fired their 30 MW blaster cannon. 18 blaster cannons were fired at the same time, and the green beams fired from them are traveling toward the Volizer. With some pea-shooters, just ignore them. Just fire. Wipe them out with our counterattack. All shots were diffused or deflected away by the deflect shield. There, Volizer was left unscathed. The pilot smiled in satisfaction, but at the same time, Kaisai pushed in with his photon saber, ramming it along with his striker at the shield. The deflect shield is pushing back Kaisai's charge, but it cannot perform at its full capacity due to the previous bombardment. As a result, there, Caliburn Revive managed to enter inside the Volizer's shield. Oh, SH? The pilot screamed, but it was already too late. Kaisai pulled the trigger on his control stick and fired a missile from his anti-ship grenade launcher in there, Caliburn Revive's right hand. Leaving behind a white trail, the missile hit the joint of the Volizer's left leg. No actual damage was done to the mobile fort, but he managed to shake it when it finally fired its second shot. I made it. The misalignment caused by the impact was minimal, but it was a fatal error when you are aiming into the vast outer space. The super high-powered beam was fired, but it did not get anywhere near the mobile artillery unit. I won't let you fire the third one. This ends here. With a grin, Kaisai takes aim with his anti-ship grenade launcher. TLN. So, Big Zam with pew-pew-pew arms. CH-67. The mobile fort capture for. Damn it. He's inside. Where are our strikers? You were the one who told us to stay away because we might accidentally get caught up in the energy blast. Major General. Arg, what a mess. Hurry up and come over already. The inside of the Volizer's cockpit was sent into chaos. On the other hand, Kaisai fired another missile from his anti-ship grenade launcher. There, Volizer activated its automatic interception system, and Gatling guns installed on its body opened fire with their 40mm caliber bullets. However, the missile still managed to sow through the hail of bullets and hit the 4 blaster guns installed on one of its hands. He's getting carried away. The gunner barks while using her hand to operate the control stick. In anger, she operates the remaining 4 rapid blaster guns and fires at Kaisai, along with the Gatling guns that moved in tandem. tremendous firepower was directed toward the Caliburn Revive. You thought using automatic aim would work on me? Kaisai fires his thrusters and tries to fly through the gap between their Valiser's legs. Fools, I already knew you would do that. The pilot seems to have predicted this maneuver and operates one of the Valiser's legs, which is the size of a small battlecruiser, to perform a kick at the Caliburn Revive. Contrary to its appearance, its movement is rather swift. The blow should be extremely difficult to avoid due to the sheer size of the leg and the distance before the collision, but Kaisai only avoided it with a paper-thin margin. At the same time, he operates the machine gun installed on their Caliburn Revive's head and fired small ammunition into the gaps in their Valiser's armor. Hydraulic hose number 20 was severed. He did that in such a short time? The pilot was surprised when she saw the damage report on her sub-monitor. There are other hydraulic hoses inside the leg, so the damage did not cause any malfunction, but the decrease in power and speed from that leg is inevitable. Please turn us around, Mom. He's in the blind spot of our AA guns. Another one. Making use of the small opening, the remaining rapid blaster guns were destroyed by another missile from Kaisai's grenade launcher. The unpleasant vibration hit the cockpit once again. You idiot, just choose the missiles. Why do you think they made us carry a mountain load of high-mobility missiles with us? I'm sorry. When the gunner pressed the button to launch the missiles in a panic, the missile hatches at the bottom of the Valiser's main body opened. However, before any missiles could be fired from inside, several green beams flew inside them with extreme accuracy. Naturally, it was Kaisai who had already switched his weapon to a blaster rifle. What? The missile launcher blew up in a fiery explosion. The depot was destroyed. However, with the missile being designed for anti-striker combat, their Valiser did not suffer any major damage. Still, many of the missile launchers have become unusable. What a monster. Still, even so, multiple missiles flew out from the remaining launchers. Their number is in dozens. Quite a large number for a single striker. They all home in and head toward the Caliburn Revive. Whoa! With the flood of missiles flying toward him with trails of white smoke, Kaisai has to take evasive maneuvers. Some missiles seemed likely to hit him, but thanks to the newly installed anti-missile laser interceptor, they were all shot down before contact. Mom, you are not doing any good too. How? After losing multiple of their main AA weapons, the gunner muttered in a stunned manner. The automatic Gatling guns continue to put up some resistance, but they are also being taken out one after another by blaster attacks from Kaisai. Whatever. The main gun is armored and a striker can't possibly have enough firepower to pierce through our vital parts. He won't be able to do any major damage to us. The Noridian striker escort unit has already returned and is currently engaging with the Kalanshan striker squadrons. That's why the pilot decided to leave their striker unit to deal with the enemy strikers. More importantly, can he cull the number of their artillery? They are the biggest threat to us right now. Although given their Valiser's deflect shield and protective armor, the mobile artillery the Kalanshan side currently is deploying should amount to nothing but pea shooters. They continue to bombard the asteroid that their escort unit is fighting on. If they cannot take out the enemy mobile artillery, their strikers will only get one-sidedly attack from outside their range. Moreover, with a zenith like their Miss Tiltwine rampaging on the escort unit, they cannot afford to assist the Valiser in dealing with Kaisai either. It's no good, Mom. Their mobile artillery unit also has a zenith escorting them. We can't get any closer. The pilot involuntarily clenched her teeth in response to the answer of the captain in charge of attacking the enemy mobile artillery unit. Where are the reinforcements from the main fleet? With the main fleet, we should be able to crush these guys easily. The Kalanshan strikers are blocking the connecting point, Mom. Moreover, it seems that they also have their main fleet stationed nearby as well. Even with inferior numbers, the Kalanshan can turn the tide of war if they make an all-out attack on the Noridian fleet the moment their main fleet exits FTL navigation. Any decent commander would never send their troops into such an ambush unprotected. Not to mention that even with the presence of the Valiser in this system, the Noridian do not have any defensive equipment here. With the Kalanshan main fleet nearby, it would be a bad idea to launch an unreasonable attack here. Valentina probably would never choose this system as their main battleground. Damn it, what should we do? Using the pilot's moment of confusion as an opening, Kaisai turned his striker around. He then quickly moved back just before he hit the deflect shield. "Now, Your Highness." The moment he shouted so, Kaisai fired his wire gun. His target was there, Miss Tiltwine. "So it's finally my turn," Schleer answers with a ferocious smile. At the same time, she operates the Miss Tiltwine to grab onto the other end of the fired wire. Seeing that, Kaisai reels in there, Miss Tiltwine, while anchoring the Caliburn Revive to the asteroid with his pile bunker. The deflect shield's function is to repel foreign matter from outside the shield. However, with the carbon nanotube wire connected the inside to there, Miss Tiltwine, Schleer was reeled inside the shield without any resistance. Thus, another striker has infiltrated the Valiser's immediate vicinity. "Wawawa, please take me to." That communication came from Ryaka, who was still outside. With the Claymore being only a mass-produced model, it would be difficult for her to withstand an assault from such a large number of opponents. At the moment, she's barely managed to avoid the concentrated attack from the escort strikers deployed in her surroundings. Now, the wire gun was fired again, and in the same way, their Claymore infiltrated inside the deflect shield. With that being the case, their Valiser's shield is now working in their favor instead. This is bad, Mom. Let's disable the shield and have our escort strikers drive them away. The pilot hesitated for a moment, but seeing that the Kalanchen mobile artillery unit continued to fire at them, she immediately made her decision. "No, we need to take that artillery down first." Unlike these strikers, that artillery might pack enough punch to damage their Valiser. In truth, their Valiser can withstand the attack from such mobile artillery with its physical armor even without the deflect shield. However, after being toyed with by Kaisai for a while, the pilot doesn't want to deal with him anymore. That's why she used that reason to avoid dealing with him for now. However, that was a big mistake. CH-68. The Mobile Fort Capture 5. "Okay, let's take down this annoying shield first." While avoiding the bullet from the AA Gatling guns, Kaisai stated his plan. As the Valiser's pilot speculated, it is impossible for 3 strikers to cause any real damage to the gigantic fortress. "We are going to take out the shield generator?" "I see, that's why you need me." Schleer nodded with a smile on her face. "There, Miss Tiltwine, is a Zenith-type striker that boasts its firepower. If it comes to destroying things, then Schleer is pretty confident. We will be going at it with a focused strike. Because of its function, I'm sure that the generator won't be heavily armored." Saying so, Kaisai handed his anti-ship grenade launcher with depleted ammunition to Ensign Ryaka's Claymore. She naturally accepted it and gave him her fully loaded anti-ship grenade launcher. Against such an opponent, Kaisai doesn't want to waste time reloading. That's why he deliberately brought along Ensign Ryaka for extra ammo and such support. "Roger that, let's go." There, Caliburn Revive, and there, Miss Tiltwine, fired their thrusters and accelerated. Their target is the backside of the Valiser. The remaining AA Gatling guns continued to fire at them, but compared to when the battle first began, their firepower is at most unreliable. Then, even those remaining guns were all taken out by the counterattack from the 3 strikers. That must be it. At the location where Schleer pointed, there was a cylindrical engine covered with a mesh-like bulletproof cover. Its size is a little bigger than a striker. To generate a shield with repulsive force, the generator needs to be exposed to the outside. With such a limitation, it is difficult to completely protect such a thing. That's why they have no choice but to rely on such a flimsy defense from a bulletproof cover. "I'm taking it down." The full firepower of the Miss Tiltwine was immediately demonstrated. The blaster cannon on its shoulder, the heavy machine gun in its hands, and the missile launchers on its torso and legs all fired toward the target at the same time. To support her, Kaisai also fires his anti-ship grenade launcher in rapid succession. Being subjected to such firepower, the bulletproof cover was easily blown away, exposing the weak point of the gigantic mobile fort. With countless beams and rain of bullets falling on the generator, it immediately turned into useless metal scrap. "The shield generator is down." Those pesky flies," the pilot shouted with a bright red face, but it was already too late. At that moment, Kaisai gives his order in a sharp voice. "Artillery unit, fire everything you have at the mobile fort in 10 seconds. Understood." Due to the strenuous effort on Saki and the other striker pilot's part, he received a reliable reply from the mobile artillery unit. The vanguards including Kaisai then hurried away from their visor, to avoid getting caught up in the bombardment. The Norwegian striker corps shoot their blaster rifles at them from behind, but Kaisai deflects all the beams away using his photon saber. Moreover, as a counterattack, he fired a missile from his anti-ship grenade launcher at them. "You think something that slow will hit us?" The Norwegian pilot casually evaded the missile with a grin, but another missile flew toward the location she is now heading toward. The firepower of an anti-ship missile is quite an overkill against a striker. There, Jetta immediately lost the lower half of its body and was blown away. "All crafts, fire!" The moment after, the sharp voice of the captain of the mobile artillery unit can be heard from the communication line, and a large number of thick beams impact on top of the visor. Damage report: minimal damage. They barely scratched us, ma'am. However, the armor of the visor was very sturdy, although its surface turns red from the heat and slightly dented from the impact. The beams did not penetrate its armor. Seeing that, some of the pilots in the mobile artillery unit sighed in disappointment. As expected of visor, that was nothing to us. On the other hand, their visor's pilot rejoices and hits the console panel with a big smile while celebrating. "Hokuto-san, it's fine." In response to Schlier's worried voice, Kaisai exchanged his anti-ship grenade launcher with Ensign Ryako again with a confident expression. He then kicked off the surface of the asteroid and flew up. "I won't let you." The escort Jettas opened fire at him to push him back, but Kaisai swat away their bullets and arrived directly above the visor, without any problem. Shit, damn monster. "What are you going to do now?" Kaisai responded to the pilot's cry even though their communication channel was not connected, and fired his anti-ship grenade launcher at the visor in rapid succession until all of the loaded ammunition was exhausted. The sluggish visor has no way to avoid it, and all missiles hit the spot previously damaged by the salvo from the artillery unit. As soon as the ammunition was exhausted, Kaisai threw the grenade launcher away and grasped his photon saber with both hands. He then fired the thruster at full power and plunged toward the visor. Somebody stop him!" the pilot shouted, but there is nothing that can stop Kaisai right now. The green blade of his photon saber managed to pierce the dented armor. The photon saber's particle condenser immediately ran out of power from the forceful penetration. Kaisai threw it away and instead grabbed his blaster rifle and put its muzzle into the small hole made by the photon saber. "This is the end," he fired. With no armor plate in the way, there's nothing to block the beam. The highly condensed particle shot through their visor's engine, and the phase transition turbine, which was rotating at high speed, shut down with a loud noise. "Main engine disabled. Our main gun is down, ma'am." At the gunner's report, the pilot involuntarily gave up. They are not completely offline thanks to the power from the sub-engine, but they cannot perform any proper movement, let alone any attack now. With that being the case, their visor is as good as an oversized coffin. It's over. Everything is over. The moment the pilot fell into despair, cheers rose from the Kalenjin army. "Whoa!" "Cheers to their wicked star." "We did it! We did it!" As expected of my Kaisai-san. "I think I just heard something that I can't ignore though." Although the Kalenjin soldiers were raising their voices of joy, Kaisai frowned as he stared up to the sky. "Don't let your guard down, there's more coming." Almost at the same time that Kaisai's warning rang out, a powerful beam was fired toward the Caliburn Revive. Kaisai avoided it by utilizing the full power of his thruster, and the crimson beam that cut through the blackness of space made its impact on the armor of the visor. "Your Highness, Ensign Ryaka, please retreat toward our artillery unit. This one is skilled, I will handle her." An enemy? Did they break through our blockade? Let's go. "Your Highness." Schlier was confused, but her hands still operate the control stick on reflex, and Ensign Ryaka follows suit. If the enemy reinforcements arrive, their mobile artillery unit will be in danger unless they quickly retreat. "So you let the small flies escape first, huh?" "That's a good judgment, Desu." The enemy communication came through the open channel. When he turned to look, he spotted a blue striker with a large pistol in each hand. "It's nice to meet you, Desun. Wicked Star-san." "I am Nora Arcade." One of the Nord Empire's 4 heavenly. Inside the cockpit of the blue striker, a girl with short gray hair introduces herself with a sadist smile. "My second name is Gauten, TLN, Heavenly Roar. And this, Zarova, will be your opponent, Desu. Nora challenged Kaisai to single combat in a cheerful voice while pointing her blaster magnums at Kaisai. Now then, let's see what you got. CH-69. The Roar of Heaven won. Several dozens of minutes ago, a striker exited FTL navigation at a blockaded connection point in the Wraith system. It is a unique-looking blue striker armed with two large chrome pistols. Its name is Zarova, a striker belonging to one of the strongest pilots in the Nord Empire. Nora Arcade's personal striker. FTL jammer is working. Only one striker got through, but it's a Zenith. Don't let your guard down. Of course, the connection point was being monitored by the elites of the Kalanchian Empire. After exiting FTL navigation, there, Zarova, was surrounded by hundreds of strikers. Such a backwater country. HMPH. Do they really think that they can stop me with just this? It seems they underestimated me quite a bit. Soon. Nora deploys acrobatic maneuvers to avoid the merciless barrage fired at her. The accelerometer on her console is displaying some ridiculous numbers, but Nora's expression remains composed. This guy, she's no ordinary pilot. Her Highness will be in danger if we let her pass. Stop her here at all costs. Several claymores flew in front of the Zarova to block its path and opened fire with their blaster rifles and submachine guns. Ha! Fools. It's 100 years too early for small flies like you to stop this Norris armor. Desayu. Nora avoids the oncoming beams and shells with paper-thin margin. Her movements indicate that this is nothing for her. It's because she completely saw through her enemy's attacks that she managed to avoid them with minimal movements. Time for payback. Desayu. Her two pistols fired at the same time. The beams emitted from them easily penetrated the cockpits of the two claymores that attacked her. No way. With a single shot. Those guns, they are not ordinary blast pistols. Panic started to spread among the Kalanchian soldiers. After all, this type of small firearm normally should not have enough power to penetrate a striker's frontal armor with a single shot. Damn it. We can't take down that striker with a half-baked attack like this. I'm going in. Viscountess. No. A claymore, with gorgeous decoration, pulled out its longsword and plunged toward the Zarova. This claymore appeared to have been tuned considerably, as the speed of its charge is unthinkable of an ordinary mass-produced machine. How rash. Seriously, muscloids are the worst. Soon. On the other hand, Nora greeted the charge with frosty ridicule. There, claymore swung its longsword down from above, but there, Zarova parried it with a small bayonet attached to its blaster magnum on its right hand while pointing the muzzle of the magnum in its left hand at the cockpit of the claymore. With a flowing movement, a crimson beam was mercilessly fired at the cockpit. After looking toward the enemy pilot, who was completely evaporated by the beam with a glimpse of pity, a ferocious smile returned to Nora's face. I don't mind sparing you people if you let me through though. Des again? Avenge the Viscountess. A claymore rushed in while spraying its machine gun toward Nora. Nora pulls the trigger as she sighed in disappointment. Her kill score was just increased by 1. Damn monster. Surround her and concentrate fire. However, the Kalanchian pilots here are also elites. Such losses are not enough to damage their morale. Rather, their attack only becomes fiercer from the anger of losing their friends. How diligence. Nora muttered in a tone that is a mix of disappointment and pity. It can't be helped then. I will have you people quiet down a bit. Desu. The onslaught of Nora's blaster magnums begins on their claymores. Her shooting speed is fast. Moreover, her aim is extremely accurate. One after another, the Kalanchian strikers are being shot down. Oops. Then, the blaster magnum in there, Zarova's right hand ran out of bullets. At the same time, an empty magazine was automatically ejected with a warning sound echoing in the cockpit. Using that opening, 3 claymores rush her with their long sword and photon saber. Phew! With a small exhalation, Nora fires at them with the blaster magnum on the left hand. 1 claymore was shot down by the crimson beam, but she did not have enough time to make a second shot. While avoiding the sideways swing of their photon saber by somersaulting backward, a subarm installed below the elbow of the Zarova's right arm slammed a spare magazine into the blaster magnum, completing the reload. The end. Nora fires both magnums, destroying the 2 remaining claymores in one move. We can't beat that thing in melee. The performance and pilot skills are just too different. but that weapon should have trouble against faraway opponents. Support team. We need fire support at our location. At the command of the commander, the support team consisting of specially designed strikers equipped with blaster cannons fixed on their shoulder called the Partisans, open fire on their Zareva. HMPH. Nora scoffed in ridicule while avoiding the long-range bombardment. Certainly, this, Zareva, is powerless in long-range Desu. But, the moment Nora stepped on the foot pedal, the large propulsion engine equipped on the back of the Zareva generated enormous amounts of thrust. With a blue trail behind it, their Zareva sped through the space like a bullet. Wow! What's that speed? Support team, retreat. It's too late. Desion. Your order, that is. There, Zareva assaults the support team who tried to retreat in a hurry. The two blaster magnums repeatedly fired, and each time a Kalanchen striker was shot down. Well, is that all? In less than 5 minutes the support team was wiped out. Nora nods satisfactorily at the result and looks around. There are still enemies left in her surroundings, but they now realize that this is not an opponent they can beat, so no one dares to attack carelessly. Okay then. Let's get back to the mission. I'm quite busy, so I can't waste my time in a place like this, Desu. With that said, there, Zareva fired its thruster and left the place. Some of the Kalanchen strikers tried to give chase, but the performance of their thrusters are just too different, and Nora flew away in a blink of an eye. What the hell? Left behind, the Kalanchen soldiers had no choice but to stare blankly as she left. CH-70. The Roar of Heaven 2. Back to the present. When Nora announced herself as one of the Four Heavenly, a big wave spread among both her enemies and allies. The Four Heavenly? Has Nora-sama came for us? We weren't abandoned. Speaking of the Gauten, she's one of our empire's strongest, right? We won. The morale of the Norwegian soldiers, which plummeted after the defeat of the Valizer, recovered at once. Their sluggish movement quickly improved, and several strikers immediately went after Schleer and Ryaka. Seeing that, Kaisai has a happy smile on his face. This is why I can't have enough of a battlefield. It's so much fun, right? Kaisai-san, please be careful. The Four Heavenly is the title given to the 4 best pilots of the Nord Empire. Schleer, who flew off to join the mobile artillery unit, gave him a warning with a sharp voice. That's an opponent you can't let your guard down against. Please, be careful. I know. While nodding to her, Kaisai returned the now useless photon saber to the hard point and instead pulled out the blaster rifle from the waist. The attached bayonet gleamed at his opponent. HMPH. The one who made the first move was Nora. Activating the extra-large thruster on the back of the Zareva, Nora speeds toward him with a powerful thrust. You're coming at me, huh? Kaisai mercilessly fired his blaster rifle on their Zareva, which is racing toward him like a comet. So what? Nora skillfully utilized the big boost given by her thruster and avoided the beams. Kicking off the rocky surface of the asteroid, Nora fires her blaster magnums at Kaisai while performing zigzag maneuvers. A large particle cartridge is ejected with each shot, and the beam fired at Kaisai was so thick that it dwarfed the muzzle. In response, Kaisai flicked it back with his spare photon saber he pulled out using the left hand. Naturally, the thick beam was deflected back directly toward the Zareva, just like the Roma said, huh? However, Nora wasn't named the strongest just for show either. She avoided it with minimal movement and fired the thruster even more. The powerful thrust blew the dust up from the surface of the asteroid, generating a cloud of dust. I might be a little disadvantaged at mid-range, but close-quarter combat is my thing. Desu. Nora accelerates even further while baring her fangs in the ferocious smile. The accelerating power of the Zareva, which generates clouds of dust behind it every time it speeds up, is unordinary. Its output is probably greater than that of the Caliburn Revive. Ha 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 ha. Nice. Fight me at whatever range you want. I will keep you company. Saying so, Kaisai also steps on the foot pedal. Now, the two are only a stone's throw away from each other. Activating the anchor, there, Zareva, scrape the rocky surface as Nora operates the control stick to aim her blaster magnum at Kaisai with a crisp movement. However, the moment she pulled the trigger, the bayonet attached to Kaisai's rifle flicked the magnum away, disrupting her aim. The shot beam missed and ended up scorching the rocks nearby. There's more where that came from. However, another magnum immediately pointed its muzzle at the cockpit of the Caliburn Revive. You think I will let you? Kaisai performed a strong high kick on the arm of the Zarova. Although the magnum was not dropped, the impact from the kick managed to shake the blue striker's massive frame. TSK. Nora did not try to forcefully regain her bearing. Instead, she fires the thruster up and jumps back while performing a somersault. I'm actually quite acrobatic myself too, Desu. In the middle of a somersault, she fired both of her magnums again. Two powerful red beams raced toward Kaisai. Sloppy. However, both shots were deflected back by his photon saber. Of course, once again it all fly back toward the Zarova. You little. Nora fully utilized her thruster to completely avoid the deflected shots, but Kaisai immediately followed up with a shot from his blaster rifle. Nora managed to avoid the shot, but cold sweat started to form on her face. He flicked the shots right back at me again. Just what is this guy? Normally, it would be easy to avoid projectiles at this distance. However, the beam fired by Kaisai's rifle flies exactly toward the location where Nora moved to, as though he knew beforehand where she planned to move. Without Nora's extraordinary reflex and the mobility of the Zarova, she would be ridden with holes by now. If I attack poorly from a distance, I will be disadvantaged. Instead, I have to get close, soon. Still, Nora has her pride as the strongest of the Nord Empire. She cannot afford to retreat here. So, she forcibly puts on a smile and fires her thruster at full capacity to charge at Kaisai. I can't have enough. This is why I love doing this. In return, Kaisai bears a big smile as though he truly is enjoying this. He then fires his rifle in rapid succession toward Nora. A few shots from that thing won't hurt this Zarova. Nora kept evasive maneuver to a minimum. She allowed a few shots to hit, but with a thick frontal armor plate and a high-performance regenerative armor capacitor, no major damage was caused to the machine itself. So you stopped overthinking already, huh? Good. Kaisai was smiling, but his blaster rifle had already run out of bullets. I've got you, Nora shouted as she saw he ejected the empty magazine. Her finger pulled the trigger and a shell was fired from a large caliber short-barrel grenade launcher mounted on the chest of the Zarova. The shell has a proximity fuse that detonates before Kaisai could deflect it off, and black smoke bursts out from the inside of the shell. You have something like that too, huh? Kaisai groaned while glancing at the radar. The smoke appears to contain chaff that can jam the radio wave as a countermeasure for radar. TLN. Chaff are pieces of small aluminum or metallized glass fiber that are used as radar targeting system countermeasure. Not only can he not rely on the optical camera, the reading from radar also became unreliable. You are mine. Inside the black smoke, he can't possibly deflect the beam back at her. Thinking so, Nora fired her blaster magnum with a smile on her face. CH-71. The Roar of Heaven 3. WHO. Inside the black cloud of smoke, a green blade was swung up. The crimson beam that came flying toward Kaisai was then batted away like a baseball. Do you think I am? The beam was hit back and returned to the shooter as if its trajectory was reversed. It collided on their Zarova's right shoulder plate, blowing it away, exposing the hydraulic cylinder inside. Monster. However, their Zarova is still operable. More importantly, Nora still did not lose her will to fight. She stepped on the foot pedal and plunged herself into the cloud of black smoke. You really are the best. Kaisai welcomed her charge with joy. He throws his photon saber straight up to the air while avoiding the muzzle of the blaster magnum that comes straight toward him with minimal movement. Then, after parrying away the other magnum with his bayonet, he slammed a spare magazine into his rifle. That's a mistake. Nora smiles as she activates the anchor on the right foot. Even though she is inside a smoke screen, she can still vaguely sense her target at close range. Since she had many opportunities to fight in this kind of situation, both in training and combat, she has enough experience to put up a proper fight even when she has poor visibility. Take this. The sudden break causes her striker to lose balance. However, that was intentional. Using the centrifugal force, she is performing a kick at caliber and revive. Whoa! Kaisai backstepped and avoided the kick, but Nora's attack was still not over. Using the momentum, she swung her magnum round and pointed its muzzle at him with a flowing movement. You are fast. But Kaisai kicked the ground while avoiding Nora's shot with a high jump which was made possible by the asteroid's weak gravity. He recovered his photon saber which he threw up earlier with a wire gun. That's still not enough. There, Zarova was about to jump up in pursuit, but before it could, Kaisai fired his thruster and landed back on the surface. Nora reflexively turned her magnum toward the place he's landing to make use of the landing momentum to land her shot, but she hesitated when she saw the gleam of the green condensed particles blade through the fading smoke screen. She realized that shooting at him without pre-planning will only turn out badly for her. Instead, "I have to shoot him from a distance that he won't be able to swing his sword," muttered so. She floored the foot pedal and rapidly accelerated. At the same time, she operates the console panel of the Zareva-S grenade launcher to switch the smoke grenade round to AP round. "That's more like it." Kaisai fires his blaster rifle toward the Zareva, which is closing in on him at the speed of a bullet. "You can't take down my Zareva with that much firepower, Desayu." However, Nora did not move to avoid his shot. The beam impacted the abdominal armor of the Zareva and disappeared after bursting on the armor plate. Although the paint was burnt and white smoke can be seen rising from the armor surface, the shot did not penetrate it. "Its defense is quite extraordinary. Come at me however you want." Ha ha ha. He doesn't have time to shoot the second shot. In an instant, the distance between their Caliburn Revive and their Zareva was so close that even small scratches on their armor plate could be seen. Nora then nimbly swung her magnum like a dagger. However, instead of a slash, what came at Kaisai was a beam. Ha ha, so fast. The distance is too close for him to use the bayonet on his rifle. The beam fired from the magnum in there, Zareva-S left hand was evaded by backstepping, while another one that was fired from the magnum in the right hand was deflected away by the photon saber. A thick beam was only several dozens of centimeters away from the armor plate as it flew past, and the white paint on their Caliburn Revive turned bubbly via the heat from the scattered particles. "That's not all, Desayu." Nora's finger pulls the trigger. This time it was her grenade launcher. However, at the same time, the two machine guns mounted on top of the Caliburn Revive-S head also started firing. An explosion occurs on the chest of the Zareva, as the shell was shot down the moment it was fired. The tremor hit the cockpit and Nora was disoriented for a moment. Unable to miss that opening, Kaisai holds the grip of the photon saber and unleashes a straight punch at their Zareva. "Damn. You." Seeing the glowing black stakes attached on their Caliburn Revive-S arm, Nora shifted the body of her striker down to avoid a direct hit. The aim of the pile bunker, which was supposed to pierce the abdomen of the Zareva, has deviated and it instead pierced the base of the Zareva-S left shoulder. The left arm was completely blown away, as the hand still held onto a blaster magnum. At the same time, hydraulic oil burst out and soiled the armor of the two strikers. But I got you now. In front of Nora is the defenseless Caliburn Revive, with its arms outstretched. At this distance, avoiding an attack from her should be extremely difficult. "This is the end, Desu." Using that moment, Nora swung down the magnum in the remaining right hand. At this distance, using the bayonet's blade on her magnum should be faster than firing it as a gun. "And why do you think I will let you do that?" However, Kaisai also anticipated this attack. He threw away his rifle and saber and received the bayonet with both hands. A strong impact from the collision of metal hit the cockpits of both machines. TSK. Kaisai clicked his tongue as the warning alarm pierced his ears. An abnormal amount of pressure is building up due to the hydraulic overload. Both arms of the Caliburn Revive are making creaking noises. This is just the power of one arm. Their Caliburn Revive was completely pushed back by the abnormal strength of the Zareva. The tachometer is already pointing in the red one, and even though the engine is loudly revving up, the blade is still approaching him. The other party's probably trying to rely on this and push through with brute force as well. "Blame your defeat on that shabby Kalanchen striker." "You think I'd lose?" Kaisai's finger pulled the trigger. The machine guns mounted on their Caliburn Revive-S head fired at their Zareva-S main camera. At the same time, he also relaxed the strength in their Caliburn Revive-S legs. Wow! The next moment, their Zareva was flying through the air. Nora only realized that she was thrown when their Zareva collided with a large rock, which completely put her striker to a stop. On the other hand, Kaisai immediately retrieves his blaster rifle with his wire gun and shoots it at the armorless right shoulder before Nora could take any evasive action. The unarmored shoulder was easily blown off and the entire right arm of the Zareva flew away. Both arms? But, almost purely on reflex, She pulls the trigger of the grenade launcher, but she was mercilessly greeted with the word, "Launcher malfunction," displaying in red on her sub-monitor. It appeared that the launcher was damaged when Kaisai intercepted her earlier shot. As if an ice block was fused to her spine, Nora stiffened. What she sees on the main monitor is the image of the Caliburn Revive, which is still mostly intact, pointing the muzzle of its blaster rifle at her from a close distance. The image is extremely rough due to the damage to her main camera, but that instead amplifies the horror of her situation. If she stays down like this, she will definitely be killed. The moment she realized that, Nora lost control of her bladder. Her body trembled as she sensed the unpleasant warm sensation at her crotch. It seems someone came to pick you up. However, the moment she heard that casual voice, "There, Caliburn Revive," lowered its rifle. At the same time, a black gold striker armed with a lance landed between the two strikers. "Sergeant Major Nora, are you okay?" "Why, Your Highness." It was Valentina Zenith. "There, Orthocratza." Without relaxing her guard, Valentina kept the muzzle of the blaster gun on the tip of her lance toward Kaisai. "We've rescued the Major General. Your mission is complete. Let's withdraw." Originally, Nora's mission was to stall Kaisai. Using that opening, Valentina led a squad through the blockade and recovered the pilot of the Volizer. Since the pilot holds the rank of a Major General TLN, can be counted as a commanding officer, she could be tried as a war criminal under the Kalanchian law if she was taken as POW. After all, the Nord Empire had been slaughtering civilians in this conflict. Understood. With his muzzle lowered, it appeared that Kaisai did not intend to prevent their retreat. Nora manages to stand up and take off without using the missing arms. Valentina also left immediately after Nora flew off. Around Kaisai, there are no longer Noridian soldiers. It appears that they have already withdrawn ahead. Damn it! While glancing back at the asteroid which is getting smaller and smaller, Nora swore. There were tears in her eyes. The feeling of cold urine soaking her crotch and the relief that she managed to survive made it feel even worse. This is the first time since she was born that she suffered this kind of humiliation. "Damn you, unforgivable. Next time you are dead," Nora shouted with large beads of tear spilled from her eyes while messing up her red-tinted grey short hair. "Absolutely unforgivable." CH-72. The Roar of Heaven 3. WHO. Inside the black cloud of smoke, a green blade was swung up. The crimson beam that came flying toward Kaisai was then batted away like a baseball. "Do you think I am?" The beam was hit back and returned to the shooter as if its trajectory was reversed. It collided on their Zarova's right shoulder plate, blowing it away, exposing the hydraulic cylinder inside. "You monster." However, their Zarova is still operable. More importantly, Nora still did not lose her will to fight. She stepped on the foot pedal and plunged herself into the cloud of black smoke. "You really are the best." Kaisai welcomed her charge with joy. He throws his photon saber straight up to the air while avoiding the muzzle of the blaster magnum that comes straight toward him with minimal movement. Then, after parrying away the other magnum with his bayonet, he slammed a spare magazine into his rifle. "That's a mistake." Nora smiles as she activates the anchor on the right foot. Even though she is inside a smoke screen, she can still vaguely sense her target at close range. Since she had many opportunities to fight in this kind of situation, both in training and combat, she has enough experience to put up a proper fight even when she has poor visibility. Take this. The sudden break causes her striker to lose balance. However, that was intentional. Using the centrifugal force, she is performing a kick at Caliburn Revive. Whoa! Kaisai backstepped and avoided the kick, but Nora's attack was still not over. Using the momentum, she swung her magnum around and pointed its muzzle at him with a flowing movement. "You are fast." But Kaisai kicked the ground while avoiding Nora's shot with a high jump which was made possible by the asteroid's weak gravity. He recovered his photon saber which he threw up earlier with a wire gun. That's still not enough. There, Zarova was about to jump up in pursuit, but before it could, Kaisai fired his thruster and landed back on the surface. Nora reflexively turned her magnum toward the place he's landing to make use of the landing momentum to land her shot, but she hesitated when she saw the gleam of the green condensed particles blade through the fading smoke screen. She realized that shooting at him without pre-planning will only turn out badly for her. Instead, "I have to shoot him from a distance that he won't be able to swing his sword," muttered. So She floored the foot pedal and rapidly accelerated. At the same time, she operates the console panel of the Zareva-S grenade launcher to switch the smoke grenade round to AP round. That's more like it. Kaisai fires his blaster rifle toward the Zareva, which is closing in on him at the speed of a bullet. You can't take down my Zareva with that much firepower, Desayu. However, Nora did not move to avoid his shot. The beam impacted the abdominal armor of the Zareva, and disappeared after bursting on the armor plate. Although the paint was burnt and white smoke can be seen rising from the armor surface, the shot did not penetrate it. Its defense is quite extraordinary. Come at me however you want. Ha ha ha. He doesn't have time to shoot the second shot. In an instant, the distance between their Caliburn Revive and their Zareva was so close that even small scratches on their armor plate could be seen. Nora then nimbly swung her magnum like a dagger. However, instead of a slash, what came at Kaisai was a beam. Ha ha, so fast. The distance is too close for him to use the bayonet on his rifle. The beam fired from the magnum in there, Zareva-S left hand was evaded by backstepping, while another one that was fired from the magnum in the right hand was deflected away by the photon saber. A thick beam was only several dozens of centimeters away from the armor plate as it flew past, and the white paint on their Caliburn Revive turned bubbly via the heat from the scattered particles. That's not all, Desayu. Nora's finger pulls the trigger. This time it was her grenade launcher. However, at the same time, the two machine guns mounted on top of the Caliburn Revive's head also started firing. An explosion occurs on the chest of the Zareva, as the shell was shot down the moment it was fired. The tremor hit the cockpit and Nora was disoriented for a moment. Unable to miss that opening, Kaisai holds the grip of the photon saber and unleashes a straight punch at their Zareva. Damn. You. Seeing the glowing black stakes attached on their Caliburn Revive's arm, Nora shifted the body of her striker down to avoid a direct hit. The aim of the pile bunker, which was supposed to pierce the abdomen of the Zareva, has deviated and it instead pierced the base of the Zareva's left shoulder. The left arm was completely blown away, as the hand still held onto a blaster magnum. At the same time, hydraulic oil burst out and soiled the armor of the two strikers. But I got you now. In front of Nora is the defenseless Caliburn Revive, with its arms outstretched. At this distance, avoiding an attack from her should be extremely difficult. This is the end, Desu. Using that moment, Nora swung down the magnum in the remaining right hand. At this distance, using the bayonet's blade on her magnum should be faster than firing it as a gun. And why do you think I will let you do that? However, Kaisai also anticipated this attack. He threw away his rifle and saber and received the bayonet with both hands. A strong impact from the collision of metal hit the cockpits of both machines. TSK. Kaisai clicked his tongue as the warning alarm pierced his ears. An abnormal amount of pressure is building up due to the hydraulic overload. Both arms of the Caliburn Revive are making creaking noises. This is just the power of one arm. Their Caliburn Revive was completely pushed back by the abnormal strength of the Zareva. The tachometer is already pointing in the red one, and even though the engine is loudly revving up, the blade is still approaching him. The other party's probably trying to rely on this and push through with brute force as well. Blame your defeat on that shabby Kalanchen striker. You think I'd lose? Kaisai's finger pulled the trigger. The machine guns mounted on their Caliburn Revive's head fired at their Zareva's main camera. At the same time, he also relaxed the strength in their Caliburn Revive's legs. Wow! The next moment, their Zareva was flying through the air. Nora only realized that she was thrown when their Zareva collided with a large rock, which completely put her striker to a stop. On the other hand, Kaisai immediately retrieves his blaster rifle with his wire gun and shoots it at the armorless right shoulder before Nora could take any evasive action. The unarmored shoulder was easily blown off and the entire right arm of the Zareva flew away. Both arms? But, almost purely on reflex, she pulls the trigger of the grenade launcher, but she was mercilessly greeted with the word, "Launcher malfunction," displaying in red on her sub-monitor. It appeared that the launcher was damaged when Kaisai intercepted her earlier shot. As if an ice block was fused to her spine, Nora stiffened. What she sees on the main monitor is the image of the Caliburn Revive, which is still mostly intact, pointing the muzzle of its blaster rifle at her from a close distance. The image is extremely rough due to the damage to her main camera, but that instead amplifies the horror of her situation. If she stays down like this, she will definitely be killed. The moment she realized that, Nora lost control of her bladder. Her body trembled as she sensed the unpleasant warm sensation at her crotch. It seems someone came to pick you up. However, the moment she heard that casual voice, there, Caliburn Revive, lowered its rifle. At the same time, a black gold striker armed with a lance landed between the two strikers. Sergeant Major Nora, are you okay? Why, Your Highness. It was Valentina Zenith, there, Orthocratza. Without relaxing her guard, Valentina kept the muzzle of the blaster gun on the tip of her lance toward Kaisai. We've rescued the Major General. Your mission is complete. Let's withdraw. Originally, Nora's mission was to stall Kaisai. Using that opening, Valentina led a squad through the blockade and recovered the pilot of the Valizer. Since the pilot holds the rank of a Major General TLN, can be counted as a commanding officer, she could be tried as a war criminal under the Kalanchian law if she was taken as POW. After all, the Nord Empire had been slaughtering civilians in this conflict. Understood. With his muzzle lowered, it appeared that Kaisai did not intend to prevent their retreat. Nora manages to stand up and take off without using the missing arms. Valentina also left immediately after Nora flew off. Around Kaisai, there are no longer Noradian soldiers. It appears that they have already withdrawn ahead. Damn it! While glancing back at the asteroid which is getting smaller and smaller, Nora swore. There were tears in her eyes. The feeling of cold urine soaking her crotch and the relief that she managed to survive made it feel even worse. This is the first time since she was born that she suffered this kind of humiliation. Damn you, unforgivable. Next time you are dead. Nora shouted with large beads of tears spilled from her eyes while messing up her red-tinted grey short hair. Absolutely unforgivable. CH-73. The Four Heavenly Meeting 2. Inside a small conference room on board the flagship of the Nord Empire's Kalanchian Expeditionary Fleet, there, Adele Vanson. An unpleasant silence continued to hang over the room where the four ace pilots of the Nord Empire, nicknamed there, Four Heavenly, gathered. The tall beauty nicknamed there, Heavenly Blade, Tursis seems to be thinking about something as she gazes silently into the air. There, Heavenly Eye, Lyran, who was the most depressed until earlier, is now writing something on a paper with her face deep blue. And the person who brought about this silence herself, Nora, there, Heavenly Roar, is bearing a moody expression as she sits in the corner of the room. See, can we chat a bit, Nora-chan? It was Eleanor the aristocrat who bears the title of the Heavenly Thunder, who broke that heavy atmosphere. She walks up to Nora and speaks to her with a stiff smile. What, Desu? Nora replied with an unfriendly attitude. She is only 14 years old, the youngest among the four Heavenly. Moreover, she looks even younger thanks to her natural baby face. Her appearance is rather cute, but the intimidation she's giving off right now is like a wild beast disproportionate to her age. Are you doing okay? Did you get any injuries? Eleanor knew from the report that Nora did not suffer any injury, but she pretends not to know and asks her that on purpose. After all, she can't find anything to start a conversation with. Huh? Injury? Nora's mouth narrowed into a straight line. Not at all, Desu. I'm perfectly fine, Desu. Yeah. Eleanor was taken aback by Nora, who suddenly started being so upbeat. However, Nora continued without minding that. Thinking back on it now, that man had been trying to attack the cockpit with all his might. Desu, it was like he was saying that he can beat me even with a handicap. Ha 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 ha. That's so funny, don't you think? As if she tried to compensate for her earlier silence, Nora said so in a loud voice. However, Eleanor caught something that she can't possibly let go, so she grabbed Nora on both of her shoulders before interrogating her. A man? The mercenary from the report is a man? He's a man, all right. It's a little hard to tell from his voice alone, but it's clear from how he talks. Either that or he's gay, Nah, impossible. A man being a mercenary, how ungraceful. It's a widely known rumor that there, Wicked Star, is a man. Are you stupid? Lyran, who's still writing something with her pen, coldly said that to Eleanor. On the other hand, Eleanor simply smiles and shrugs it off. I have said this several times already before. Rumors of a lowly mercenary aren't worth my time. Lyran sighs at Eleanor's casual attitude. And rest assured, both of you, this Eleanor Alpha Flutter will be the one who defeat the Wicked Star. With a confident look, Elena forms a fist with her white-gloved hands. Seeing her smug attitude, Lyran coldly gazes at her again. A man soiling a woman's profession warrants a punishment. I will catch him alive and re-educate him myself. I will definitely make a fine gentleman out of him. Foo-fa-foo. Huh? What are you talking about? I'm the one who's going to beat him. Desu. Nora immediately protested as she kicked her chair and stood up. I will regain my honor with my own hands. That's my way, Desu. HMPH. Someone who's already lost should just step back. Next time you might not get so lucky, you know. Who lost? It was just a strategic retreat, Desu. Oh ho ho ho. A loser sure barks louder, don't you think? As the two started picking a fight with each other, Tursis soundlessly got between them. Unable to sense her presence at all, the two were taken by surprise. That's it. No good comes from a conflict between allies. TSK. Nora clicked her tongue and turned away from Tursis, who reprimanded them in a cold voice. More importantly, Lady Nora, I'm sorry, but if you don't mind ... can you tell me more about the battle you had with the Wicked Star? That's right. That's right. I want to hear about it too. Elena jumps up and down behind Tursis to support her. Her plump breast shakes up and down each time. I know that you do not want to talk much about it, but ... please. While ignoring Elena, Tursis bowed and asked. Nora involuntarily pursed her lips, but she immediately sighed and complied with Tursis's request. Well, fine. Desu. Sorry. Tursis smiled and sat down on the chair right next to Nora. Elena also sits down across from her with a nonchalant expression. Seeing that, Nora silently stood up and moved a seat away from Elena. Still, it's not like I fought him for that long. I don't really have much to say, Desu. Nora says as she crosses her arms in front of her almost completely vertical chest. In reply, Tursis nodded silently at her. When it comes to an ace pilot, there are the types who are capable of making swift decisions, those who are extremely good at specific weapons like swords or guns. Usually it's those types that we encounter. But he, Wicked Star, does not belong to those types at all. Then what's he like? It's simple, Desu. Your attack will never land, but his attacks always will. That's all, Desu. Unable to understand what she meant, Tursis tilted her head. He's very skilled at evasion and the accuracy of his attack was extremely high. Is that what you wanted to say? That's not it. It's not something lukewarm like that. No matter what kind of attack I make, it simply did not land at all. Moreover, every shot he takes will definitely hit you. It wouldn't surprise me if someone told me he's using magic or psychic power, you know. That's the Wicked Star. No matter who saw him on the battlefield, they will be shot down without question. It's meaningless to resist. Lyran supported Nora's words. She then put the paper she wrote something on into an envelope and put it into her pocket before continuing. This is not the question of being weak or strong. He's like a god on the battlefield. It's foolish to go against him. Seriously, what are you all worried so much about, ladies? It's only worsening our morale to hear useless things like that, you know. I agree. I'm sorry, but speaking only about his ability will not lead us to a strategy to take him down. Although it was unusual for Tursis and Elena to see eye to eye, Nora and Lyran sighed at the same time. They were in sync so much that both Nora and Lyran paused and stared at each other. Don't tell me, Lyran-san too. Seeing her attitude so far, Nora can't help but think that Lyran has also fought the Wicked Star before. However, Lyran shakes her head sideways with an indescribable expression on her face. No comment. Anyway, tell me more about him first. We will discuss this more after that. Tursis interrupts the conversation between the two. Her tone was strong and strangely, she sounded happy. When Nora gazed back at her with a doubtful look, it appeared like Tursis couldn't hold in her excitement. Damn battle junkie. Is that a problem? Suddenly, the door to the conference room was opened. The eyes of the four immediately turned toward the door. There, the person in charge of the Kalanchian Expeditionary Fleet. Diarose herself was there. Thanks for the wait, ladies. Diarose said so with a grin. Now then, let us start our strategy meeting. CH-74. The Four Heavenly Meeting 3. Well then, I will explain the general placement of our army first, Diarose stated while bringing up the star chart on the large screen in the conference room. The four all listened seriously to her briefing. Since this is important enough to make Diarose think that she needs to brief them herself, They might fall victim to her electromagnetic whip if they do not pay attention. The goal of those Kalantian dogs is simple, to take back the Senstra system. With a confident look, Diarose uses her pointer to show the star system in question on the star chart. This system is our logistical key point. If they take control over this position, the movement of our army will be greatly restricted. Not to mention that if we handle this poorly, we might not have a route to escape back to our homeland. Speaking of the Senstra system, it is famous for rare metals that are used in armor plate production. Correct? The rare metals mined here are one of Kalantia's main sources of income. Well, I would want to take this place back too if I were them, Diarose replied. The mines in the Senstra system have already been started up again by the Nord Empire. Everything they mine has been shipped back to the arsenal in their homeland. In that regard, this system is a territory that the Nord Empire doesn't want to let go of. That's why this system is our precious bait. We will thin their number with our strikers and assault fleets first, while our main fleet will confront theirs at one of the habitable planets in the Senstra system. This Senstra Prime. We are going for a planetary battle? That's interesting. Tursis grins with her arms crossed. Diarose raised her eyebrows at how she worded it, but Tursis is the daughter of one of the most trusted aristocratic houses in the Nord Empire. Although she herself came from the imperial family, she can't complain much about her attitude. Thus, she cleared her throat and continued the briefing. We have already stationed an army on Senstra Prime. The defense that consisted of strikers, multi-legged tanks, and submarines. The fact that they were on the invading side played a large part in their defeat at Laboya. Diarose's current strategy is to reverse offense and defense and reproduce Laboya for their side. Well, this matter doesn't concern you ladies. After all, I'm not going to task you to squash such small flies. So, as I thought. Correct, you all will deal with that mercenary. Diarose's reply was as the anticipated. Tursis and Nora look like they are raring to go while Nora seems indifferent. However, Lyran silently took the envelope out from her pocket and handed it to Diarose. Huh? What is this? To Diarose, who asked that with an expression filled with suspicion, Lyran replied with a tense smile, a resignation letter. Please allow me to quit the Nord army today. Huh? Diarose's mouth unintentionally hung open while Nora mumbled, this is the first time I see that woman smiled. To herself, why now? Depending on your answer, the penalty for this will not be light, you know. I don't want to fight the wicked star. Diarose silently took out her favorite whip. She then pressed the button on its grip and crackling noise came out along with an electric spark. Do you mind repeating that, NN? Instead of answering that question, Lyran started running. Come back here. However, she was grabbed by Eleanor from behind. Lyran tries to break free, but Eleanor exerts a superhuman strength that doesn't suit her appearance and forcibly pushes her down. Your Highness, this person still lacks the awareness of one of the four heavenly. Please instill it into her with your whip. Now, quickly. Diarose was confused by the sudden request. However, thanks to Eleanor's urging, she reluctantly set the power of her whip to the minimum with the knob on the grip and lashed Lyran with it. As a result, a high-voltage current assaulted both Lyran and Eleanor, who was holding her down, and the two screamed at the same time. Is she actually an idiot? Desu Kane? Nora sighed at Eleanor, whose eyes rolled up to the back of her head. Anyway, it would trouble us if you are not going to do your job. I do not accept your resignation. If you choose to escape, then you will be met by my firing squad even before you get to see the enemy. Are we clear? No way. Lyran is now half crying. But if Diarose said that much, then she really has no way to escape. That's why she obediently went back to her seat. Well, you don't have to worry, Desu. I will defeat him myself. Desu, you won't get your turn, Lyran-san. Nora folded her arms and started so with a smile. It appeared that she regained her confidence after seeing Lyran's earlier pitiful appearance. Whoa, wait a minute there. If we are talking turns here, then the next one should be mine, right? Are you intending to rob me of my prey? I won't back down even if it's for Tursis-san, you know. Wait. Diarose stopped the two, who started saying whatever they wanted. To take him. To take Hokuto Kaisai. All four of you will work together and take him down. His skill is abnormal. We cannot afford to let you do something stupid like fighting him one by one. In her argument, Nora has already challenged him alone and was completely defeated. That's why Rose doesn't even consider having the 4 Heavenly taking turns and fighting him one by one. He is often accompanied by 2 Zeniths, but I will split them up using my protege unit. It will be 4 against 1. This is a battle that we can't afford to lose, so I am going with this lineup. PL. Please wait a minute, Your Highness. Are you asking us to commit such an unchivalrous act? What good can chivalry do against a walking disaster like him? No way. Tursis tried to argue back, but faster than she could, Lyran put a nasty smile on her face and spoke to Rose. I've heard rumors that their wicked star has been on your mind, Your Highness. If you want to go at him with this lineup, then there's a good chance that he won't survive the battle. If that's the case, then Your Highness's feeling won't be answered. Half of her words were intended as sarcasm, but the other half was to convince Rose to not let her fight Kaisai. Wow! To that unexpected counterattack, Rose's cheeks turned bright red. She then poutily turned away while sweating a little. Do you think there would be a person who's foolish enough to fall in love with a person they never met? I am only trying to teach that man his place as a man. With that said, Rose shook her head. After all, this is not the time to talk about this. Leaving that aside, if he's an opponent that can be killed so easily, then I wouldn't have a headache about him for so long. He will surely come back at us even more strongly than before. Certainly. That's where you are agreeing with her, Desuka. Seeing Lyran agreed with Rose so wholeheartedly, Nora muttered. Is that not the case? Right now we are going with the strategy that gives us the highest chance of winning. Listen carefully. I will go into the details now. While slapping her face, which became hotter and hotter with both of her hands, Rose continued the briefing. CH-75, a rush job. It's done. It's finally done. I'm so tired, the chief mechanic, whose face was blackened with grease and dust, shouted. In front of her lies a big drum-like machine with a thick cable connected to it. It's done. Extra large-sized magazine for blaster rifles. You can easily fire 120 rounds straight without reloading with this thing. Wahahahaha. Perhaps because she has been working on this all night, one can catch a glimpse of madness from the chief mechanic's laughter. Standing right beside her, Kaisai starts breaking out in cold sweat as he smiled at her. Sorry for the unreasonable request. It's okay. All I did was modifying the particle cartridge for a battleship's turret. It's no big deal. Seeing the fatigue from her expression, Kaisai can't help but apologize for the trouble he put her through. The chief mechanic seems quite proud of her work, but the modification was performed with limited supply and under such a tight window of time where battle could start at any moment. It's easy to imagine how tough it was for her. Seriously, thank you for this. This will help my fight go a lot easier. Kaisai lightly exhales. The reason why he made such an unreasonable request for this extra-large magazine was the appearance of the Heavenly Roar ... an opponent who he found himself struggling more than expected against in the previous operation. Against such an opponent, even the momentary opening he exposes when reloading his weapon can be fatal. But did you not shoot down their Heavenly Roar in the last operation? Do you think that there will be more enemies like her coming? A young mechanic with dark eye bags said as she stared at him. When it comes to their Heavenly Roar, her reputation as a pilot reaches even countries that are far away from the Nord Empire. Perhaps excited about the fact that she is now standing in front of the person who repelled such a famous pilot, the young mechanic's body is strangely close to Kaisai. Still, seeing the young mechanic gradually creeping closer to Kaisai, Saki, who was sitting nearby, stared her down and stopped her advance. That was just them testing the water. That's why they withdrew when we pushed back. The next time won't be so easy, Kaisai replied with a battle junkie grin. In response to Kaisai's subtly excited voice, Saki's expression turned to a frown. Oi, you are saying that more of those 4 Heavenly are coming? The Kalanchen front is not that important to their country, you know. Why would such a big shot like them be here? It seems that their commander regarded me quite highly. It wouldn't be weird if she tries to throw everything she has at me, right? Speaking of it now, it seems that you did quite a number on them at Laboyha. Recalling the hellish battle with wave after wave after wave of enemy reinforcements, Saki's frown deepened. Certainly, it's very possible that she might resort to that kind of tactic if their commander put you into consideration. So does this means that she called that Heavenly Roar over as a countermeasure against you? Being strong also has its downside too, doesn't it? Scary, scary. The chief mechanic shrugged. After all, It is normally unthinkable for a mere soldier to be the focus of the enemy's commander tactic. It's all good, right? It just means that they are that desperate. It's more fun when both sides go all in to compete with each other, right? Saki's expression turned bitter at Kaisai, who said such a thing so happily. She stood up from the oil barrel she was sitting on and let out a deep sigh. You are playing with fire again. You won't live long with that attitude, you know. Killing and getting killed really are not my cup of tea though. Then at least make yourself look a little more worried. Come on. Saki let out another sigh and walked up to Kaisai to rough up his hair. She's so rough that it looks like she's petting a large dog, so Kaisai was surprised. I wonder if you will behave a little if I take you home. Saki suddenly said that as she brought her face closer to Kaisai's. Saki, who is now staring at him, looks just like a dignified Japanese beauty. Since Saki doesn't usually do this, it made his heart jump a little. However, it seems that Saki herself also feels the same, as her face immediately turns bright red and gets away from him. Perhaps due to nervousness, her face was drenched in sweat. Just kidding. It's a joke. A joke. Ha 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 ha. Forget about it. When Saki was doing that awkward laugh, a hand was placed on her shoulder. When she turned around, she was greeted by Schlier's big smile. What do you think you are doing when I wasn't looking, I wonder? It doesn't concern you, right? Saki's cold answer made her earlier awkward display seem like a lie. Her complexion had already returned to normal. The change was so sudden that Kaisai started to worry from the sudden change in her blood pressure. She's not an enemy, so don't start fighting now. I mean, Her Highness is kind of her enemy in a way though. The chief mechanic murmured at Kaisai's attempt to break the fight. Even though the power relationship between them is between a superior and her subordinate, it isn't that uncommon in Volt culture for two women to start killing each other over a man. In terms of carnage, such conflicts are much bloodier than their Terran's counterparts. Still, leaving their fighting power aside, both Schlier and Saki are gentlemen. No, both of them are ladies. That's why they won't just start having a fistfight. That being said, if things are too tense between them, it will affect Kaisai as well. With that being the case, he put the most natural smile he can muster on his face and intervene. So, what are you doing here? Your Highness, did you need something? No, it's not really a big deal, but seeing Kaisai, Schlier's expression loosened. When Saki saw her like that, she simply shrugged while the chief mechanic shook her head sideways. As you are aware, our next operation will take place on a habitable planet. That's why I'm here to check if our strikers' equipment has been changed for ground warfare. Strikers are a weapon that can fight anywhere from land, air, to outer space. However, their combat power can be improved if they are equipped with equipment specific to the combat environment. That's why, leaving aside the fleet escort strikers, Schlier has ordered for all strikers to be equipped with the ground warfare option. Recalling her order, the chief mechanic screamed. There, Caliburn Revive, which is now docked on the maintenance hangar, still doesn't look any different from usual. It appears that it was still not equipped with ground warfare equipment at all. I'll get to it now, Your Highness. We are only 48 hours away from landing, you know. I will make it. Kaisai got a little panicked at the chief mechanic's desperate scream. It was his fault that she forgot to do this. That's why he can't afford her to get into any more trouble because of him. It's okay, I should be able to do just fine with this equipment. Perhaps getting some ideas of what's going on from the look of the three, Schlier operated her tablet device with a troubled expression. After she gets some kind of confirmation, she continues, ... It can't be helped. I will leave the modification to the free personnel. You three should get some rest. CH-76, the Chief of Staff. Once we land, this battle is as good as ours. Do not let the enemy get close to us. Several Kalanshin ships are descending through the atmosphere of Senstora Prime with red tails behind them produced from adiabatic compression. The scene looks like a meteor shower. As they descend, the AA guns of these warships are firing at the Noridian strikers to prevent them from interrupting their descent. How many ships couldn't make it? None, Your Highness. Our descent is going well. On the bridge of the Radiant, which has now become the flagship of the Kalanshin main fleet, Schlier asked Rikudenza, the Chief of Staff. In return, the Chief of Staff relaxed the tension in her wrinkled face and replied in a good mood. Once we land, our main force will take over the underground base at point V886 and make it our forward base. With this underground base as the center, we should be able to retake our other underground bases in no time. If we can do that, Senstra Prime will be ours. That's our main strategy for this operation. We can't make any misstep at this stage. We need to take the base at V886 as soon as possible. Schleer, who said that while checking the map of the area of operation, was already in her pilot suit. Her personal striker is also on standby and is ready to be deployed at any time. However, most military bases we have on Senstra Prime should already be destroyed by the enemy orbital bombing. I was told that the Nord side rebuilt some of it, but we still don't know to what extent they have been restored. At the beginning of the war, the Senstra system was also the site of a big battle. At that time, the Kalanchian side was forced to retreat and their bases on Senstra Prime were destroyed by the enemy orbital bombing. The reason behind such thorough destruction was the small chance that the remnant of the Kalanchian army left behind on the planet will use their communication lines and supplies for their resistance. There's no need to worry, Your Highness. This time we will use their resources against them. According to the intel we received, it appears that the bases here are now performing even better than when they are in our control. The Chief of Staff shows an ironic smile. Originally, this planet housed one of the most important military bases in the Kalanchia Empire. Naturally, they poured a significant amount of their financial power to build it as well. Recognizing the difference in their national power, Schleer has a difficult expression on her face. Well, in the end, the base here will be used against them. Since they went out of their way to improve it for us, let us thankfully use it on them. Certainly, Schleer agreed. If they win this battle, then the Kalanchian side will gain a big advantage. Moreover, if they can achieve a great victory like they did in Loboya, they might be able to force the Nord side to the negotiating table. Even a truce is not an impossibility. Putting strength into her hand, Schleer formed a fist and renewed her determination. Now then, let us prepare for the sortie. Your Highness, my apology, but you need to be on the front line for this battle. Please make sure that you do not get shot down. And you will take the command? Seriously, I can't tell who's the leader of this operation is at all. Schleer shrugged. The title of the Supreme Commander belongs to Schleer because she is the only member of the royal family present. She has only commanded a small fleet before, so she lacks the ability to command a fleet that can be said to be the entirety of the Kalanchia Empire's fighting power. That's why the de facto commander of this operation is Reet, the Chief of Staff. Being the symbol is also a part of your duty, Your Highness. The more spectacular you perform on the front line, the higher the morale of our army will become. For a Veld Knight, you can only be recognized as a true general by leading the charge on the battlefield. After all, the Chief of Staff was neither being sarcastic or flattering, it's simply her sincere words. The Chief of Staff is no longer fit for the front line due to her age, and even in her younger days, she was not good enough that she could go toe-to-toe against enemy aristocrats. In Veld militaristic culture, soldiers will not recognize such a person as their leader. The reason she can take command of a battlefield is that the duty was delegated to her by someone who has already exhibited their valor in front of the soldiers like Schleer. I know. Just leave it to me. This won't take much time. It must have been quite hard on you since you have relegated most of the fight to that man recently. Please fight to your heart's content, Your Highness. Please don't put it like that. I have been acting like it didn't affect me after all. Schleer's mouth turned downward. She has been protected by a man, namely Kaisai, on many occasions recently. Her pride as a Veld woman is severely damaged by that. Moreover, she can't really do anything about it since she realized that Kaisai possesses the ability that she can't catch up to with 100 years of training. As long as she goes to battle with Kaisai, that sense of inferiority will never go away. Still, for the time being, I intend to do what I can. However, Schleer's expression is still bright. Even if she cannot compete against Kaisai in terms of piloting skills, she already has a goal. That's why all that matters is to just press forward to achieve it. Please do your best to make that mercenary fall for you, Your Highness. If you can form a relationship with him, then I will personally see to it that you can get married. To the Chief of Staff, who said that to her with a smirk, Schleer looks back at her with an extremely serious expression. In response, the Chief of Staff nods back to her with a smile. It seems that she's serious. I have been with Your Highness since you were a baby, you know. You are like my own grandchild. Naturally, I'd support your first love. I'm grateful. Schleer cheerfully smiled at the support she received from someone she didn't expect. She then got up from her command seat. All the more reason I can't lose now. Well then, let's take back this planet. Good luck, Your Highness. The Chief of Staff bowed as Schleer left the bridge. CH-77, Assault on the Ruined City 1. Countless strikers are flying just above the sea surface, which is being illuminated by the sunrise. In surface warfare, flying as low as possible to avoid enemy fire is a common practice. Kaisai-san, how's the new jet armor working for you? Schleer asked as she glanced at their Caliburn Revive, as she flew beside him. The chalky humanoid weapon was equipped with unfamiliar blue add-on equipment on its shoulders and legs. It's flawless. The fitting was done perfectly as well. I don't feel any discomfort at all. Kaisai replied in a carefree voice. This extra piece of equipment called the jet armor contains a thermonuclear engine that provides propulsion inside the atmosphere. Since it works by absorbing the air within the atmosphere and converting them into thrust, it technically gives you almost infinite propulsion. Naturally, it cannot perform instantaneous acceleration like a standard thruster, but it still gives enough power for a striker to fly at a reasonable speed within the atmosphere. That's why it is one of the must-have equipment for surface battle. More importantly, I have a question about this operation. What is it? The area of operation this time is an urban area, isn't it? Won't we have to worry about the civilians there? Point V886. They are used to house the largest city on Senstorah Prime. Firing live rounds in such a place would inevitably cause civilian casualties. Kaisai's concern on that point. The city that used to be here. Trinai 3 was destroyed by the enemy orbital bombing. It seems that the Nord Empire still hasn't migrated any of its citizens here. I think it can still be considered an almost uninhabited city ruin. Ah, I see. Contrary to his light tone, Kaisai's expression was cloudy. He's heard that the Nord Empire has no qualms slaughtering civilians, but even when he knows about it beforehand, he still can't hide his disgust. That being said, it is possible that some of our citizens may have escaped to underground shelters before the bombing. We should be on the lookout for them. No matter how much the Nord Empire couldn't care less about civilians' casualties, it's impossible for them to entirely wipe out all inhabitants on the planet. There should be many survivors left on Senstorah Prime. That's why taking such survivors into their protection is also a part of this operation. Well, since we don't know what we will find, there's no choice but to improvise. We will have to be flexible. Yes. It's rare to hear you talk like a commander nowadays, Your Highness. Saki chimed in. However, her voice did not sound sarcastic. She probably only wants to help lighten the heavy atmosphere. Understanding that, Schleer smiled and replied, how rude. From that point, there's nothing that could be counted as a conversation. Because this is the first major counteroffensive operation since the beginning of this war, all pilots except for Kaisai's group were more or less nervous. It can't be helped that they are less talkative now. After around 10 minutes of silently flying above the sea, the shoreline finally became visible to them. They are here. It's the Kalanchans. Shoot them down. Don't let them get close to the shore. Naturally, the Nord side also placed a lot of their defense along the shoreline. A large number of strikers took off from the coast while the multi-legged tanks bombarded them. Our first objective is to eliminate the enemy in the coastal area and build a bridgehead. Clean them out before the next wave arrives. Roger that. In response to Schleer's command, the Kalanchan Striker Corps launched their attack. Countless shells and beams raced through the clear early morning sky. I will start crushing their rearguard first. I'm leaving my back to you. Kaisai shouted and accelerated forward. Seeing that, Schleer and Saki follow him. The Noridian Striker Corps launched a concentrated attack on them to prevent their advance, but against 3 Zeniths, the mass-produced strikers like their jetters are powerless to stop them. Go be a coral reef for a while, why don't you? A shot from Kaisai's blaster rifle pierced the engine of an approaching jetter, sinking it into the sea with a trail of black smoke. The Striker, which is a weapon designed for space combat, is completely watertight. Even when fully submerged, the cockpit will not be flooded. All they need to do afterward is to recover the pilots they shot down as POWs. That white one, isn't it the Wicked Star? The one who defeated the Heavenly Roar? There's no way we can win against that. All eyes on Hokuto. When their Jetta S pilots panicked at the sight of the Caliburn Revive, Saki's Dainsleif closed in on them like a bullet. Their Jettas try to avoid her charge, but their crimson armor was cut clean off by Saki's extremely fast slash. Saki smiles ferociously inside the Dainsleif's cockpit. A mere jetter can't possibly keep up with my Dainsleif. While avoiding the enemy's bullets using irregular maneuvers, Saki starts slashing up the enemy one after another. Just like she said, the Norwegian striker corps, consisting of only jetters, was completely at the mercy of her blade. Not only that, the enemies that were distracted by Saki are also being taken down by Schleier's accurate bombardment. The number of destroyed strikers easily exceeded double digits. This combo, I wouldn't have it any other way. Well, the only thing I trust about you is your fighting power after all, Schleier coolly replied to the excited Saki. However, there's an invisible smile on her face. They are having fun rampaging her, Kaisai said as he glanced at the number of his blaster rifle remaining rounds. He's using a normal magazine for it right now since he is saving the extra-sized magazine the chief mechanic made for him for the 4 Heavenly. Then this is my chance to charge in. Switching to an anti-ship grenade launcher, Kaisai accelerated toward the shore. The multi-legged tanks that are stationed along the shoreline opened fire at him with their main guns one after another, but Kaisai did not have any trouble avoiding the falling shells. While evading the bombardment, Kaisai gradually approached the shore. He can now see the ruined city with row after row of collapsed buildings. Only a glance of it made him frown, so Kaisai pulled the trigger with no hesitation. The launched anti-ship missile flew with a trail of white smoke behind it and pierced into the body of a multi-legged tank. Before it exploded, the 2 tank crews jumped out from the inside. Let's get this over with. With a loud exhalation, Kaisai energetically shouted, CH-78, assault on the ruined city 2. There is countless wreckage of multi-legged tanks lying on the shoreline. All of them were completely disabled and some still can be seen spouting out black smoke. The scene looks almost like a large number of dead oversized crabs washed up on the shore. Hurry up with the landing. Don't get scared now. A striker's attack power won't be enough to pierce the frontal armor of our tanks. Meanwhile, countless multi-legged tanks are being deployed from the berthed Kalinchen amphibious assault ships. The multi-legged tanks possess sturdy armor and high firepower, along with the mobility provided by their 4 pairs of legs and anti-gravity lifter which allow them to traverse any terrain. They are indispensable in ground warfare. With this, the first stage of the operation is complete. We will move on to invading the inland area now, Schleier said while overseeing the situation. Almost at the same time, multiple large explosions occurred near the landing point. Although there was no direct hit, the blast from the explosion sent the multi-legged tanks flying. The landing point was quite far away from Kaisai's group's location, but they can even feel the shockwave from inside their cockpits. Are they going to be okay over there? That shouldn't be enough to kill them, I think. Kaisai, who started to have cold sweat, answered Saki's panicked question. After all, the cockpit of a multi-legged tank is designed to be even more shock-resistant than a striker cockpit. That must be their mobile artillery. Their fire rate is too slow for a fortress gun. The turret on the amphibious assault ships silently moves toward the enemy's direction and starts counterattacking with ferocious muzzle flashes. However, even though they roughly know the enemy's location from their counter-battery radar, the Norwegian bombardment still did not stop. Counter-battery radar is the radar you use to see where projectiles originated from. We can't proceed with the landing like this. We need to take those artilleries out. Alrighty. After glancing at his fuel gauge, Kaisai replied. Thanks to the jet armor, he still has plenty or propellants left. The 3 Zeniths fly toward the enemy's proximate location with a unit of claymores following behind them. Her Highness is leading the charge herself, as expected of our princess. Hearing such words from the miscellaneous voices on the radio, Schleier's cheeks loosen. It seems that she has been doing her job well so far. Incoming interceptors, prepare for combat. Kaisai's shout came in when she relaxed her guard for a moment. Focusing her mind, Schleier hurriedly regrasps her control sticks and checks the radar. However, the radar's reading does not show any sign of the enemy. Do you think an ambush will work on me? Saying so, Kaisai fired his blaster rifle at the enemy jetter that jumped out from its cover behind the building and tried to shoot at them. Why did they choose to attack us now? Their camouflage was perfect. Don't think about it. Just crush them. While they were confused by the enemy's ambush, the Norwegian strikers appeared from all over the place and began to attack them. The ambushing unit mainly consisted of jetters, but heavyweight strikers that are sporting large Mega Blaster rifles can also be seen among them. It's the Vil. They have thick armor, be careful. The heavily armored striker Vil aims its Mega Blaster rifle toward the Claymore, who shouted so and fired a crimson beam which is much thicker than your average shot from a regular blaster rifle. Oh no! There, Claymore's pilot was prepared for her death, but a shot from Kaisai's blaster rifle hit the extra-sized beam away before it made its impact. And earlier than the admiration of such godlike action of shooting down a beam can set into the Claymore pilot's mind, another shot from Kaisai's rifle already pierced the Vil's engine. I believe in God now. The pilot looked at their Caliburn revive like a subject of worship, but the fact that he just saved someone has already been wiped away from Kaisai's mind. Even though it has heavy armor, an 8.5 MW shot is enough to pierce it. It's not as troublesome as the guy from last time, I guess. Recalling the sturdiness of the Zarova that he fought against the other day, Kaisai muttered in a small voice. He then kicked the ground and avoided the barrage from the enemy machine guns. The area was already surrounded completely by the enemy. In other words, they are in the middle of a crossfire. In that situation, multiple jetters focus their medium machine guns at their Caliburn revive. This sound, they have large caliber machine guns. They are using Planetary Army's equipment. Unlike the sound of the submachine guns, the sound made by the medium machine guns is a heavy one that can rumble your stomach. So these guys are specialized in ground combat. I will have to wipe them out quickly before the damage increases then. On the contrary, the Kalanchian side is used to space battles. It's easy to imagine that the enemy is more skilled in ground warfare from the equipment they deployed and their tactics so far. Deciding to go ahead and wipe them out, Kaisai stepped on the pedal and unsheathed his photon saber. The enemy Zenith is coming. Support me. How? The Norwegian soldiers screamed in panic as their Caliburn revive dashed toward them while swatting down bullets with its photon saber. How do we deal with something like that? No, don't come any closer. Their jetter, which tried to escape, was pierced from behind at its abdomen by the pile bunker. At the same time, a shot from Kaisai's blaster rifle took down another one. That guy. That's the Wicked Star. Are you kidding me? You are. Their jetters that were firing their machine guns at Kaisai from a distance were bombarded by their Miss Tiltwine. I would be troubled if you forget that I'm here too, Schleer said with a grin inside her cockpit. CH-79, Assault on the Ruined City 3, a heavy armor striker, Vil, runs through the ruined city with agile movement that does not match its sluggish appearance. Its Mega Blaster rifle fired at their Caliburn revive. Like hell that will hit me. However, Kaisai avoided the beam with minimal movement and the crimson beam pierced the reinforced concrete of an abandoned building instead. That kind of weapon can't do rapid fire, don't you know that? Unable to miss that opportunity, Kaisai accelerated toward the enemy. There, Vil tries to retreat, but their Caliburn revive is faster. While skillfully moving in a way that avoids the enemy to align their Mega Blaster rifle, Kaisai accelerated forward by using both jet armor and main thruster and pierced the Vil's engine with his pile bunker. You little. There, jetter, with a medium machine gun tried to shoot him, but a kunai flew out of nowhere and pierced the gun barrel. It was Saki's Dainsliff. This way too? There, jetter hurriedly throws away the now useless machine gun, but Kaisai did not miss the opening. The pile bunker revved up again and there, jetter was skewered and slammed to the ground while spewing black oil. The help was uncalled for. No, you saved me there, Kaisai replied with a smile to Saki, who's currently engaging with another jetter, wielding a long sword. Certainly, he can avoid that shot, but sudden movement like that will take a toll on his body. If he can defeat the enemy with minimal damage to his body, then naturally that's a better option. Just like that, Kaisai defeated the Norwegian strikers one after another. After all, even the sturdier model like Vil is not enough to stop Zenith type. Moreover, against Kaisai, there's not much difference whether it be a jetter or Vil in the first place. See, Captain, please do something about this. Me? Damn it. The captain let out a deep sigh at her subordinate's request. From the point of view of the Nord side, it's unusual for them to be pushed back so badly when they were the ones who initiated the ambush. The captain doesn't think that they have a winning chance here, but if she retreats now, her dignity will be damaged. That's why she has no other choice but to push on. Hey, this is Viscountess Ereboses. I challenge any soldier who's brave enough to give their name in single combat. Hearing the captain state her name in the public channel, Kaisai grinned. After all, a one-on-one fight is his favorite. Mercenary, Hokuto Kaisai. Caliburn Revive, accept your challenge. Isn't that the Wicked Star himself? It's all or nothing then. The captain's face immediately turned blue when she realized that her opponent is someone who she can't possibly handle. However, she has no other choice. Unsheathing a bastard sword on her, she thrust full speed at their Caliburn Revive. Do your best, Captain. High-pitched cheer flew from behind her, but the reality is still ruthless. Her downward swing with the bastard sword was skillfully deflected by the bayonet in the pile bunker, immediately pierced the villain's abdomen. Ugh. Just a little more. That wasn't even close, Captain. Kaisai bitterly smiled at the radio chatter, but his expression immediately stiffened as he looked up to the sky. Incoming bombardment. Everyone find cover, Kaisai shouted in the public channel. While confirming that the pilots from both sides started to take cover in a hurry, Kaisai flew by and grabbed the cockpit of the he just took down. A moment later, a large number of projectiles were displayed on the radar with a jarring warning sound. Dozens of seconds later, a large number of rockets struck the ruined city. The force of the explosion was enough to blow away their Caliburn Revive, that was more than 100 meters away from the point of impact. Damn it, on their own allies. Inside the shaking cockpit, Kaisai clenched his teeth. Before he finished his sentence, Kaisai caught something moving at the corner of his eyes. A scorched stroller was rolling on a shattered road surface. As though he just saw something unpleasant, Kaisai let out a sigh and frowned. The pilot over there. Are you okay? After shaking his head, Kaisai calls out to the villainous pilot. The striker should be disabled as long as its engine is destroyed, but the radio should still function with the backup power. I thought I was a goner. What happened? That was an artillery strike from your side. They just bombarded the whole area. How could they? The captain's face turned blue, unable to find any reason why the Kalanchian would bombard their own trump card like Kais. She finds Kaisai's words to be believable. I owe you one. You saved my life. I will definitely repay this favor. After saying that, the captain angrily yelled into the radio. Hey, are you all still alive? It's a miracle. I thought I was going to die. Alright, good. Thanks to Kaisai's timely warning, there seems to be no casualty from the previous bombardment. The Kalanchian pilots also report their safety one after another. I don't know who ordered that artillery strike, but we have to let them know who they are messing with. All operable units, converge on the artillery position. Roger that. Let's give them a bloodbath. You are going to betray Nord just like that? When the pilots acknowledged the command so readily, Kaisai was taken aback by how quick they were to turn on the Nord Empire. However, the captain simply grins and replies, we may be affiliated to the same nation, but for us, different territories are like different countries. A lord who shot their subject from behind is no longer a worthy master. In this case, I am simply exercising my right as an aristocrat. That's right. The Nord is just too inhumane. They are not a master worthy of your service. Schlier chimed in. They may be a small unit, but it will still help a lot if they defect to their side. We will provide support. Let's punish those backstabbers with the hammer of justice together. As the former Noredian soldiers got excited, cold sweat ran down Kaisai's cheek. If your lord pisses you off, then just betray them. That's the Vuld's way. For some reason, Saki looked proud when she said that. Just how did Vulds manage to form a nation, I wonder? Kaisai muttered with a mixed feeling. CH80. The Viscountess's terms. Several hours later, Kaisai's group along with Viscountess Ereboses and her subordinates were successful in eliminating the Noredian artillery unit. They were met with some resistance from a few strikers and multi-legged tanks, but they were easily dealt with by Kaisai. Moreover, with Viscountess Boses guiding the way, they managed to find where the artillery unit's location in no time. Needless to say, ours and your empire's interests are aligned at the moment. Since we have turned our blade against the Nord Empire, my territory will not be safe unless Kalansia somehow wins this war after all. Even so, do not expect us to swear our allegiance to your country unconditionally. Yes, I understand that. That's why, regarding the commercial tax, Kaisai's group is currently resting near the battlefield where black smoke from the wreckage can still be seen. He's currently watching Schleer and Viscountess Boses negotiating from his now opened cockpit. Viscountess Boses immediately decided to betray the Nord Empire when they performed an artillery strike on their location, but if she just proceeded like that without setting down any agreement first, then she would surely suffer a loss in a long run. That's why she wants to negotiate with Schleer for some favorable terms for her defection. Being an aristocrat sure is a hassle. Kaisai said that as through the matter doesn't involve him as he fished through the luggage space in his cockpit. It's already been some time since the battle began. He's getting hungry, so he's searching for some ration. Energy bar. Habanero, who put this in here? Can't be helped then. With a grumble, Kaisai took out a bowl made from cheap disposable plastic with a cover that says, "Completely Nutritional Vitamin Beef Bowl." He put it in the microwave oven installed inside the cockpit and heated it up according to the instructions on its cover. I feel like I've already eaten a lifetime's worth of beef bowls though. Still, there's no use complaining. Thinking so, Kaisai sighs and takes out the heated beef bowl. When he removed the cover, a simple beef bowl with chopped green onions and a block of synthetic meat on top of white rice could be seen inside. The beef bowl is the most popular among the many types of ration, and it is also a familiar dish that reminds Kaisai of home. Mogyu Mogyu, as he eats the beef bowl with a difficult expression. His eyes were on Schleer and Viscountess Boses, who are still in the middle of a negotiation. He's not particularly interested in their conversation, but right now he has nothing better to kill time with. But it was with our help that your side managed to take out the artillery so smoothly. At least I think we can say that we did help you here, correct? Viscountess Boses shook her blonde ponytail. She looks like she is in her late 20s, but her appearance as she greedily negotiates her own interests truly made her seem like a real aristocrat. That is true. Then, how about we give you 8 of the mobile artillery cannons we confiscated from the earlier battle? No, I don't need that kind of thing. We won't be able to move well if we have to carry those cannons around after all. Viscountess Boses shakes her head sideways. She currently has about 30 strikers under her command. When it comes to aristocrats, there are both rich and poor aristocrats. It appears that Viscountess Boses is on the poorer side. A mobile cannon needs a minimum of 2 strikers to operate. That's why she doesn't think that it would be a good idea to devote her already small number of subordinates to man such a thing. See, can't you sell it off later? Used mobile cannons price on the market is dirt cheap, you know. Faced with the harsh truth, Schleer's mouth turned downward. The mobile cannons they acquired are an old-fashioned model that widely circulates in the market. It is doubtful that you can cover the price of a single, even if you sell all 8. Then what do you propose? We are not proud of it, but we are actually quite desperate on our national budget, you know. I'm a knight. I won't just fight for money. A knight only desires for 2 things: honor and love. That's why I demand a kiss from Wicked Star Dono. When the talk suddenly involved him, Kaisai started choking on his food. Schleer looked worriedly at him for a moment, but given what the Viscountess said, Kaisai seems to have no say about this. How shameless. We can't possibly accept such a request. Don't be stupid. Do you have any idea how rare a chance it is you can get a kiss from a cute boy like this? It's a once-in-a-lifetime chance, you know. That's my demand. Take it or leave it. But I'm not asking him to spend a night with me or doing the forehead kiss, alright? Cheek. Just my cheek is fine. If you accept this condition, I don't mind pledging my allegiance to Calencia, you know. We would only be troubled if you swore allegiance to us because of a stupid condition like this though, shouted Schleer as she tries to peel off Viscountess Boses, who has already abandoned her shame and dignity and is now clinging to her. If you are going to push this request, then the negotiation is over. Let me go. Since the negotiation seemed to be falling apart, Kaisai hurriedly shoved the rest of the contents of his bowl into his mouth and swallowed it. He then stands up and removes his seat plate. Under the seat, there was a deep circular hole. It's an excellent design that can function as both a trash chute and a toilet. After he puts the now empty bowl there, he tries to step out of the cockpit. No. For a time like this, thinking about what he's going to do, he goes back inside and fished through his luggage for toothpaste. After he used it to give his mouth a quick cleanup, he jumped out of the cockpit. Let me go. Please. Viscountess Boses was still stuck to Schleer. While being astounded by her action, Kaisai helps Schleer peel her away. What are you doing? Seriously. I'm sorry. Schleer apologized. However, the Viscountess immediately crouches down while staring at Kaisai with a big smile. Here, please do it here, said the Viscountess as she eagerly pointed at her right cheek. Seeing that, Kaisai deeply sighed. If a kiss can make you our ally, then there's no helping it. Since I'm going to do it, I expect you to work hard for us, okay? Of course. A knight won't go back on her word. The young beauty repeatedly excitedly nodded. At the moment, she looks more like a monkey in heat rather than a knight. While wondering why he has to do this, Kaisai makes another sigh. Kaisai-san. You can't. Kaisai turned his dull eyes toward Schleer, who's trying to stop him. He then approached her and whispered directly into her ear. Just because. My ear. Your breath. Schleer jumped and began to tremble in excitement when he whispered to her ear. However, faster than she could start trembling, Kaisai continued. Just because she doesn't have that many strikers under her control, we can't just waste an opportunity like this, right? But, a kiss. I'm doing this willingly, so it's fine. But, there's no way that she would be able to stand seeing Kaisai kiss another woman. At that moment, the image of Valentina kissing Kaisai came to her mind. Then, she came up with something. Then ... please kiss me later as well. On my forehead. If you do that, then I won't complain. Why is she making more demands now? Kaisai groaned to himself, but he also remembered that it was him who told her to be more honest with her desire. Fine, I got it. Later, alright. Schleer begins to celebrate in silence. The Viscountess, who sensed that the negotiations had been completed, then offered her cheeks to Kaisai with a joyful expression. While holding down the stomachache which is gradually growing stronger, Kaisai brings his lips to her cheek with a reluctant expression. This is fine, Alright. Before Kaisai could finish his sentence, Viscountess Bozes suddenly picked him up in a princess carry. Just like that, she runs over to her subordinates who are waiting nearby with him in her arms. I got a kiss. Nice, right guys? Phew, ha. Wait right there, he's mine. From behind, Schleer hurriedly chased after her. CH-81 Underground Fortress Infiltration 1. A few hours after the Viscountess's shenanigan, the party has taken a break and replenished their supply before heading further into the abandoned city. Their goal is to find the entrance to the underground base, which is the objective of this operation. Naturally, they are more or less tired after the beach assault, but they have to endure it as much as they can, since the more time they take, the more the enemy will be ready for their defense. There it is. One striker from the engineer squad in charge of carrying a container pointed at something that looked like an entrance to an underground parking lot. The gate is shut with a rugged armored shutter gate. Even with a tank, it wouldn't be easy to bulldoze through it. This is ... It seems that they are simply reusing the gate we installed. Do you think you can open it? I will give it a try, Your Highness. One striker from the engineer squad inserted a cable into the terminal at the shutter gate. I see, they've installed a new defense system ... But if we just choose the code we pulled from the Norwegian striker. After a few minutes of the engineer muttering something to herself and operating the keyboard in her cockpit, the gate lift opened with a loud metallic noise. What lies beyond the gate was a huge passageway surrounded by reinforced concrete walls. Good work. I make sure to reward you later. With the shutter opened faster than expected, Schleer was pleased. No, she may just have been in a good mood from the start because of the kiss Kaisai promised her. It's convenient that they are using the gate we originally installed. Let's inform the other units to look for something similar. It isn't a wise decision to concentrate a large army into one narrow underground passage. In the worst case, they might get wiped out in one fell swoop. That's why their plan is to split up and find multiple entrances to infiltrate the base at the same time. We should go in. The other units will infiltrate the base from other entrances as scheduled. Now, let's move. According to Schleer's order, 4 multi-legged tanks enter the underground passage. The passageway was wide enough for tanks and strikers to easily pass through. This passageway was built using humanoid construction machines called metal workers, which are a common tool for large-scale construction like this. These metal workers are built with the same standards as strikers, so the passageway is just the right size for strikers as well. You know what an underground base like this? Kaisai, who followed after Schleer and entered the passageways, said in a relaxed tone. Doesn't it look like a dungeon in RPG games? The reinforced concrete walls illuminated by dull white lights in interval does look kind of similar to a dungeon you often see in video games. Thinking so, Saki laughs. We are using Ariadne's thread too. I guess it does feel like exploring a dungeon, huh? In front of her, a long cable is extending from the container on the back of the striker in the engineering unit. This cable is connected to the communication unit outside to ensure no communication blackout in an underground environment where wireless communication is unstable. What is it? This Ariadne's thread. It came from a Terran myth. It's a story where the protagonist escapes an inescapable labyrinth by using a thread to retrace his way back. TLN. Google Theseus and the Minotaur if you want to know more. Saki, whose grandfather is a Terran, is familiar with stories from Earth. Hearing her explanation, Schleer put her hand on her chin. Since I'm planning to marry a Terran, I guess I should start studying more of these stories, huh? The moment Schleer muttered so, a turret suddenly emerged from the ceiling and began firing at the infiltrating party. A series of loud gunshots echoed inside the wide passage. Just a pea shooter. However, in the end, it was only an auto turret. The only damage suffered was the scratch on the paint of the tank's frontal armor. With a return fire from the tank's main gun, the turret was completely destroyed. That surprised me. Oi. It's alright, you will eventually get numb to a surprise like this soon. Kaisai casually replied to the surprised scream. Since Kaisai has roamed many battlefields before, he has a lot of experience fighting inside underground bases like this one. He's already used to this kind of surprise attack. In the first place, I can more or less tell when a defense mechanism will pop out from how the place looks. If it's a dangerous one, then I will take them out beforehand. If you can tell that much, then just take them all out from the start. No way, it's a waste of bullets, right? In a straight passageway like this, fighting a Zenith that possesses high firepower is not going to be easy. Personally, Kaisai wants to conserve ammunition as much as possible. Then please use this. A claymore, walking behind them, offered him a small firearm. It's a uniquely shaped blaster pistol with a magazine installed in front of the trigger. It's a blaster pistol model that is mass-produced in Kalanshia as a standard sub-weapon. A broom handle, huh? Nice. This will be plenty enough against unmanned turrets. After receiving the pistol along with some spare magazines, Kaisai walks forward while avoiding the tanks in front and start leading the way while humming to himself. Schleer was about to stop him, but she decided against it. Being at the forefront is naturally dangerous, but this is Kaisai here. No matter what comes out, he will surely be able to handle it. Moreover, there are only a few pilots on the Kalanshan side who have actual experience fighting inside an underground facility. If a veteran like him can take the lead, then she should just be grateful and accept. Whoa. This time it's an automatic rocket turret, huh? That's dangerous. Thinking how overly reliable he is, Schleer smiled bitterly at Kaisai, who immediately shot the hidden turret with the blaster pistol. CH-82 Underground Fortress Infiltration 2. Kaisai said that this underground passage reminds him of a dungeon commonly found in RPG games, and his view is not wrong. These underground bases are primarily designed to delay enemy troops that infiltrate it with forked pathways and destroy them with traps and ambushes. The main idea of this place is not much different from a labyrinth designed to challenge adventurers. Alright. They're doing this as expected. Kaisai has been walking in front of the group while blasting away the traps with his blaster pistol, but he suddenly halted just before he turned the corner. The multi-legged tank that followed behind him had to stop their advance in a hurry, and its front legs slammed into the back of the Caliburn Revive. That's dangerous, isn't it? Please don't stop moving all of a sudden like that. The driver of the tank angrily shouted. It wouldn't look nice for them if they got into an accident inside the enemy-controlled area. After all, even a Zenith would not escape unscathed if it was rammed by a heavy tank at full speed. Sorry. If you take a selfie with me, I will forgive you. That's your AIM? We were moving at the safe speed in the first place, right? IT's a scam. SH's a scammer. The crews of the other multi-legged tanks and the striker pilots all raised their voices. On the other hand, the driver only replied with, "Whatever are you guys talking about? Stop this. We are in the middle of an operation." Schleer reprimanded them in a fed-up voice. Since the Prince Au incident, More and more people have begun to treat Kaisai like an idol. Schlier doesn't want to complain unless they bother him, but this time they lack self-awareness for this operation. Selphia sighed. Your Highness, can you lend me your sword? This is so sudden. Well, I don't mind. While wondering what he's going to do with it, Schlier hands the Zweihander mounted inside the shield on the shoulder of the Mistiltwine to Kaisai. Thanks. This is it. Kaisai happily wields the Zweihander, which has the same height as their Caliburn Revive, in one hand. The white light illuminating the passage reflects off the thick blade, giving off a mysterious shine. Alright, give me a minute. Everyone, please stay put here. Don't move out until I say so, okay? Kaisai-san, what are you doing? Wait. See you. Without answering Schlier's question, Kaisai rushed out of the corner. At the same time, thunderous gunshots, explosions, loud metallic noises echo through the passageway, and the walls at the corners were blown apart, probably from multiple bombardments. However, the noises did not last even for a minute. Schlier and the others still try to figure out what happened when Kaisai returned to their side while saying I'm done. Wow. The tank driver who nervously peeked over the corner was speechless. And that is rightly so. After all, the place that lies before her was like a scrapyard. The thing that stands out the most is the multi-legged tank whose body is skewered by the Zweihander. There were other tanks in the area with their engine blown off by an anti-ship grenade launcher, and strikers that looked like they were pierced by a pile bunker as well. 1, 2, 3. Hi. He took down this many in such a short time. One of the engineers from the engineer unit said in a small voice when she peeked over. The total number of wreckage here is a little less than their party. Since the Kalanchian side also has engineers which cannot be counted as combat personnel among them, they would surely suffer great damage if they collide with the enemy head-on. It's a narrow path after all. There's nowhere you can take cover in this passage, so it's pretty easy to deal with them. No, that also applies to you too. Right. Sarkias Tounded replied to Kaisai, who said that so casually. Well, you see, they placed a tank at the front of their formation, right? Unlike the turret on warships, these tanks can't do rapid fire. That's why it's actually quite easy to avoid their shot, you know. You can do that? Yeah. So, if you can avoid their shots, all you need is to get close and shut them down. The narrower the passage, the clearer the difference in skills after all. Yeah. Sure. It's pretty normal for Kaisai to pull off something crazy like this. Since she has to go along with it every time, Saki is already used to it. However, the soldiers accompanying them this time are not. I've heard rumors, but he's this strong? He really is our guardian deity. I will make that selfie my family heirloom. Schlier narrows her eyes at her subordinates who gradually become noisier. Kaisai did great in crushing the enemy ambush unscathed, but she still wishes she can play more of an active role here. Thanks for this. Her train of thought was interrupted by Kaisai, who pulled out the Zweihander from the tank and returned it to her. Schlier accepts it with a bitter smile while wondering why he's thanking her when what he's done for them far outweigh the trivial act of lending him her sword. It's nothing, but next time it will be my turn. Even if it won't be much, let me show you my cool side next time. Alright, I'm looking forward to it. Hearing how she said that so straightforwardly, Kaisai can't help but make a bitter smile himself. CH-83 Underground Fortress Infiltration 3. The 7th floor has been breached. 40% of our defense system is down, Mom. The bulkheads are not responding. What are you all doing? Fix it. While Kaisai's group's offensive goes swimmingly, the commander on Nord's side was rebuking her subordinates with a blue vein popping on her forehead. Even though she's the commander of this base, she's still in her early teens. This is no surprise given the fact that young high-ranking aristocrats are required to fight as a general on the front line in accordance with Volt culture. What's the defense team doing? The Kalanchian shouldn't have that many soldiers available either. Why are we the one being pushed back when we have a defensive advantage? That's when the commander angrily asked while ruffing her blonde twin tails. Her subordinate nervously replied, the rumors that their wicked star is among the enemy has widely spread among our soldiers, so the morale has plummeted. Moreover, it appears that some of the commoner troops have even surrendered to the enemy before the fight even begins. USELESS. The commander stomped on the floor. Her staff officers looked at her with a tired expression, but they didn't voice any complaint. After all,
They share her frustration as well. This is why I hate working with those damn commoners. Even if with that said, there's nothing to be done. A defensive war would be another thing, but there are really not many things that can be used to motivate the commoners when it comes to an invasion. They have low attachment to the army as well as their nation. Their sole motivation is their salary. Once they see that things are going south, they would immediately surrender. In the first place, these commoner soldiers belong to the commoner unit that no one put any expectation in them from the start. Still, using their number, they should amount to something. The first and second gates of the underground harbor are destroyed. It seems that the Kalanshin engineer units are attacking from the sea. Mom. Why? That underground harbor was newly constructed, right? The Kalanshin can't possibly know that it's there. The underground fortress has a large harbor connected to the sea. Its purpose is to secretly maintain and resupply their submarines and spaceships when a ground battle occurs. It also serves as an escape route in case the fortress falls into the enemy's hand. Naturally, the location of its entrance should be one of the most confidential information regarding this base. Most likely, the troops that surrendered have given up the information. The aged staff officer answered in a small voice. Why are my subordinates so incompetent? When the base commander screamed while scratching at her head, an alarm suddenly rang inside the command center. Our communication line was hijacked. Mom. The operator reports in a desperate voice. The base commander was about to rebuke her, but she didn't get a chance to do that as Schlier's face suddenly showed up on the main monitor of the command center. Ahem. Greetings, ladies of the Nord Empire. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. We can. The base commander shut her ears and shouted so, but the aged staff officer answered Schlier with an unpleasant expression. Princess Schlier Henrietta I, assume? The reason you contacted us now. Well, I guess you are probably going to tell us to surrender, correct? It's helpful that you are so quick to understand, Schlier replied with a smile. We've already infiltrated the lowest level of this fortress. We are only waiting for our surface unit to arrive before we storm into that command center of yours. However, I think that both of us desire to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. No, fighting inside a striker can more or less lessen the damage to human lives due to the safety the cockpit provides, but that is not the case in anti-personnel combat. Moreover, the battlefield this time will be a closed space. Fighting here will inevitably lead to massive loss of lives. If you surrender now, both soldiers and generals will not be treated poorly. We will squarely treat you as prisoners of war. What do you think? HMPH. I'm the next Marchioness of Mithra. I will not surrender so easily. Exactly. The aged staff officer agreed to the base commander's statement. However, the reactions from the surroundings staff officers and soldiers are different. Some of them despaired at the coming tragedy, while the others got inspired by the base commander's words. Seeing that, Schlier's mouth turned downward. In that case, this is inevitable. Goodbye. Wait. Schlier was about to end the communication, but the aged staff officer stopped her. It is still the role of the general to reduce unnecessary losses. In short, your terms are acceptable as long as our commander's honor is protected. Is that not the case, Commander? Why? Yeah? The base commander looked at the old staff officer like she was trying to ask what she's planning here. The aged staff officer then looked back at her with a mischievous smile. I propose that we perform single combat between the generals from both sides. No matter what the result, our commander's honor will be preserved. Wait a minute. I'm only a major general though. It is just a figure of speech, Commander. After glancing at the base commander like she was a stupid child for a moment, her eyes turned back toward Schlier. If you win, we will obediently surrender. However, if we win, we'd like you to allow our personnel of officer rank and above to escape. Does that sound acceptable to you? Fumer? Well, I already thought that this kind of proposal would come. In a situation like this, a commander would be disqualified as an aristocrat if they do not propose a duel like that. Schlier, who is on the advantageous side, has no obligation to accept such a proposal, but there's no doubt that winning such a duel here would boost the morale of her subordinates. Let me state this condition first just in case. We will not allow you to send in a representative. As a princess, surely you would not hide yourself behind a mere mercenary, correct? Naturally. Since this is her chance, Schlier wants to make it an overwhelming victory to show Kaisai how cool she is. Thinking so, Schlier replied with a grin. This is a general's duty. I will not allow you to escape from this,
Mom. The base commander involuntarily stepped back at the aged staff officer's strong attitude. I never said that I would refuse, right? Very well. Then let us do this at the underground harbor. If it's there, you should be able to fly your striker to your heart's content. Saying so, the aged staff officer signaled the operator with her eyes to send the map of the fortress over to Schleer. It seems that it's nearby. Very well. The underground harbor was located within walking distance from the command center because it also served as an emergency escape route. After checking the map she received with the map, she has to see if the Nord side is laying down any traps for them. Schleer agreed. CH-84, a woman's will 1. This place sure is wide. They weren't kidding when they said that strikers wouldn't have any problem moving around here, huh? Said Kaisai as he looked around the underground harbor. This underground harbor, which was constructed to house large warships for their resupply and maintenance work, is about the size of a small port town. I don't mind your sightseeing, but we will not allow you to interfere with the duel, mercenary. The aged staff officer warned him through the radio. She remains in the command center, but she is probably keeping her eyes on them through the surveillance cameras. Thinking so, Kaisai unintentionally smiled. Of course, interfering in someone else's duel would be rude to both sides after all. HMPH. It appears that you properly understand our way despite being a man, huh? Her words were thorny, but Kaisai didn't pay them any mind. After all, his ego is not so fragile as to be hurt by such words. Ha, that's some big word you are spouting, old hag. Don't lump our Hokuto in with the pathetic likes of yours. Instead, it was Saki who reacted to her barbed words. For some reason, she also lightly tapped the shoulder of the Caliburn Revive, with a smug expression. They were not in a video communication, but Kaisai could roughly know what kind of expression she is making just by her voice. But didn't you also tell me that a man has no business being on the battlefield before? Such words came to his mind, but Kaisai refused the urge to retort and swallowed it back down. Now that Saki is treating him like a comrade in arms, it doesn't matter. You sure have a mouth, little girl. Can't say I like it. I don't remember asking for your opinion though. It's a tense atmosphere where provocations are being exchanged. However, before it could break out into a full-on quarrel, the shutter at the back of the harbor opened. What appeared from inside was a flashy vermilion striker. 2 sabers are hanging at the left and right sides of its hips, with a blaster carbine in its right hand. With dignified steps, the vermilion striker entered the harbor. Behind it are jetters and vils, marching as through they are soldiers accompanying their general. They are probably her personal guards. You came. I've been waiting. In the cockpit of the Miss Tiltwine, Schleer greeted them with a warlike smile. She then released her crossed arms and gently placed her hands on the control sticks. Ara, so you've actually waited. Aren't you afraid of losing? I don't feel like losing after all. Schleer replies with a smirk. I'm the next Marchioness of Mithra, Melange Hohan. I will not be defeated by a backwater princess like you, Melange said as she thrust out her non-existent chest inside the cockpit. Thinking that she's quite confident, Kaisai asked the aged staff officer a question. Mithra, is it a big territory in Nord? The Principality of Mithra is a rich country with multiple trading ports. Don't you even know that? Perhaps she's from the Mithra Principality as well. The aged officer's reply was curt, as though finding fault with him for not even knowing that. Is that so? I was on the other side of the galaxy until just half a year ago, so even if what she said is true and Mithra is a major trading hub here, there are numerous star systems as there are stars. Of course, there are many large-scale countries in existence across the universe. That's why Kaisai can't possibly know about each and every aristocratic territory within them. Every single one of you really is country bumpkins, huh? Alright, if I win, I will take that princess over the back to my territory as a prisoner. I will educate you on what a real city looks like, Melange declared with a cruel smile. By the way, I will take you to my early Muna trip before the wedding, with my fiancé as well. You should be good enough to pull the rickshaw for us. You are so proud of your strength after all. 2 birds with 1 stone. And that woman has a fiancé, Saki roared. Behind her, the Kalantian soldiers also boo at Melange. Their reaction is inevitable given that she's just boasting of her lover on the battlefield. Drought of man. That's right. Don't lump me in with losers like you people. Replying so, Melange mockingly laughs at them. Unforgivable. Should we all get her together? Let's do it. Wait. Don't be hasty now. In a hurry, Kaisai stopped the Kalanchen soldiers who began to take up their weapons. This is a one-on-one fight between Melange and Schlier. He can't allow them to ruin that. Is that so? However, Schlier's expression remains casual when she looked back at the Vermilion striker and replied, So your family is rich? Great. This means that we can get a lot of ransom out of you. Since we are at it, asking for a ransom for your release isn't a step too far, right? Huh? Confused, Melange's eyes turned into dots. And Schlier continues, I'm looking forward to greeting your parent now, Kaisai-san. Please look forward to it as well. What is she talking about now? That idiot, Saki said in an unpleasant voice. Kaisai on the other hand simply sighed and turned away. As long as I have my love for you, I will not lose to anyone. Schlier Henrietta, Miss Tiltwine. Let's duel. Fu fun. You sure can bark, huh? Melange Hohen, Urbaf, accept your challenge. After both sides gave their names, the duel started. CH-85, a woman's will too. Here I go. The first to make a move was there, Urbaf, a lightweight Zenith piloted by the base commander, Melange. The Vermilion striker sprints through the steel and concrete-covered square of the underground harbor while emitting a blue trail from its thruster. Oh, don't think I will let you get close so easily. There, Urbaf, is a close-range specialized striker with no other ranged weapon besides its blaster carbine. To the Miss Tiltwine, a striker equipped head-to-toe with numerous firearms. It is a striker that should not be allowed to get close. Pulling the trigger, a large number of missiles fired from the pods on there, Miss Tiltwine's legs and waist. The number of missiles was overwhelming and they all converged toward the Urbaf HMPH missiles. That's not something a real warrior should be using. However, on the other hand, Melange pulled her control sticks with a brave smile. She makes a sharp turn and takes cover behind a gantry crane. The missiles impacted on the sturdy steel crane and exploded in a fiery red explosion which illuminated the warship stocked at the wharf. TSK, this place is too claustrophobic. There are many large buildings in the harbor for maintenance and resupplying work. It's a location where you would not have a shortage of covers. For a striker specialized in ranged warfare, it's a hard place to exhibit its power. Even so, I have enough firepower to compensate that. The moment she shouted so, Schlier fired her blaster cannon toward the gantry crane. The extra thick beam burns through the steel frame and pierces it, making the crane the size of a small tower collapse in a loud noise. Wait a minute. Your Highness, this place will be our forward base once we take over, right? The Kalanchen soldiers voiced their concern, but Schlier didn't pay them any mind. After all, if she loses because she has to worry about collateral damage here, then it would be putting a cart before the horse. You are. Schlier sprays her heavy machine gun into the shadowy figure she spotted through the dust cloud. Like hell that will hit me. With a flash of thruster flame, Melange moved out of the way and the bullets pierced the reinforced concrete behind her. Her reaction speed was superb. It seems that she does have the ability to support her big words earlier. On the other hand, seeing there, Urbaf, rush out at her from the smoke, Schlier whistled. That stationary cannon-like striker of yours will never land a hit on me. Melange fires her blaster carbine at there, Miss Tiltwine, that continues spraying bullets toward her. Schlier nimbly avoided the shots, but Melange already anticipated that. As she continues to avoid the spray of bullets from the machine gun, she performs sudden acceleration and immediately closes in on Schlier. Stay still. Schlier continued shooting her machine gun toward Melange, but she skillfully used a shield to hinder Schlier's line of sight and keep approaching her. When she noticed it, Melange was already at her side. I got you. The muzzle of Melange's blaster carbine is pointed at Schlier and she rapidly opens fire. However, Schlier simply protected herself with a shield. After all, against low-power/low caliber projectiles, there, Miss Tiltwine, has enough defensive capability to withstand any number of shots. TSK. But at this range, I don't need a gun anymore. As soon as she shouted that, Melange pulled out the twin sabers from the waist. Dual wielding? Saki, who was watching the duel from afar, shouted. Many pilots are good with their swords, but it's rare to see a dual wielder like Melange. Schlier, who's currently facing her, also narrowed her eyes. From the movement Melange exhibited so far, there's no doubt that Melange's ability is the real deal. It's clear that she is not using two swords at the same time just for the look of it. Assessing that she must be a skilled sword fighter, a small mistake on Schlier's part might be enough for Melange to cut her down in an instant. Take this. Melange rushed in with a strong step. Schleer continues to shoot the heavy machine gun while retreating with all her might, but a heavy striker with poor maneuverability like Miss Tiltwine can't possibly get away from the agile Urbaf so easily. Despite how she magnificently evaded the first strike, the white blade continues to approach. Miss Tiltwine, you're fast. While admiring the Urbaf's speed, Schleer's movement was calm and collected. She immediately abandoned her heavy machine gun and pulled out the photon saber from the chest hardpoint to catch the saber coming from her right while using the shield mounted on Miss Tiltwine's shoulder to block the one from the left. At the same time, she pulled the trigger and the head-mounted machine gun sprayed a large number of bullets down toward the Urbaf's chest armor. Although it was designed to be light, the chest armor of the Urbaf is thick enough to prevent bullets from low-caliber rounds from piercing it. However, the sound of the bullets impacting just outside her cockpit made Melange jump in surprise. Without missing that small opening, Schleer's photon saber swing sideways at their Urbaf. Don't think that such lukewarm swordsmanship can defeat me. However, the side swing was ruthlessly blocked by Melange's saber. There, Miss Tiltwine appears to have the stronger power output, but her photon saber was unable to cut into Melange's steel saber. Her blade was stopped, and that means she's now exposing a fatal opening to her enemy. This is the end. Melange slashes at Schleer with the saber in her right hand. Seeing that, Schleer grinned. You took the bait. At the same time, Schleer's hand slams on the screen panel of her console, releasing recoil suppression system. Along with the AI's inorganic voice, she fired the blaster cannon on her shoulder. The thick beam flew over there, Urbaf's shoulder, and hit the concrete floor because she didn't take a proper aim, but that doesn't matter. Due to the disabled recoil suppression system, there, Miss Tiltwine flew backward from the recoil of the shot. Although she only fired a charged particle, the recoil from it is comparable to a solid shell due to its power. As a result, blood drained from the face of Melange, whose slash was brilliantly evaded. However, it's too late to make a counter-move now. Schleer, who forcibly stopped the backward momentum using the feet anchor, grabbed the handle of the Zweihander mounted inside her shoulder shield while using the thruster to rush back toward Melange. Saki is not the only one who can use an electromagnetic scabbard. At the same time, using the electromagnetic ejection mechanism inside her shoulder shield, the Zweihander was unsheathed at tremendous speed. The slash brilliantly cut through the vermilion armor of the Urbaf, and horizontally split its body into two, making its upper half tumble to the concrete floor. HMPH, I guess this is it. Glancing at their Urbaf's undamaged cockpit, Schleer nodded in satisfaction. Swearing voices can be heard from the radio, but Schleer simply smiles at how energetic her opponent is and mercilessly cuts off the communication with the Urbaf. Kaisai-san, did you see? I won. Luring your opponent close by tricking them to think that you are weak in close quarter, then finish the fight with a surprise attack. That was splendid. Kaisai responded in a joyful voice to Schleer, who celebrated while making a peace sign inside her cockpit. He was not trying to flatter her. He simply states a genuine praise. Her opponent has a complete geographical advantage over her. In such a narrow place full of covers like this, a heavy-duty long-range striker would have a hard time against a nimble and agile striker. Schleer's victory came solely from her own skills and wit. Right. Ha 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 ha. It seems she's going to be annoying for a while. Seeing Schleer rejoice so cheerfully, Saki muttered with a frown on her face. CH-86, A Woman's Will 3. 1 hour after the duel, the agreement was fulfilled and all Norwegian personnel inside the fortress surrendered. From the start, the commoner troops had no intention to resist. That's why the disarmament went relatively smoothly, with only some minor resistance from some nobles. Meanwhile, Schleer and her subordinates gather inside the command center. This is to direct and monitor the disarmament and transfer of POWs. Since this place is the information center of this fortress, it is probably the perfect place for such work. What a disgrace. It was Melange who was dragged out from the cockpit, who shouted so as she stepped inside the command center. Although she is being surrounded by armed Kalanchen soldiers, she's not restrained by any handcuffs or rope. This is due to her being a high-ranking aristocrat. Albeit being a POW, they still need to treat her appropriately. Of course, by not restraining her, there's a risk that she might escape, but in a case like this, if her side pays the ransom, she will be safely released. That's the reason why not many POWs in her situation would choose to escape by themselves. Commander. Please stay quiet. You are a commanding officer, you know. You should be grateful that they do not treat you like a war criminal. The aged officer said so and heaved a sigh. Hearing the word, war criminal, Melange's face turned blue. What came to her mind was the abandoned city above this very fortress. Certainly, in a normal war, the safety of the POWs is guaranteed, but this time the Norwegian has committed an atrocity by indiscriminately bombarding the civilians in the early stage of the war. I opposed the purge bombing from the beginning, you know. But the Supreme Commander. Her Highness Dairos said that, it's Her Majesty the Empress's decree, so there was nothing I could do. If you are going to trial me, then I can testify this. I think I've heard something useful just now, Schlier muttered with a serious expression. It appears that the purge bombing was carried out according to the Norwegian Empress's will. If that's the case. Then it seems that you people might have drawn quite an unfortunate hand. Unfortunate hand. Unable to comprehend what she tried to say, Melange asked in confusion. However, the aged officer next to her simply nods, as though she agrees with Schlier's thinking. Even for an aristocrat, killing such a large number of civilians is still something that is not looked kindly upon. No, if I have to be frank, it's quite a serious crime for an aristocrat to slaughter citizens of another country. But, we were only obeying orders, right? If we went against it, our territory would be attacked for treason. You know. That's right. They've forced such dirty work on us, and once all things said and done, they would find fault in your honor as an aristocrat. After that, she would come down and reap every benefit for herself. That Empress, the aged officer said in abandonment. There was a grudge in her eyes. Kaisai, who was in the corner of the command center, frowned at her words, which he thinks that she didn't say out loud only for sympathy. Perhaps they may have their own circumstances as well. Quite a slave driver, your Empress. Well, she's a woman who has ascended the throne with only her cunning and underhanded means after all. The tone of the aged officer sounded very confident. Hearing that, Melange's shoulders started to tremble. No way. Then we are only a disposable pawn. She said that as she looked up to the ceiling as though it's the end of the world. Seeing that, Saki, who seems to be sympathetic to their situation, put her hand on Melange's shoulder with a gentle expression. Well, don't think. And it's just only half a year before my wedding too. You are so proud about that, aren't you? Damn it. Saki's sympathy was blown away in an instant when she heard Melange talking about her marriage. With no more words of encouragement, she proceeded to put her iron claw on top of Melange's head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. What are you doing? I'm a prisoner of war, you know. Good, harder. Don't let that Ryuju off the hook. TLN, Ryuju equals those winners at life. Just explode, damn it. Saki's action was fully supported by the surrounding soldiers. For some reason, even the POWs seemed to be among them as well. It seems that the distaste toward Ryuju is quite universal. Ha, keep it at that, Lieutenant. Makishima. Schlier stops her with an uplifting attitude. Her eyes were glancing toward Kaisai. Don't look so cheerful just because you scored some points with him, muttered Saki under her breath, as her mouth turned downward. Well, you don't have to worry. We at the Kalansia Empire are different from the villainous Nord. That's why you people will not be punished without a proper trial. Schlier said that with a big smile. She's probably still quite joyous about her victory. As a side note, she's been this way ever since she left the Miss Tiltwine. Also, rather than executing you, asking for a ransom would be way more profitable. Melange did not miss the words that Schlier muttered in a low voice. Is she supposed to be relieved that she will be safe, or should she get angry for the disgrace she was made to suffer? While wondering so, Melange sat down on a nearby chair with a subtle expression as she shook her head from side to side. In the end, she chose to put on an ironic smile and shrugged. Seriously, it seems that I'm really in a bind here. My superior only used me as a convenient throwaway piece. Not only that, I just lost to a woman who brought a man to the battlefield. Wah! Schlier exclaimed at Melange, who was glancing sideways at Kaisai. I'm seriously amazed, you know. A woman who stands tall to protect a man. That's the definition of a knight, right? Even so, you brought him to the battlefield and let him fight. I would never be able to do that. That's not funny, you know. Instead of Schlier, It was Kaisai whose body shakes in anger as he replies in an angry tone. I like the battlefield. I enjoy fighting, and I can meet a lot of exciting people. Besides, if you take fighting away from me, what would I have left? The second part of his words was almost inaudible. For a moment, Schlier glanced at him with a doubtful look, but before she could ask him what he said, the tense atmosphere was broken by a loud voice. If you have time to have a stupid quarrel, then please lend me a hand here. Looking at the source of the voice, they found Schlier's staff officer, Solana, who's currently holding several communication devices in her hand while looking at Schlier with bloodshot eyes. Organizing the prisoners, doing the inventory, reorganizing our troops. There is a lot of work to be done, you know. Your Highness. Sorry. Even though she fought on the front line, Schlier is not a mere soldier but the general who holds the most authority on the Kalanchen side. She has no time to relax just because the fight is over. After staring at Melange for a few seconds, she lowered her head to Kaisai in an apologetic look before running over to Solana in a hurry. First is the POWs. They have this many units on standby. For the time being, let's disarm all of them immediately. If we allow them to keep their weapon, we won't be able to start the base refurbishment with peace of mind, right? The battle is over, but it seems that Schlier's work is not yet done. With an expression that looks like she just ate a spoonful of worms, Schlier starts directing her subordinates. CH-87. Cornered. After the capture of the underground fortress, the Kalanchen army set out to take control of the surrounding area. The resistance from the Nord side was surprisingly weak and they continued to make good progress with only some losses from their occasional ambush. The capture of the underground base at point R118 is completed, Ma'am. With this continent should be completely under our control. In the command center of the underground fortress, a staff member reported to Schlier. There was no sense of tension in her voice. With each battle, their controlled area continues to expand. Even a common military training would provide more challenges than their current situation. It was too easy, don't you think? Groaned Schlier, who seated herself in the middle of the command center. Their progress is obviously too unnatural. So this is what the Nord amount to. Schlier is not foolish enough to spout such an optimistic remark like that. The enemy general, Dairos, is an opponent that she must be on guard against, and honestly, seeing how overly smooth their progress is, Schlier cannot help but feel anxious. What's the damage to our side? Regarding that. I'm sending the data to you now, Your Highness. When Schlier took a look at the data she received via her terminal, her expression immediately stiffened. The scale of the base they launched their attack on is by no means large, but the damage her force still suffered considerable damage. The looted supply. I don't see much of it at all. Only some food and propellant. I was told that the ammunition depot discovered there was completely destroyed as well, Ma'am. Scorched earth. Kaisai, who was listening in on their conversation nearby, muttered with a bitter expression. With no major battles taking place, Kaisai practically spent his time on standby at the underground fortress. He's probably standing by in the command center right now in case Schlier needs him to sortie in an emergency. As usual, he was forbidden to walk around by himself, so there's nothing more boring for him at the moment. To think they are resorting to such a nasty tactic. They must be waiting for us to exhaust our strength first. The battle reports she received mostly share similar results. While their force is suffering substantial damage, what they gain is very little. Even so, if we ignore the enemy bases and forcibly mobilize our main force, we will surely suffer great damage from their ambush. We have no choice but to solidify our foundation, Your Highness. Solana replies to Kaisai with her arms crossed. If they leave minor enemy bases alone in fear of suffering damage to their forces, the enemy will mobilize guerrilla units from there and attack their supply route along with their less protected personnel. Our objective is either destroying the Nord's main force or taking control of all 3 underground fortresses on this planet. The latter is preferable. After all, we will gain a tremendous advantage over the Noridian fleet if we can restore our defense network here. The Nord Empire still has the upper hand in terms of overall strength. Nevertheless, they are avoiding confronting them in a decisive battle to prevent the miracle of Liboya from happening again. The Nord's tactic this time around is undoubtedly to weaken the Kalanchen side as much as they can before striking at the most opportune time, taking control of the surrounding area with as little damage as possible and safely capturing the remaining fortresses. I don't think that our current strategy is mistaken. However, I am still uneasy to be dancing to their tune like this. With the losses we suffered from each battle, I don't think that we can call this safely anymore though. Our supply is being exhausted. If we run out of bullets then we would not have any chance of winning after all. Solana averted her eyes from Kaisai. What Kaisai is saying is correct. To deliver supplies to this planet, they would have to enter the Nord-controlled territory. Naturally, their enemy would never miss such a defenseless transport unit, and as a result, the supply would run dry on the front line. Certainly, the more time we spend here, the more disadvantageous we will be. I thought that we can procure supply from the enemy, but it seems like I was too naive. If possible, it would be better if we can bring them into a short-term decisive battle. Still, is it not too ironic to be wishing for such a thing when they are taking their time to thoroughly clean out the enemy underground bases like this? Schleer wondered with a frown. Well, our next action is already decided anyway. We are going to take the next underground fortress. The Chief of Staff is formulating the strategy for our next operation at the moment. As Solana says, even though she is not with them in the command center, the Chief of Staff is currently groaning while looking at maps and various data inside her room on board there. Radiant. There is no other underground fortress on this continent. They will have to cross and make their way through another continent for that. The operation plan must be as foolproof as possible since an ambush on the ocean can severely damage their ground forces. Well, in other words, I'm free until then, right? I'm bored. It is the officer's job to come up with their plan of action, something that's unrelated to Kaisai, who is only a pilot. Basically, he has nothing to do until the next sortie. With no sign of attack from the Four Heavenly, he's pretty much bummed out. Even if you are bored, please don't go wandering around our prisoners, okay? Schleer warned him with a strict expression. During his free time here, Kaisai was accompanied by Saki and often went to see Melange. Well, that person has a lot of sweets after all. She always gives me some every time I went to see her. At the moment, Melange is subjected to house arrest inside her own room. Since aside from some items that might pose danger to them, her personal belongings were left untouched and she seems to be enjoying her time here as a pal. You are just being lured in by her sweets, right? Schleer shouted as though she received a shock. If I knew there's such an easy way to spend my time with him, then I should have done this from the start, was her true intention. In the first place, I think I have placed an order forbidding anyone from entering her room aside from authorized personnel though. Saying so, Solana stared at him. Rather, this place is also off limits except for some officers and operators, do you know? For some reason, it seems you are quite free to come and go anywhere you want, aren't you? Is that the case? When Kaisai looked back at her like he was surprised by her words, Solana averted her eyes again. His appearance is too dangerous for her to have a conversation with him face to face. Thinking so, she gently pressed her palm against her chest to calm down. Well, I will make an exception for you. Be grateful for it. In the end, Solana allowed Kaisai to stay. In the first place, when he entered the room, the guards couldn't stop him because of the same reason. So this is what is called a beauty. Thinking so, Solana heaved a sigh inside her heart. CH-88. Waking up and peeping Tom. Kaisai is sleeping inside the cockpit of Caliburn Revive. He leaned his pilot seat back to the limit and used the flight jacket he always wears as a blanket. Although the maintenance deck was noisy due to the maintenance works and the chatter of its crew, he's peacefully sleeping with gentle breath. From the outside of the cockpit hatch, the chief mechanic peeked inside. When she saw Kaisai's soundly sleeping face, she let out a small "oo," while pointing a small camera at him. Just a little bit. Just a little bit is fine, right? When she pressed the shutter with her trembling finger, a faint clicking echoed inside the cockpit. At the same time, she heard a loud voice coming from behind her. Hokuto. You are. In surprise, the chief mechanic fell back and the back of her head smashed into the basket of the maintenance crane. Ouch. What are you doing? At the feet of the Caliburn Revive. Saki looked up at her with a puzzled expression. While putting the camera back inside her pocket, the chief mechanic stood up and scratched her head. Nothing. Ha. Well, whatever. Hokuto's in the right? When she glanced inside the cockpit, Kaisai's eyes were still shut. Even though she just made a fuss, he didn't wake up. It seems that he's in a deep sleep. Thinking so, the chief mechanic stroked her chest in relief. It seems he's resting. He's taking a nap? It's almost time for dinner, you know. Maybe he's just tired. We had nothing to do for a while already though. How could he get tired? Sorry, but can you wake him up for me? Yes. The chief mechanic got inside the cockpit again while looking at Kaisai's sleeping face. I guess this is also an occupational benefit, huh? After enjoying his sleeping face for a moment so as to not arouse Saki's suspicion, she shook his shoulders. Please wake up, it's almost time for dinner. NN. Good morning. Shortly after he got up, Kaisai rubbed his eyes and stretched. He then looked at the chief mechanic with a yawn. Seeing him like that, the chief mechanic shyly turned away. The light? What time is it? It's 6:30, local time. I slept for 3 hours. With a sleepy expression, Kaisai sighed. Originally, he only intended to take a nap for an hour. Lieutenant Makishima is here to see you, you know. Really? My bad. In a hurry, Kaisai jumped out of the cockpit and lowered himself down using the crane. On the other hand, Saki greeted him with a subtle expression. If you sleep at a time like this, you won't be able to get any sleep at night, you know. You sound like my sister. Shut up. Saying so, Saki patted his head. However, her touch was more like roughly stroking rather than gently patting. Still, sorry about this. You waited for me, right? Of course. Kaisai still hasn't received permission to go about the place alone. Saki is currently acting as his escort. He did tell her that he would be taking a nap beforehand, but no, it's fine. I made that guy watch over you. I just got back from an errand earlier. Saying so, Saki glanced at the chief mechanic. Well, you were inside, Caliburn Revive, the whole time. I wouldn't let anyone suspicious get close to this place after all, the chief mechanic proudly replied without outing herself as said suspicious person. Is that so? Thank you very much. Kaisai bowed and thanked the chief mechanic before turning his eyes back to Saki, who somehow looked like she was in a good mood. Curious, Kaisai asked her about it. By the way, what was the errand? I was polishing Dainsleif. It's all shiny now, you know. I will let you take a look later. Oh, that's nice. I want to try cleaning mine too. Saying so, Kaisai looks back at their Caliburn Revive. Naturally, it's not dirty by any means since it has been thoroughly cleaned by the maintenance crew after each mission. Even so, dirt can still accumulate in small gaps. It's always nice to see your personal striker nice and clean. Give up the idea. If you do it yourself, I can totally picture you slid off the armor. I will do it when I have free time. I will help too. I don't sortie much these days, so I'm mostly free after all. Oh, thanks. Saki and the chief mechanic met eyes for a moment and smiled at each other. Then their expression suddenly changed and turned toward Kaisai. Come to think of it, did you hear? About what? Today's dinner. It's gonna be beef bowl again. Kaisai frowned at the dinner menu. Due to the lack of supplies, their meals have become extremely monotonous. They should be grateful that they still have something to eat, but they still can't help but grow tired of eating the same old beef bowl over and over again. Beef bowl again? We had that for both breakfast and lunch already, right? Thinking about it now, all 3 meals yesterday were also beef bowls, huh? The frown was not just limited to Kaisai but the chief mechanic as well. The beef bowl, which is cheap and filling, is the most popular ration for military personnel, but it's too much having to eat the same thing every day. Ridiculous, right? It's 6 meals in a row now. That's why I came up with an idea. What idea? Simple. All we have to do is get our meal from someone who has something delicious hidden away for herself. In other words, let's pay a visit to our aristocrat prisoner. With an evil expression, Saki declared her plan. CH-89. The pervert MPs. By the way, earlier Her Highness told me not to go to her room, you know. While walking in the corridor of the underground fortress, Kaisai said that as though he's trying to make an excuse. She's probably just jealous again. Don't worry about it, replied Saki as she looked back at him with a grin. Her, in this context, is, of course, Melange, the former commander of this fortress who was taken prisoner after her loss in a duel with Schlier the other day. The relationship between Schlier and Melange is not that good due to the circumstance they met each other in. Certainly, it wouldn't be a good feeling to let someone you love see a person like that. In the first place, that woman already has a fiancé, right? She's getting married soon, so she wouldn't go out of her way to flirt with another man anyway. In Vald society, where the number of men is extremely small, even aristocrats have a hard time getting married. As far as men are concerned, It is even common for a commoner man to suddenly get welcomed into a high-ranking aristocratic family as the son-in-law. With that being the case, no woman would actively cheat on their fiancé when it's so hard to get engaged in the first place. Certainly, that person treats me quite normally. I'm actually grateful for that too. While playing with the vinyl wrap of the cup ramen he has in his hand for some reason, Kaisai let out a small sigh. After all, in a society where just being a man made everyone treat you as someone special, it's impossible to not get tired out. Well, I don't really hate that kind of person. She might seem haughty but she always gives you something delicious after all. Her Highness said that she was luring me with food, but I think that it applies better to Mikishima-san though. Ha ha ha, leave me alone. While having such a conversation, they arrived at their destination, the room where Melange was put under house arrest. There, 2 guards armed with rifles are standing watch outside the sturdy reinforced carbon door. When they approached, the guards observed them with keen eyes. It's these guys, huh? Saki cursed a little before leaving Kaisai behind to go talk to the guards. Sorry, I'm delivering this to the prisoner. She said that while showing them the cup ramen in her hand. For better or worse, Melange is still a daughter of a great aristocratic house. Who would believe that she's delivering such a thing to someone like that? Thinking so, Kaisai rolled his eyes. No, sorry, but we also have our job to do. We can't let you pass so easily. Ah, this is for you too. Kaisai pulled out 2 lollipops from the pocket of his flight jacket and handed them to the guards who received them with a smile. I was craving something sweet. Thanks. As our thanks, let us give you a hug. Of course. The guards didn't care about the candy. They just choose gratitude as their excuse to hug Kaisai. It was totally sexual harassment, but there's no way around it. They are bribing them after all. Thinking so, Kaisai endured the alternating hugs of the 2 guards whose expressions look like they are patting a cat. Damn. If the MPs are like this, then I don't have any hope left for the world. Saki muttered in a small voice so that the guards wouldn't hear her. Surprisingly, they are wearing MP armbands. It should be an MP's job to hunt down those people with inappropriate behaviors here, but their state is as you can see now. A visit, right? Wait a minute, I will go check. After enjoying the hug for a while, one of the guards entered the room. At the same time, Saki grabs Kaisai's sleeve and quietly moves him away from the door. She then speaks to him in a small voice. As I thought, let's just beat them up next time. They are starting to get ahead of themselves now. We better set an example out of them. If they are going to let us pass with this much, then it's a cheap price to pay though. Saki was serious, but Kaisai shook his head sideways in reply. He's sick of it, but they neither extort nor force their way with him. Something at this level happens quite frequently to him, so he's already used to it. Even so, you're still a man. In the first place, wasn't it Mikishima-san who invited me here though? When Kaisai argued back, Saki growls with a bitter expression. If the people watching guard aren't these guys, they would let me through. It seems I'm out of luck today. Sorry. Saki apologized with her wolf ears drooped down. Don't take it so seriously, I really don't mind it. It was Kaisai who was troubled instead, since she seems so worried about it. Unlike the chaste and graceful Vuld males, Kaisai doesn't usually turn down something at this level in the first place. Still, when they are being so blatant like this, it's kinda taking me by surprise though. Saki groaned with her arms folded. As she thought, it's her fault that Kaisai went through this. The next time she sees someone trying to pull this, she will immediately shut them down. Of course, since she knew that Kaisai would try to persuade her otherwise, she didn't say it out loud. She said, "You can go in." Then, a guard came out of the room. It seems that they asked for Melange's permission. Well, setting that aside, let's go get our meal. It's not going to be a beef bowl this time, Kaisai said in a cheerful voice, as if trying to blow away the heavy atmosphere, and walked toward the door. Saki followed him. On her way, she glared at the guards when they passed each other. However, they simply looked back at her with a carefree expression. It seems that no occupation has thicker skin than the MPTSK. After clicking her tongue, Saki entered the room. CH90, lover boasting and complaints. You came again? You geese sure have a lot of free time, huh? Greeted Melange with an astonished expression. Since Kaisai and Saki are the top ace of Kalanshia, Melange naturally knows about them. That being said, since they come to play at her room every single day, it probably can't be helped for her to think that they are not doing their work properly. There's no way around it, right? The most the Norwegians are doing these days is harassing us after all. We don't have a large-scale battle to fight in for a while now. Coming from Dairo-sama, her strategy this time is quite passive. Saki speaks to her in a casual tone like she's talking to a friend. On the other hand, Melange doesn't seem to mind her attitude even though she is a high-ranking noble. Apparently, the two were a good match and they strangely got along well with each other in this short period of time. Isn't she just scared? She did lose that badly to us the other day after all. Saying so, Saki sits down on a chair placed in the center of the room with Kaisai following suit. Then that would be an interesting sight. I would pay to see that haughty princess quivering in fear, you know. Melange has a nasty grin on her face. It seemed that being used as a disposable pawn does not sit well with her, so she's feeling bitter toward her general. Well, that's fine and all. What do you want with me today? I brought this for you. Here. Kaisai offered her a cup ramen. Receiving it, Melange reads the label with interest. Giga-sized tonkatsu ramen triple garlic version. You guys, are you seriously trying to make me eat this? It's fine, right? Your fiancé isn't here anyway. That sounds like a line from a male lead in a third-rate melodrama. This situation doesn't have any man's tempting sex appeal whatsoever though. While groaning with a tired expression, Melange also sits down face to face with Kaisai. She then put the cup ramen on the table and looked at Kaisai's face. The only thing worth boasting about you is your face, so you should stop saying something like that to others, you know. Some idiots might get the wrong idea after all. Don't you have to be a genuine idiot to misunderstand something like this? Wait, isn't our princess likely to get the wrong idea from such a line though? Right. Saki and Melange looked at each other and laughed out loud. Even though the person herself is not here, there should be a limit to how much they should make fun of her though. Thinking so, Kaisai let out a small sigh. So, well, we want to trade something with you in exchange for this. What, sweets again? Sure, I have a lot more after all. Like a squirrel or a hamster, Melange stores a variety of food inside her room. It appears that she's quite a foodie. That must be why she is willing to accept this kind of trade. No, I was hoping that you have some kind of ration stored here. Our ration today is beef bowl again, you see. That's why we thought that we should bring something to trade with you. Again? Haven't we been given only that for the past few days already? Melange frowned. Of course, since they are short on supplies, not only the soldiers but the prisoners have to put up with the same limited ration. The fact that Kaisai has to eat a beef bowl again means that Melange will also have to eat the same thing. Seriously? Can't be helped then. Wait a minute. Melange stood up after heaving a deep sigh. She then walked toward her closet where a large amount of food was hidden inside. 10 minutes later, a steaming steak and a jar of sauerkraut were placed in front of Kaisai and Saki. Steak is evolved soul food. Looking at the steak, Saki's expression looked like her face is melting. So you do have something good hidden here after all. It's only a ready-made one though. Well, this should still be better than eating another beef bowl, right? Melange presented the steak like it was something cheap, but this steak is made from organic beef that only rich aristocrats can buy. It surely will taste different from the synthetic meats spiced with cultured protein and seasonings. Naturally, even a royalty from a poor country like Kalanchia won't be able to get their hands on such a thing so regularly. Ready-made, huh? It's still organic, right? This is amazing, you know. In front of this rare treat, Saki's tension was quite high and the complimented Melange also seems to be proud about it. Well, I'm the next Marchioness of Mithra after all. Taking good care of the poor is a noble's duty, right? Man, as expected from a great noble, you have my respect. Wahahahaha. You don't have to praise me that much. I will accept it though. In truth, it felt extremely unfair for them to trade a cup ramen for 2 servings of organic steak. But Melange allowed it in a good mood. She is certainly a type of person that you can easily get along with. Of course, the two did not hesitate to stick their forks into the steaks, although it could also be considered an army ration. The steak is extremely delicious since it's a product aimed for high-ranking aristocrats. It's delicious, but it's a little too big for me. Seriously, that's a waste. You want me to finish it for you? Sure, have at it. Even so, Kaisai is relatively a light eater. He immediately ate his fill and Saki took over his leftovers. Seeing that, Melange made a bitter smile. You won't grow if you don't eat a lot, you know. Unfortunately, It seems that my growth period is already over, said Kaisai while playing with the shredded sauerkraut with his spoon. The sour fermented cabbage gives just the right refreshing taste after a big meal. Well, that's true. You are actually tall for a man after all. Is your fiancé shorter than me? Of course. He's tiny and cute, you know. My fiancé, Melange replied happily when the topic of her fiancé was brought up. For a while after that, she keeps boasting about her fiancé. However, since she gave him a good meal, Kaisai subconsciously listened to her seriously. So, that's why he's the best. I would be troubled if I don't get released in time for my wedding, you know. I guess that will be depending on how this war will go, huh? Saki answers with a slightly fed-up look. Aristocratic POWs are usually released after their side pay a ransom, but usually, such ransom negotiation would not begin until the end of the war. Thanks to a certain someone, the Kalanchian managed to obtain a one-sided victory in the previous battle after all. I don't know how the war will go now. It's a job after all. Kaisai grinned at Melange, who looked at him with a little displeased eyes. On the other hand, seeing his nonchalant attitude, Melange simply shrugs in return. Well, the one who is to blame the most is that Diarose after all, making us an accomplice in a terrible act like that. Melange fumed up when she recalled the face of Diarose. It seems that she really did object to the purge bombing Diarose performed on civilians. Since she's willing to say this much about her general, it seems that a grudge toward Diarose runs deep inside her. Seeing her, Kaisai remembers Valentina's words. Valentina also detests Diarose. Judging from this, as the supreme commander of an army, it seems that she is not that popular with her subordinates. It does feel different to hear that from someone from Nord. Come to think of it, Diarose-sama is not well liked inside the Nord army, isn't she? Well, yeah. Are you curious about that woman? It seems that she considers me a threat on a strategic level after all. That's why I think that I would be more on the safe side if I at least learned something about her. After all, the memory of the hardship he suffered from Diarose's concentrated attack on Laboya is still fresh in his mind. I see. It's not good for me to spill information to the enemy, but it would be even more annoying to see that woman acting all self-important after this. I will tell you what you want to know. Unexpectedly, Melange agrees to share information with them. It appears that her hatred toward Diarose outweighed the unpleasantness of selling out her ally. CH91. The unpopular, next. Empress. Well, that being said. I did not serve directly under that woman, so I don't really know much though. Nord is a big country after all. Unlike Kalanshia, it doesn't seem that a high-ranking aristocrat necessarily has to be close with the royalty, huh? I guess so. Melange ironically smiled at Saki's words. When it comes to a country as big as the Nord Empire, there are quite a few houses that hold peerages of dukes or marquis. Moreover, Melange herself is not yet the Marchioness. She's simply the heir to the family at the moment. At best, the only opportunities she has to meet with Diarose would be on the battlefields or during parties. Well, for better or worse, Diarose is a woman who usually stands out wherever she goes. Even if you don't have many opportunities to meet her directly, you should at least have heard some rumors about her before, right? I heard that she's being called the undefeated princess, right? With a title like that, she should be quite a celebrity. Well, she did lose to us last time though, Saki added with a smile. Their big victory at Laboya helped boost a lot of morale for the Kalanchian soldiers who suffered defeat after all. Well, I can confirm that her ability is the real deal. But there are a lot of interesting stories about that woman too. Saying so, Melange took out a wine glass from the basket on the table. Then, she urges Kaisai with her glass. Anyway, pour me a drink. It's the information fee. Yes. Yes. Kaisai makes a bitter smile and takes out a bottle of wine from the basket. However, after he grabbed a corkscrew to uncork it, Saki immediately snatched the bottle from him. It would be bad if you injure yourself, right? Why, you are being overprotective again. Even I can uncork a wine bottle, all right? Really? With a grin, Saki quickly handled the bottle with practiced movement and removed the cork before returning it to Kaisai. Here you go. NN, seriously, you always do this. Don't fuss over it, let's get started. Melange giggled at the scene and urged Kaisai to pour her the wine. When her glass is filled with red liquid, a mellow scent begins to drift inside the room. With a nod of satisfaction, Melange took out another glass and offered it to Saki. So you do understand how things like this go, huh? Drinking alone is boring after all. That being said, Saki did not make Kaisai pour her the wine. She poured it herself and made a light toast with melange before starting sipping it. By the way, Kaisai, who can't handle alcohol, is drinking lemonade alone. Well, let's get back on the topic. Diarose has a second nickname inside my country. Can you guess what it is? Second nickname? ... I don't have a clue. She's called their loyal dog. In other words, she's the Empress's dog. With that said, Melange let out a small laugh. She's a Yasmin who follows whatever the Empress commands her to do. Whether how cruel or unreasonable an operation is, she has no objection to carrying it out. That's the reason behind her nickname. That's surprising. When I heard the rumors about her, I thought that she would be an arrogant type who doesn't listen to anyone. Still, for such a loyal person, the reputation she has is the worst. That being said, if he has to carry out such cruel and unreasonable orders, then it probably can't be helped that she's detested. That is also true. Anyway, she's the type of person that would lash out if things don't go the way she wants. She won't forgive anyone that gets in her way, whether it's an ally or an enemy. On top of that, she's also a sadist who enjoys whipping pals and subordinates that made a mistake. There's a mountain of bad rumors about her, Melange said with a disgusted look. Every aristocrat is more or less arrogant. However, the arrogance Diarose exhibit was excessive. Still, she always obeys Her Majesty's orders, no matter how petty or humiliating it is. Some even say that she's a woman who licked the Empress's feet to gain the succession right. So she's both a prideful and obedient person at the same time. In that case, isn't she just using her subordinates as an outlet for her stress? Saki mockingly said so. She then finishes her glass of wine and continues. Besides, an aristocrat who abandoned their self-respect shouldn't be called an aristocrat anymore. That's it. You are exactly right. Melange immediately agreed and grabbed the bottle of wine to refill Saki's glass. You know what it is to be an aristocrat even though you are a commoner. Just abandon Kalansia and come over to my territory. I'm thankful for the offer, but this is my home, so I can't abandon it. I have a family to go back to after all. What a shame. With a sigh, Melange pours herself another glass. She then returned the empty bottle to the basket. So, in conclusion, Diarose is a sadist with no dignity, a dangerous woman who you can't predict what she will do next. That being said, she is good at warfare exactly because of her unpredictable nature. Warfare? Then how about her skill as a pilot? Is she comparable to those 4 heavenly? No, you can't compare her to those guys. Still, you will have to be on guard against her. That woman, she won't hesitate to resort to dirty means even in striker battle. After all, compared to your average ace pilot, that woman is much more troublesome to deal with. So around or slightly better than Valentina. Kaisai groaned with his arms crossed. Of course, if it's her that he has to deal with alone, he would have no problem. However, if she's the kind of person who would use dirty tactics, then he needs to be cautious against her. If she appears along with the 4 heavenly, then she will no doubt be a troublesome opponent. Well, albeit a rotten one, I am still a noble of Nord after all. I don't wish for the defeat of my own country, but since we've already shared a drink together, I don't want to see you guys die either. Make sure that you don't die to that woman, okay? Of course. I'm the wicked star. After all, my victory is guaranteed no matter who I'm up against. In response to Melange's words, Kaisai gave a confident reply. CH92, the hug. Even at sea. I still have nothing to do, Kaisai muttered while performing a big stretch. In front of him was a deep blue ocean. Other than the large number of Kalansian ships sailing in platoons, there are no islands or man-made objects around them. You don't have to worry about that. We will carry out the operation tomorrow after all. I think you should enjoy your free time while you can. You know, Schleer, who was nearby, said with a bitter smile. That being said, it's not just Kaisai who's tired of this excessive free time. On the first deck, Kaisai and Schleer are at. Many crew members are working with a bored expression. The Kalansian side is completely out of tune since there was no decent fight for a while now. That's true. The Kalansian fleet is currently heading toward another continent to capture the second fortress. If this operation is successful, it should be much easier for them to take control over Sensterop Rhine. Still, sailing like this will easily make you feel lazy though. We should be able to get there in no time if we fly right. We have to avoid enemy radar. Besides, On the ocean, it would be faster to sail, you know. Flying just above the surface is slow and nerve-wracking after all. Modern warships can fly in the sky using anti-gravity lifters and propulsion from their thrusters. However, it is not very wise to fly them because they were not designed to be aircraft. In the first place, making tens of thousands of tons of steel fly in the sky is already unreasonable in and of itself. That's why, on a planet with oceans, you often use sailing as the main means of transport for warships just like this. I already know that. Well, it can't be helped, huh? Something like this. Shrugging his shoulders, Kaisai glanced to his side. At the stern of the ship, the crew members are carrying fishing rods. Can they really catch anything though? We are going pretty fast, so I don't think so. It might be possible with a net though. Right. Kaisai giggled. Schlier also let out a small laugh, but she immediately sighed afterward. Her out-of-shape soldiers are worrying her. It makes her think if it's really okay for them to continue like this. Certainly, this doesn't look good. Kaisai, who saw through her thoughts from her expression, said so while lazing around himself. However, Kaisai is a mercenary who is accustomed to the battlefield, so he's good at switching his moods. That being said, the same cannot be said to the Kalanchian soldiers since this is their first actual war. Should I go admonish them? Just because their superior tells them off doesn't mean that they can just switch to their serious mode, you know. Is that so? Just like Saki, Vold's soldiers often are free-spirited. Even if Schlier admonished them, her words wouldn't affect them much. Perhaps this is also our enemy's aim. They might be waiting for us to relax our guard before attacking. It's a standard tactic, right? That sounds terribly plausible. Schlier frowned. It's been a long time since they left the harbor, but they have not met with any obstruction by Nord so far. According to the information they obtained, the enemy should have several submarines stationed on this planet. However, there has been no report of submarine sightings until now. Their situation couldn't be any more anxious. Their commander is not incompetent either. I can tell that much from what happened at Laboya. We should expect that she would try to do something that we don't want them to do the most. Just in case, I've issued an order to give maximum caution to underwater detection. But if caution alone has that much effect, then we wouldn't be pushed back so much in the first place though. The Nord army has both higher quality weapons as well as superior numbers. In addition, if their commander is also capable, the Nord is an opponent they need to be extremely cautious against. They need to come up with a countermeasure before their enemy can spring their trap. Somehow, I'm getting anxious about this. It's a quality of a good commander to be on guard against your opponent. That being said, too much worry will only slow you down, you know. Please, don't flatter me. Schlier's mouth cramped up at Kaisai's words. Sorry. Kaisai replied with a smile. Feeling a bit jealous of his carefree attitude, Schlier turned away from him. The scene that lies beyond her was the clear blue ocean. A moment after, she turned back to Kaisai and silently grabbed his hand. Just like that, she pushes Kaisai into a dark corner. When Kaisai was still confused, Schlier hugged him. Feeling the soft sensation pressed against him through her military uniform, Kaisai was surprised. I wanted to see you look a little impatient. After hugging him for about 10 seconds, Schlier released Kaisai and said that. She pretended to be calm, but her face was bright red. Her moist eyes stare straight into Kaisai's. Well, that did surprise me. Kaisai is used to sexual harassment, but he didn't expect it to come from Schlier. He knows that she's a little bit of a pervert, but until now she has never done anything directly to him before. I have a lot of worries, you know. This battle is one I can't afford to lose, and there are so many rivals around you too. Your Highness, that's... Even if she says that to him, he can't do anything about that, is what he wanted to say, but Schlier put her finger in front of his lips and stopped him. Others always call me Your Highness this, Your Highness that. So you want me to call you by your name? Of course. You really are helpless. Kaisai lightly laughs. He understands that she wants to be closer to him, and in fact, he doesn't hate Schlier either. He likes seeing her giving her all into everything she does, and it's fun to see her being an airhead sometimes. However, Kaisai also wants to avoid getting himself killed during intercourse at all costs, so he can't easily accept her advances either. So I can call you Schlier? Yes. Please say it again. Schlier, with tears on the edge of her eyes, Schleer repeatedly nodded. If she gets this happy just by having her name called, then it's even more embarrassing for Kaisai to do so. Let's leave it at this for today. We have to return to the deck. I should be on standby in my cockpit so that I can go out at any time, right? When Kaisai turns his heels and starts hastily walking away, Schleer chases after him. Wait for me. Around the same time that the two were having such a youthful exchange, a strange object surfaced behind the Kalanchian fleet. It's hard to see because of the camouflage it has on, but it looks like a small plastic buoy. The object appears to have many built-in cameras, and its mechanical lens focus on the passing Kalanchian fleet. CH-93, Offense 1. The Kalanchia side carried out the operation as planned. After the fleet unloads the strikers and ground troops, they proceed toward the underground fortress in the inland area. Since this was their second landing operation, everything went smoothly. The enemy's resistance is strangely weak as always, Schleer muttered inside the cockpit of Miss Tiltwine, as she continued making her way to the fortress. She is constantly checking the data sent by her Vanguard unit on the sub-monitor, but it appears that the Vanguard has no trouble repelling back the enemy so far. Compared to the last landing operation, the enemy's resistance this time is even weaker. It smells like a trap, doesn't it? Should we withdraw for the time being? If they launch their attack, it might be bad if our main force and our fleet are separated after all. That is true, but Schleer growls with an unpleasant expression. She then checks the surrounding area using the topographic map and lets out a small sigh. She knew from the planning stage that it would be a bad move to separate the main force from the fleet. However, there is a good reason why she ordered her troops to push on despite the risks. We won't be able to do anything if we head back to the fleet now. Our fleet has no safe route to reach the underground fortress anyway, so we must do this by ourselves. The terrain around here is rough, so if their ships that have poor maneuverability have to fly at low altitude, it's more than likely that their hulls will be damaged by the protruding rocks. On the other hand, if they decide to fly at a high altitude to avoid the rock formation, the enemy will be able to concentrate their attack on the fleet. Right now our best course of action is to capture the fortress as soon as possible and use the defense equipment to repel the enemies in the surrounding area. Our staff has taken many scenarios into account, but this one is the strategy that gives up the highest chance of winning. This strategy was also approved by the Chief of Staff. It is close to a gamble, but since Schleer herself can't think of anything better, she decided to go with it. So, the enemy might be aware of that, so they are deploying such a blatant defensive strategy. Normally, if they plan to lure us in, they should put up more of a resistance though. I think so as well. It's like they are looking down on us. This is pretty irritating, to be honest. Schleer responded to Saki in a frustrated tone. That being said, if they already anticipated that the enemy is laying a trap for them, they can just deal with it. The fact that the three Zeniths including Kaisai's are not leading the charge was to prepare for such surprise attacks. Well, if they went out of their way to lay a trap for us, all we need to do is crush them. Right, Hokuto? Exactly, Kaisai happily replied to Saki's enthusiastic words. One of her good points is that she's not the kind of person that will be discouraged by a situation like this. What our enemy wants to do is divide us and take us out one by one. In other words, they do not want to fight us head-on. If something happens, we need to be prepared to group up immediately. Schleer checked the map again. So far, none of her troops are rushing too far ahead or straying from the group. They are marching in an orderly fashion. For now, let's see how our opponent is going to play their hand. I'm sure that they will start soon. About an hour later, Schleer's prediction was proved to be correct. Enemy incoming. Multiple heat signatures detected 120 kilometers to the southeast. It's a striker unit, ma'am. Schleer narrowed her eyes at her soldier's panicked report. The surrounding terrain is a mountainous area with large trees that were over 20 meters high. A great location to plant an ambush. Currently, they can only confirm the presence of hundreds of strikers using the data-linked tactical map. It's likely that there are still enemies that they still haven't detected yet. As I thought, they blocked the path behind us. The location of the detected enemies is right behind them. Leaving strikers aside, their multi-legged tanks cannot put out any more speed in this kind of mountainous area. Their enemy will catch up to them soon. If they are playing this by the book, then there will surely be enemies lurking ahead of us as well. No doubt about that. They must be trying to launch a pincer attack on us. Our vanguard has encountered the enemy. It appears that an enemy unit consisting mainly of multi-legged tanks is blocking the path ahead. Mom. See, Schleier's expression turned severe. Their vanguard is engaging the enemy tanks. If it's like this, then their main force is practically being sandwiched by the enemy. It would be bad if we turn our back to them, but it would be worse if they cut off our retreat and supply route. The 4th and 7th brigades are to intercept the enemy on our rear. Your designated name is now Group A. Artillery unit prepares to fire. We will crush the enemy before they can deploy a more sturdy unit behind us. Roger. The remaining units are to prepare to move. We have to prevent the enemy in front from pushing Group B, our vanguard, while being ready to support Group A behind us. With swift judgment, Schleier issued her orders. As long as she cannot see the enemy's overall formation, there's not much she can do at the moment. That's why she decided on a wait-and-see approach. What about me? Please don't move out yet. There are many enemy units that we have to look out for, like the Imperial Knights and the Four Heavenly. We have to preserve our trump card for now. Kaisai is probably someone that the Nord side is most on guard against. It is necessary to avoid exhausting him as much as possible in preparation for the enemy elite units. If it's just the ammunition, then I can just grab it from the enemy though. The particle magazines used by the Noridian and Kalanchen are different types, but they should be interchangeable using the conversion adapter. They can just take the enemy's rifle as well. Even if we don't have to worry about ammunition, the amount of propellant and your physical endurance is limited. Our army cannot win this without you. I understand your feelings, but please stay put for now. All right, I understand. I will do as you say, Schleier. After thinking over it for a moment, Kaisai agreed. If the general is ordering him to stay put, then he can't just run off and fight after all. Thank you. While glancing sideways at Schleier from the cockpit of Dainsleif, Saki pouted a little at how Kaisai called Schleier by name. CH-94, offense 2. Good, all according to schedule. Diarose muttered with a grin. Inside the headquarters she set up in a field fortification. A large monitor set up in front of her is displaying a map with the locations of both her ally and enemy on it. For the time being, have the artillery units pinned them there. But your highness, their current location is a mountainous area with dense forest. Won't their artillery strikes be less effective in such a terrain? Her staff raised a question. The mobile artillery units, which are the main source of their firepower in this operation, can fly, and the multi-legged tanks, which are equipped with rocket artillery, also have enough mobility to thread through difficult terrain. If they move in, they should be able to land more effective shots. You think I don't know that? No, I would never doubt that, Your Highness. Being glared at by Diarose, the staff started sweating cold. After Diarose strokes her favorite whip, she deliberately heaves a sigh. To put it briefly, I'm satisfied as long as we can pin them there. If we keep bombarding them constantly for a few days, their morale will surely plummet. We can just send in our main force after that. I see. So it is all according to your plan, Your Highness. Diarose was trying to convince her staff, but on the inside, she is also against this tactic, which could be said to be in contrast to Vold aristocratic value. Relying on artillery is the cowardly way of the commoners. For an aristocrat, obtaining a spectacular victory through a frontal assault is ideal. However, Diarose's tactics tend to be roundabout as of late, and dissatisfaction towards such tactics is widespread among her subordinates. That being said, I must praise our enemy for stopping their advance. If they had pushed a little bit further, they would have been caught in our line of defense already. No longer paying any mind to her subordinate, Diarose was impressed at the formation of the enemy, which is being displayed on the map. The glowing dots that represent the Kalanchen troops have stopped moving to deal with the Noridian force before retreating back to the mountainous area where they built their own field fortification. I expected there to be some reckless fools among them rushing toward our position. Maybe we launched our attack too quick. The Noridian line of defense consists of row after row of trenches and pillboxes stretching over the horizon. In addition to that, they also have some units camouflaged themselves in the forest. If they had pushed in, Diarose might have finished them already. Well, whatever. This way the heavy artillery I placed here won't go to waste. Keep it training on them like this. Yes, Your Highness. After looking satisfactorily at her subordinates, who began to give instructions to the frontline units, Diarose looked toward another of her subordinates. the officer in charge of monitoring the Kalanchen fleet. "By the way, how's their fleet doing?" "No change so far, Your Highness. They've already anchored at the landing point and built a small base on the beach." Unlike the front line, the situation of the Kalanchen fleet is still peaceful. However, they still have their mission to protect the withdrawal point and to maintain the Supply route. The unloaded supplies are being sent to the front line using hover trucks and other similar vehicles. They are also being escorted by the striker unit originally in charge of protecting the fleet. The Nord side tried to attack them several times already, but every attack was repelled by them. "Alright, let's mess with them a bit. Contact our submarine in charge of monitoring them. Tell them to sink a couple of their auxiliary ships." "Are we not going to mobilize that fleet, Your Highness?" "If we attack them at this timing, I think we should be able to deal critical damage to their fleet." "Not yet. Even if we caused some damage to them, there would be no point if we let our main targets get away. Right now, we are simply going to place some pressure on them first." "Understood." Although the officer did not look convinced, she obediently did as she was told. Immediately after that, an encrypted message from the headquarters reached the submarine lurking under the wall near the mainland. The captain of the submarine who saw the encrypted message groaned in a small voice. "It's an attack order. Load the torpedo tube number 1 through 8. Our target is ... I guess that destroyer should do her." Punch in the coordinates. "Finally, I was afraid that we would be forced to keep monitoring them forever." Her adjutant shrugged. "This submarine has been monitoring the Kalanchen fleet ever since it left the harbor. It would have been a little exciting if they found us though. They must have never been trained to combat submarines before. I guess the country bumpkins are all like this." Seeing her vice captain saying that with a mocking smile, the captain also laughs. "Even so, this, Blair, is a state-of-the-art submarine. They won't be able to spot us so easily." This new submarine, which combines the use of a fusion reactor and water jet propulsion, is extremely quiet in the first place. With state-of-the-art camouflage equipped, it can even deceive active sonar. There's no way that the Kalanchen army would be able to detect them with their second-rate equipment. "Torpedoes loaded." "I've put in the coordinates, Ma'am." "We can fire at any time." "Good, fire." With the captain's order, 8 torpedoes were fired from the bow of the submarine. The Kalanchen side did not notice that torpedoes were heading straight toward their anchored ships until they reached close proximity. "Torpedoes, get us up." Where did they come from? Without even the time to lift the anchor, the Kalanchen destroyer hurriedly activated the anti-gravity lifter and ascended to the air. However, that is not enough to escape the torpedoes. Detecting the ship's ascension, the torpedoes switched from water jet to rocket propulsion. Like flying fishes, they soar out of the water with powerful acceleration and pierced themselves into the hull of the destroyer. Immediately after that, a number of huge pillars of fire rose from the impact. "Alright, let's withdraw." After an attack like this, they should be able to tell our location after all. "Roger that." Rapid turn. Without confirming the battle result, the submarine quietly left the scene. CH-95, Offense 3. 2 days later, the Kalanchen main force is still being pinned by Dirose's bombardment, and despite the mountainous area providing cover for them, no army would be able to advance properly when they are being bombarded day and night like this. The submarine attacked again? This is already the third time, you know. In that situation, Schleer was yelling at the radio. Miss Tiltwine, is now crouching in a makeshift trench. Even though the shells are not likely to hit them given the area they are in, it was still necessary for them to prepare an improvised trench in case their enemy got lucky. What's the damage? One destroyer? So you managed to sink one of their ships in the counterattack. I see, I understand. For the time being, please give priority to rescue the survivors. With a sigh, Schleer cut the communication to her fleet. Since the beginning of the battle, there have been many multiple attacks from the enemy submarines. The damage is by no means large, but it is not negligible either. It doesn't sit well with her when their rear is being pressured like this. As I thought, our situation is not so good. We are wasting both our time and supplies. Another sigh escaped her with the sound of shells raining constantly around her. With each thunderous sound of the enemy artillery cannon, Schleer keeps getting more and more depressed. Even so, this is not a situation where we can push forward either. Right. For them to have this many artillery cannons in place means that they must have set up all kinds of defense ahead of us after all, said Kaisai, whose Caliburn Revive was also crouching next to Schleer. With the use of strikers, Digging a trench big enough to fit a few strikers is no big deal, and currently, most of the Kalanchen troops are taking cover inside such makeshift trenches. That is true. I'm sure that they must have already set up plenty of trenches and pillboxes ahead of us. This is a mess. Anyway, I think that it would be better if we scout ahead first. If possible, we should take out as many of their cannons as possible too. The sound from the constant bombardment was so loud that he couldn't sleep properly at night. The Kalanchen force is also trying to fight back, but with such a difference in firepower, they are not making any good progress. Certainly, if we use the forest as our cover, then you should be able to get close to their camp, but won't that be too dangerous? Well, yeah, that's why I'm going to do it myself. Schlier thought over Kaisai's proposal. It is true that they only have a few moves left if they let the situation go on like this. Perhaps this is when she has to make use of her trump card. I understand. Please do. Lieutenant Makishima, can I ask you to support him? As expected, Schlier cannot afford to leave her troops here and infiltrate the enemy position with Kaisai in a situation like this. That's why she suppressed her urge to do so and asked Saki to accompany him. All right, please leave him to me. Naturally, she received a reliable answer from Saki. Saki herself is nervous about their current predicament as well, but rather than sitting still while the enemy continues to bombard their position, she would rather take the risk to bring the fight to the enemy. If something goes wrong, please come back immediately, okay? Yes, yes. Kaisai and Saki jumped out of the trench while smiling at Schlier, who was saying something like a mother seeing off her children. With the forest being crowded with large trees that were much taller than your average striker, the terrain provided perfect cover for them to hide from the enemy's eyes. A raid? Can we go with you? Kaisai-kun, look this way. Communication came in one after another from the Kalanchen pilots taking cover around them. They all range from warlike cheering to frivolous fang-erling. Despite the situation, they seem to be full of spirit. This is the result of their desire to not show a pathetic figure in front of him. Contrary to Dairo's expectations, the morale of the Kalanchen troops was still high. While replying to them one by one, Kaisai proceeded further into the forest. To avoid enemy detection, Kaisai did not fly and continued carefully making his way through the forest while avoiding the trees. So, what's the plan? We have no idea where the enemy artillery units are lurking. Right. On flat terrain, they can pinpoint the location of the enemy artillery using counter-battery radar, but that is not the case in a mountainous area like this. Furthermore, the Norwegian is using advanced electronic warfare equipment that interferes with their search equipment. That's the reason why it is so difficult to launch a counteroffensive against them. For now, let's head north. If I can get closer, then I should be able to tell where they are from their presence. After all, you really are like a human radar, you know. How convenient. Saki said that, but her voice did not sound envious of his ability. When such an ability comes with a big disadvantage that might hinder your ability to fight, like the sensitivity to the death of others, then obviously, such an ability doesn't sound that good to her anymore. Well, it is, especially in a battle like this. Guerrilla warfare is my specialty, you know. Then I will leave the lead to you. With you in front, the enemy won't be able to take us by surprise. After all, we still need to use some force to break through them, though. I'm not a ninja after all. Besides, it would be unreasonable for us to try making our way to their artillery without being found in the first place. Well, rather than a ninja, I'm a samurai after all. I'd prefer forcing our way through them rather than sneaking around too. Agreed. Well, we definitely won't be able to avoid a fight inside enemy territory. Let's give them a flashy show, Makishima-san. Kaisai said that to Saki with a grin, but in response, Saki's lips straightened into a thin line. The memory of how Kaisai calls Schlier by her name is still fresh in her mind. You know, we've already become friends with each other, right? Let's stop being so stiff around each other, eh? Somehow, I feel like this happened a lot to me these days, huh? Both Valentina and Schlier asked him the same thing. Personally, Kaisai thinks that it doesn't really matter how he calls them though. Then, Makishima, just call me Saki. You have an older sister, right? It's confusing, so I will call you Kaisai instead of Hokuto too. My sister isn't here, so calling me Hokuto should be fine though. I might meet her someday, right? Sure. Since there's no point arguing with Saki just before they are going into battle, Kaisai sighed and let it pass. CH-96. Encounter. The Heavenly Blade. Your Highness, a report has come in from the 666th Artillery Regiment. They said that they were attacked by a striker that appears to be a Zenith. All of their cannons were destroyed, ma'am. Cough cough. Suddenly receiving such a report from her subordinate, Diarose choked on her green tea. After she waited a while for her cough to settle down, Diarose immediately slammed her teacup on the table and shouted, "Isn't the 666th Regiment located right next to the headquarters? Why is there a Kalanchian striker in such a place?" That is still unclear, ma'am. The operator shakes her head sideways while looking like she was about to cry. However, when Diarose was glaring at her, another operator raised her voice while still looking at her monitor. Actually, in the past several hours there have been 3 occasions where the communication with our patrol units was suddenly cut off. Perhaps, they had all been taken out. Why did you not report such an important thing to me? But Your Highness was in the bath, so we did not want to interrupt. Diarose enjoys taking a long bath. She would take one for hours if she was free time. Since there has been no decent counterattack from the Kalanchia side, she was off her guard. Naturally, if such an important report comes in or if there's a sudden change in the battle situation, then she would immediately jump out of the bath though. Rather than interrupting my bath, neglecting to report such key information like that is obviously way worse, you fool. My deepest apology. Diarose herself was ready to jump out of her bath anytime, but her subordinates were being overly mindful because of her usual intimidating attitude. It might be correct to say that she reaped what she sowed, but from her point of view, this kind of negligence by her subordinates is not something she can just accept. Thinking so, Diarose grits her teeth. For a Zenith to attack such a place, there's no doubt that the pilot is that Hokuto Kaisai. Diarose raises her teacup with her trembling hand. After she sips on the green tea, she mutters something in a voice that is inaudible to her subordinates. I didn't expect him to get so close to this place, but if he's here alone then that means he is away from their main force. This is a good opportunity. Alright. Turning around with a grin on her face, Diarose instructed the operator nearby to connect a communication line to a certain unit. We are commencing the operation. All ships surface. Commence the attack according to the plan. That was all she said before cutting off the communication. She then silently sticks her empty teacup toward her chamberlain. The chamberlain immediately pours her a refill, and without saying anything, Diarose puts the cup to her mouth again. I don't look at me, fools. Anyway, we will be proceeding to the second stage of the operation. Get the Imperial Knights ready for sortie. Yes, ma'am. The headquarters suddenly grew noisy. The bombardment they have been performing so far was only the first stage of the operation, and the condition for the second stage has been met. Now it is time to commence it. Report coming in from the 964th Artillery Regiment. It appears that they are being attacked by a Zenith as well. Ma'am, they can't deal with the enemy with their available force. They are requesting immediate backup. However, isn't that even closer than the last one? The place that the 964th Artillery Regiment was stationed at is not that far from the headquarters. With the mobility of a striker, it's a distance that they can cover in an instant. Even though the headquarters was fortified with reinforced concrete and regenerative armor, it was only a hastily made field fortification. A concentrated attack from multiple strikers would be enough to take it down. Knowing that, cold sweat started to trail down Diarose's forehead. Your Highness, your striker is ready to sortie. Good work. Although it's a Vuld's norm for a commander to head out in a striker and sort out the situation themselves, Diarose is not confident that she can deal with a monster like Kaisai. That's why Diarose's mind started working at full capacity to find a reason to avoid the sortie. Come to think of it, Tursis was on standby for sortie, right? A disgrace of the Four Heavenly ought to be washed away by those of the Four Heavenlies. I will give her that opportunity. Certainly. Ignoring her subordinates who were clearly disappointed, Diarose stood up with a communication terminal in hand. She then leaves the room without telling anyone her reason. Some tried to chase after her, but they were all stopped by another staff member who was afraid that they would be reprimanded later. Tursis, can you hear me? Diarose, who entered into a deserted meeting room, call one of the Four Heavenly. Tursis, the Heavenly Blade. What is it? Is it finally my turn? The mercenary has appeared. Your order is to intercept him. Who? Turcis's voice was clearly mixed with an overt joy. With her battle junkie tendency, she's looking forward to fighting a person who had fought one of her 4 heavenly colleagues. Kaisai, who easily repelled Nora. So be it, I'm heading out. Leave him to me. Wait. Rose, who got the feeling that Turcis was about to cut off their communication, stopped her in a hurry. Given Kaisai's extraordinary combat power, there is a possibility that even Turcis will be defeated. If more than one of the 4 heavenly suffers defeat at his hand, the morale of her army will plummet. That's why she wants her side to be prepared as much as they can before taking on Kaisai seriously. This time all you need to do is drive him away. The real battle will be when every one of the 4 heavenlies is ready to take him on at the same time. Are you looking down on me? Turcis shouted in a very disappointed tone. Her voice sounded like a child whose candy has been taken from them. Just get him away from the headquarters. He will withdraw soon anyway. I have already worked on that. Don't worry, I promise I will let you fight him to your heart's content later. Understood. Don't go back on your words now. Okay? Without waiting for a reply, Turcis cut the communication. On the other hand, Rose, who was left alone, heaved a heavy sigh. I am supposed to be the next Empress, you know. Why do I have to be treated like this? CH-97. Encounter. The Heavenly Blade 2. Your Highness. Over a dozen artillery cannons that were neatly set up in an open basin are being destroyed by just 2 zeniths. The strikers operating these cannons as well as their escort strikers are fighting back, but they could not put up much of a fight. Within less than 10 minutes, the inside of the basin was transformed into a scrapyard. Wahaha! Big catch! Big catch! Saki was loudly laughing as she fired her submachine gun at a cannon. The cannon was only equipped with minor debris protection, so the 30mm armor-piercing rounds of her submachine gun easily pierced through it. Its engine was immediately destroyed and the high-voltage capacitor exploded. That's the last one. Almost at the same time, Kaisai destroyed another cannon with his anti-ship grenade launcher. The powerful explosion also blew away the striker that was operating it. Who are these guys? The pilot of Vil, which was a part of the unit escorting the artillery regiment, pulled out a photon saber mounted on its back. With it being a newer model, its speed was considerably faster than the others. Moreover, in addition to the ground warfare-specific equipment, their jetters are also providing support fire from behind as she charged at Kaisai. You are good. But Kaisai grinned and stepped on the pedal while parrying the bullets with his photon saber. A trail of blue flame erupts from the thruster and the white giant flies toward the charging Vil. Damn you! There, Vil's pilot was not surprised by Kaisai's unexpected movement and swung her large-sized photon saber down to intercept Kaisai. However, Kaisai blocked the strike with his own photon saber before piercing the abdomen of the Vil, that lost its posture. Their jetters in the rear started to panic at their Vil's defeat, but before they could do anything, Dainsleif approached them at full speed by utilizing the sub-thrusters on its cloak-like extra armor and cut them all down. Nice assist. Hell yeah. Who do you think I am? Receiving Kaisai's praise, Saki replied with a big smile. Since she was stuck hiding behind cover for the past few days, there's no way that she would not enjoy this. Damn it. What do we do? All of our cannons are destroyed. There's no use staying here anymore, right? Do you think we can do anything against these monsters? After seeing Kaisai and Saki casually taking their whole unit out, the Nord side finds it hard to attack them. This is the kind of monster that would wipe the floor with them even if they surround them and launch their attack at the same time. Moreover, after seeing the fate of the Vil, who attacked Kaisai earlier, no one dared to move in and attract attention to themselves. What do you want to do? Do we cut them all down? With the 2 of us alone it would be impossible to take them all out. We have to do it moderate. Kaisai stopped mid-sentence and looked up at the sky with an elated expression. Of Million Striker, which is even redder than the standard paint of Noridian strikers, is approaching their location. New enemy. Judging from the presence, this one's is quite skilled. One of those 4 heavenlies, I think. While keeping his gaze on the enemy, Kaisai mounted the anti-ship grenade launcher back to the hard point on their Caliburn Revive's back. Instead, he pulled out a blaster rifle and removed its magazine. He then pulled out the particle cable from the extra-large magazine mounted on the sleeve of the Caliburn Revive, and inserted it into the rifle. Kept you waiting, huh? The vermilion striker landed in the middle of the basin while blowing its thrusters. The voice that came through the public channel sounded like it belonged to a confident young woman. Tursis-sama, she's here. Our knight is here. The victory is ours. The Norredian soldiers cheered. Among the 4 heavenies that are known as the Nord's strongest, Tursis is the most popular one among the soldiers. Leave this place to me. You can withdraw now. According to Tursis's words, the Norredian soldiers withdrew without raising any complaints. After all, a monster should be dealt with by a monster. Understanding that there's nothing they can do here, the soldiers removed themselves from the battlefield. You must be the rumored mercenary, right? My name is Tursis van Mellem. I am one of the 4 heavenlies. There, Heavenly Blade. The red striker unsheathed a long sword from the scabbard on its waist and pointed it at the Caliburn Revive. That's right. I'm the one called Wicked Star, Hokuto Kaisai. While answering briefly, Kaisai inspected his opponent's striker. While it has the splendor of a knight in full body armor, the only weapon he spotted on it was its long sword and a large kite shield fixed to its left arm. It is probably a heavy armored type striker specialized in close-quarter combat. I was expecting you. I heard that you took care of Our Lady Nora the other day. Against an opponent who easily repelled someone like her, I do not expect this to be a boring fight. I was actually looking forward to this, you know. Nora? That one. Recalling the dual-wielding gunslinger striker he fought the other day, Kaisai's grip on the control stick lightly tightened. Is she doing well? I was being careful not to hurt her back then. Of course. She is burning for revenge, you know. Is that so? That makes it worth letting her go. Hearing Kaisai's joyful reply, Tursis's expression turned elated as she found a person that derives joy from battles similar to her. She then let out a muffled laugh. Good. Good. My, Van Wolf, shall be your opponent. Without looking away from Tursis's striker, Kaisai, who's burning with fighting spirit, speaks to Saki. Sorry, but can you watch my back for me? We are in the middle of enemy territory, so I don't know when some nasty reinforcement would arrive. After all, there are 3 more in the 4 heavenlies. Even Kaisai would find it difficult to deal with all of them at the same time. Can't be helped then. I got it. I will make sure no one interrupts your fight. Against a strong opponent, fighting her together would be better. However, since it seems that their opponent wishes for a one-on-one fight, Kaisai is willing to go along with her. Having no other choice, Saki decided to watch his back. Ignoring me, Don't blame me if you get cut down when you show an opening, alright. However, Saki was also irritated at how Tursis completely ignored their Dainsleif, so she muttered that in a small voice that was not picked up by the microphone. CH-98. Encounter. The Heavenly Blade 3. Tursis's vermilion-dyed zenith, Van Wolf, blew a big trail of flame as it charged toward Kaisai. With it being one of the Nord's best, there, Van Wolf, is speeding toward him like a cannonball. You are specialized in melee, but neglecting long-range weapons is just being overconfident. There, Van Wolf, only carries a long sword and a shield. Its appearance doesn't suggest that it has other built-in weapons either. Many strikers are designed to be specialized in some area, but Kaisai has never seen one that is so thoroughly specialized like this. However, that doesn't mean that he can let his guard down. The reason behind her choice to forego all ranged weapons and pilot such an extremely specialized striker is probably the confidence that she can take down any enemy without relying on one. And I don't have to play by your rules. That being said, he has no reason to fight her at her specialized range. Kaisai fired his blaster rifle in rapid succession. While a barrage of green beams flies toward Van Wolf, Kaisai was retreating at full speed. As I thought. However, the beams were all blocked by the kite shield. The beams did not even leave a scratch on the hawk emblem painted on the shield. It appears to be quite a sturdy one. That pea shooter won't do you any good. An 8.5 MW rifle is supposed to be in the high power category, alright. While arguing about such a thing, the distance between the 2 strikers quickly shrank. Even with the disadvantage of moving backward, there's an unfillable gap between the thrust power of Caliburn Revive and Van Wolf. Let's see what you've got. The Tursis unleashed was too sharp to be only a test. A half-baked pilot would be cut in half already. That was fast. Kaisai parried it with his photon saber. Even though he properly blocked the slash, the left arm that's holding the photon saber bounced back from the impact. This shows the tremendous amount of strength behind a blow from Van Wolf. An extra heavy blow. Ha. Nice. Got you. Tursis tries to hit Caliburn Revive, when it lost its posture from the earlier blow with her shield, but Kaisai has already read that and kicked off the shield's center of gravity to jump up instead. Wah! There, Caliburn Revive, somersaulted in the air. The muzzle of the anti-ship grenade launcher on there, Caliburn Revive's back pointing at Van Wolf. Seeing that, Tursis felt a chill run down her back and immediately stepped on the foot pedal. The moment after, the missile from the grenade launcher exploded where the Van Wolf was standing and a storm of pebbles struck its familiar armor. When there, Van Wolf deployed an anchor on one leg to stop itself from being blown away. Kaisai's wire gun was already hooked on it. Using the reeling mechanism, there, Caliburn Revive immediately closes the distance while firing its blaster rifle at Van Wolf. What? Tursis grit her teeth while defending herself from the beams with her shield, but she left herself open to Kaisai, who has already attached a bayonet to his rifle and is rushing at her at full speed. TSK. She barely managed to defend herself with the shield again, but Kaisai has already read that and swings the photon saber sideways at her while softening the impact from the earlier charge with a reverse thruster. That won't work on me. The sideways swing came at a moment where one could call it a surprise hit, but Tursis managed to catch it with her longsword. There's more where that came from, you know. Kaisai grinned and kicked off the abdomen of Van Wolf. No matter how strong it is, it won't be able to withstand a blow like that while it was off balance from his onslaught. As a result, there, Van Wolf was blown away with a loud sound of impact. Not yet. However, Tursis is not your ordinary pilot. She immediately fired her thruster and killed the impact. Even so, it's inevitable that she would be defenseless for a moment. Using that opening, Kaisai fired 2 shots from his blaster rifle at the abdomen of the Van Wolf. Tursis held her breath at the sound of the beams scorching the paint just below her cockpit. Fortunately, there, Van Wolf is an extremely specialized melee type. It possesses the strongest armor among the strikers piloted by the 4 Heavenlies. So hard. This is getting interesting. Kaisai ferociously smiled and charged at her again with full thruster capacity. Tursis manages to parry the assault from his bayonet with her sword again, but Kaisai's attack does not stop. Even when Tursis tries to fight back, Kaisai would move as though he already anticipated what she's going to do and crush her every attempt. Unable to do anything, there, Van Wolf is being pushed back. To think that he's this strong. However, she did not lose her calm. On the contrary, her expression seemed to be an excited one. To push me back to his extent. What a guy! What a guy! Ha 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 ha. The laughter from the open channel made Kaisai's smile deepen. She is a combat enthusiast, that much is clear. However, fighting someone like her is more fun to him than chasing someone who's running away in fear. Good. More, Kaisai-san. Please come in. There, a sudden and tense voice reached Kaisai's ears. It's a little hard to understand with all the noises, but it was Schlier's voice. Our fleet is currently under attack by the enemy main fleet. They can't repel the enemy by themselves. We must return to the landing point. Please withdraw. What? Even though it was just getting interesting, she completely rained down on his parade. Although Kaisai groaned with some dissatisfaction, he can't just ignore his order and continue the fight here. Kaisai, let's go. Damn it. Prompted by Saki, Kaisai reluctantly kicked the ground and blew his thrusters to distance himself away from there. Van Wolf. Hey, stop right there. If you are going to withdraw, then at least finish me first. Sorry, let's do this again next time. Saki's expression turned strange at how Kaisai said that, like he was saying goodbye to a playmate. On the other hand, Tursis, who was about to chase after him, was stopped by a message from Diarose. Good work. They must have withdrawn already, right? Right on schedule. You can come back now. But, no but. Are you trying to disobey my order? Tursis tried to protest, but Diarose bluntly stopped her. In the first place, Tursis's mission this time is to repel Kaisai and Saki. Chasing after them was not in her order. The other 4 Heavenlies are coming. Hurry up and come back for resupply. Understood. Reluctantly, Tursis followed her order and fell back. CH-99. Retreating to the enemy headquarters 1. It was the dirt-covered, mist-hill twine that welcomed Kaisai and Saki once they got back to the main force. The place is unusually quiet due to the absence of the shells that have been raining on them over the past few days. Thank goodness. You made it in time. There, Miss Tiltwine, approaches there, Caliburn revive, before opening its cockpit hatch. Schleer jumped out from the inside, her expression filled with bitterness. You said that the fleet is under attack? Kaisai, who also came out of his cockpit, had to raise his eyebrows at Schleer's expression. There have been many occasions where she seems troubled by the situation, but not to this extent. Wasn't our fleet supposed to take a distance and observe the enemy in case the enemy fleet showed up? How did they get ambushed? Saki asked in a moody voice. Even though Tursis got in their way, they still managed to produce a good battle result in their previous raid. Nevertheless, being met with such a setback, she can't help but find her mood ruined. The open water should give clear visibility, and there's no way that they would be able to deceive our radar. They must have set up something to ambush us like this. They came from underwater. The enemy fleet suddenly surfaced right next to ours. Huh? Saki raised her voice in surprise. Kaisai also groaned with his arms crossed. After all, even a veteran like Kaisai has never seen such a maneuver before. Even if a spaceship can dive underwater, they should not come with the same spec as a real submarine. Something that big should make a lot of noises, right? How come we could not detect them? With our sonar being built to withstand the vacuum of space, all spaceships are completely airtight. They should be strong enough to withstand water pressure as well. With an anti-gravity engine, a spaceship should be able to operate just fine underwater without relying on a ballast tank. However, they should only be on the level of operable. They can't utilize their full speed underwater, and they should be very noisy as well. In short, spaceships usually are easily detectable underwater. Navigation aside, using them in an ambush like this should be impossible. That ''s ... It seems that they have been submerged there even before we anchored. It's already been a few days since we anchored the right ... You are saying that they have been down there all this time? Saki was speechless. Certainly, they would have little risk of being detected that way. However, it must have been very hard for them to stay submerged there without making a single noise for days. The fact that they did not move at all when we landed means that they were waiting for our main force to head inland first. They are quite nasty, huh? Impressed, Kaisai laughed. On the other hand, Schleer shows a bitter expression at his carefree attitude. This is no time to laugh. You know. Right now we must head back to join our fleet as soon as possible. This is the 08th Recon platoon. A large army is coming in toward our location from the north. It's an enemy attack, Mom. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a tense report. After receiving the data from the Recon platoon, Schleer immediately put it up on her sub-monitor and confirms it. Wow, they are deploying this many troops? I see, so that's why they stopped the bombardment. Damn it. They got us. Schleer unintentionally swore. That is inevitable given a large number of enemies heading their way. It is clear that they've planned this from the beginning. This looks really bad, isn't it? If we do this poorly, we will be caught between the enemy fleet and their ground units then. Perfectly sandwiched, huh? That's not funny, you know. Saki frowned at Kaisai's joke. However, they certainly cannot afford to intercept the enemy here first before heading back to rescue their fleet. Generally speaking, a Norwegian fleet should be more powerful than a Kalansian one. Without striker support, it's impossible for them to win in a head-on fight. We have no choice but to retreat. But it would be too much if we have to withdraw while warding off the enemy on our back. We might be able to win if we can fight them properly, but if we have to move back to protect our fleet as well. That would be rather difficult. The enemy commander is quite capable. Diros. Even though I already expected her to pull something, to think that I couldn't even do anything against it. Schiller hit the armor plate on her cockpit. We are in a pinch, huh? Seeing that, Kaisai grinned. He then jumped onto the Miss Tiltwine and gently squeezed Schleer's hand. But I'm here for a time like this, right? Kaisai-san. While blushing from having her hand suddenly grabbed, Schleer cocked her head to the side. Her expression is asking him what he's planning to do in a situation like this. For the time being, everyone should retreat toward the fleet. Sorry, Saki will separate from the main force and intercept the enemy. Me? Sure, I don't mind. In the first place, Saki isn't fond of running away with a tail between her legs. If the Nord army is planning to ambush them, she would rather face the ambush head-on despite the danger. Are you planning to be our rearguard? If that's the case, then I will. Schleer needs to stay and lead the army. We will act separately on this one. What are you planning? Having an unpleasant premonition, Schleer asked. In reply, Kaisai gives his answer with a bitter smile. We will rush directly toward the center of the enemy formation. That should kill their momentum and prevent them from pursuing you. Isn't that the Shimazu's escape? Hearing that all too bold of a plan, Saki retorted, Why, you're well informed, huh? Kaisai was taken aback by Saki's unexpected reference. Even for a Terran, aside from a few history buffs, that reference is not that particularly well known though. TLN. The Shimazu's escape is a story about how the Shimazu clan escaped from the Battle of Sekigahara in Sengoku period. The Mad Lads rode through the center of the enemy formation and broke the encirclement. At the same time they deployed Suicide Squad to stall their pursuers, killing a lot of the Tokugawa soldiers. And yes, the Shimazu's lord managed to escape. Look it up if you are interested, or go watch the clip of the opening scene of the anime Drifter on YouTube for accurate depiction. CH 100. Chapter 100. Finally, now we are officially 1/3 of the way to the end. Retreating to the enemy headquarters, two glossy jet black strikers are running through the dense forest. These machines are Linian, the striker model reserved exclusively for the Nord's Imperial Knights. 20 of such strikers are now heading toward the Kalanchen main force, which is now retreating toward the beach. These guys, the ones that showed up on Liboya, Saki said in a sullen voice when she spotted them. Even though it should be unexpected for the Imperial Knights to face Kaisai and Saki here, their maneuver shows no sign of unrest. While skillfully using the trees as their cover, they start attacking them with pinpoint accuracy. The Imperial Knights, huh? I never thought that they would be tasked to lead the charge. These guys are troublesome, you know. Both the spec of their machines and their skills are extraordinary after all. The sharper the tip, the better the spear, huh? I see. I guess the other side is getting serious as well. Multiple Linians fired a large number of micro-missiles toward the grinning Kaisai. Like a school of small fishes, they flew out from the missile pods on their back and home in toward the Caliburn Revive. Whoa. These guys. They are using the same thing as Valentina, huh? Still, we are in a forest, you know. Although the micro-missiles are quite effective in open space, with large trees scattering around them like this, they won't be able to exhibit their full power. Many missiles exploded on the trunks and branches of the giant trees, and the remaining ones were all shot down by their anti-missile laser interceptor on their Caliburn Revive. Prepare for melee combat. First one is you. With that shout, Kaisai jumped toward the Linian, which seems to be piloted by the unit commander. It managed to stop Kaisai's bayonet thrust with its shield, but at the same time, Kaisai fired the head-mounted machine gun and destroyed its trinocular main camera. Without missing that small opening, Kaisai swept up its feet and mercilessly stabbed the bayonet at their Linian's abdomen as it fell toward the mossy ground of the forest. You little exclamation mark. Arg. There, Linian counterattacked with its blaster rifle, but the beam was deflected back by Kaisai's photon saber. Being hit by its own beam, there, Linian stopped moving from the impact. Luckily the shot did not pierce its armor. Naturally, Kaisai did not stop at that and fired his rifle at the exact same spot. This time, there, Linian was disabled and lifelessly collapsed to the ground. This guy, just like the rumors said, he's not normal. Don't be scared. We must make up for our disgrace. The Imperial Knights were disgraced when they allowed Kaisai to steal one of their ride boosters at Liboya and escaped. Intending to make up for that, the morale of the Imperial Knights was high. Blasters won't be effective against him. Take out your machine guns. Oh, don't go forget about me now. There, Linian, that was switching to its machine gun, was cut in half by Saki's lightning-fast slash. Due to Kaisai's flashy performance earlier, it was very easy for her to move around with no eyes on her. Damn it! Another, Linian, sprayed its submachine gun at Dainsleif, but Saki quickly takes cover behind a tree while defending herself with the cloak-like extra armor. At the same time, the head of the Linian that was aiming at Saki was blown off by a shot from Kaisai's blaster rifle. Sorry about that. Jumping out from behind the tree, Saki cut down their Linian that lost its head. Not only that, she also aimed her kunai launcher at another Linian next to it and fired. The kunai struck their Linian's abdomen and sent it flying before it collapsed on the ground. They are both skilled. What do we do, Mom? Keep the samurai busy. Focus your attack on the white one. But in a forest like this. Guac. Another Linian fell victim to Kaisai's pile bunker. The two other, Lenians, at its sides counterattack with their machine guns, but Kaisai quickly takes his distance and hides behind a tree. However, the tree trunk is being chipped away like it was cut by a chainsaw. Soon, the huge tree trunk collapsed and rolled on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. From the brown dust cloud, two green beams flew out and hit both Lenians on their abdomens, leaving them disabled. Ugh. He's tough. But we cannot afford to withdraw either. Since they were chosen to lead the charge, withdrawal is not an option for the Imperial Knights. It hasn't been long since their offensive was launched. Should the vanguards suddenly withdraw, the morale of the entire army will be shaken. Moreover, as the elites of the Nord Empire, they cannot afford to show such a disgraceful appearance. As expected of the Imperial Knights, you guys have some backbone, huh? You people are worth fighting. Saki let out a small sigh at Kaisai, who said that with a grin inside his cockpit. Unlike him, who clearly outclassed them, these Imperial Knights are an elite unit that she must be on guard against. The only factor that allowed her to fight them advantageously is that they are all focused on Kaisai. What do we do about these guys? They won't back down if you just beat them back a little, you know. This is a good opportunity. Let's crush them. These people are quite skilled after all. Our claymores would probably struggle if we let them through. It should be much easier for our side if we disable all of their strikers here. You serious? Damn, can't be helped then. Let's get this over with. After heaving a heavy sigh, Saki shouted to get her fighting spirit up. Still, there are many enemies behind the Imperial Knights. CH-101. Retreating to the enemy headquarters 3. The troops' deployment is proceeding as planned. That Hokuto Kaisai is likely alone. All I have to do is keep the pressure on him until he's exhausted, muttered Dairose inside of the cockpit of her beloved striker, Xantis. In front of her is a sub-monitor displaying the tactical map. I placed the Imperial Knights as our vanguard. No matter how much of a monster he is, with our elites as his opponents, he should be kept busy for a while. If I keep sending in reinforcements, then reporting. The Imperial Knights appeared to have been wiped out, Your Highness. Suddenly, the tense voice of her subordinate came through her earpiece. In response to the shocking report, Dairose almost slipped off her seat. Wiped out? He wiped out 24 Lenians? The battle has just begun, right? It seems that they were all defeated by the two strikers that infiltrated our perimeter earlier. The battle is still ongoing at the front line, Your Highness. Oh. Only two? This is not the question of kill ratio. That man can fight against a force dozens of times larger than his own, thought Dairose as cold sweat ran down her back. AI, just keep him surrounded and concentrate your attack on him. It doesn't matter if there is some damage to our side, keep him there as long as possible. If you don't push forward, then the damage to our side will be many. Why, Your Highness? The enemy Zeniths have begun to charge straight toward the direction of our headquarters. Our units at the front line are trying to stop them, but why are they coming this way? Normally they should be escorting their main force, right? Dairose held her head. The original plan was to keep the pressure on Kaisai to exhaust and isolate him before making an all-out attack. The situation has been going in an unexpected direction since the start of the operation. Call an artillery strike on his position. Just keep hit training on him so he can't advance forward. They are in a melee over there, Your Highness. Are you intending to bombard our allies as well? No, that would be too much. Even Dairose hesitated when it came to such a thing. Usually, there are many troops of aristocratic houses on the front line. If she calls an artillery strike on them, it would raise a lot of problems for her, even with her position as the to-be Empress. Tell the frontline troops to provide support fire for our soldiers in melee and have them fall back. Launch the artillery strike after we cleared our allies out of the area. In the end, Dairose decided to be reasonable. The front line will be using mid-sized rocket launchers and field guns to buy time for the soldiers to withdraw before bombarding the enemy. The highly trained Noridian's troops carried her order out swiftly, and about 3 minutes later, the units on the front line had withdrawn out of the artillery range. Good, commence fire. At her command, the mobile artillery regiments open fire. Thunderous sounds of the bombardment can be heard from a distance, and shockwaves even shook their Xantis' cockpit a little. The area is currently being bombarded by 28 centimeters shells. Even if she is currently quite a distance away from the bombarded area, The sounds of explosions are still extremely loud. Report. Diarose asked for a report with a frown. Even if the artillery strike did not take him down, it would be nice if it damages the limbs of his striker. All she needs to do is send another wave of her soldiers in to finish the job. Negative, Your Highness. The shells were intercepted. The strike was ineffective. I repeat, ineffective. How is that even possible? Diarose was fuming at such unreasonableness, but for Kaisai, who can easily intercept blaster beams that travel at almost light speed, those shells almost looked to him like non-moving targets. Moreover, it is quite easy for him to just intercept the shells that are likely to hit him and leave the other alone. Prepare the second volley. Negative. Our observation team has lost sight of them. It is difficult to locate the enemy in a dense forest like this. Moreover, Kaisai is piloting a Zenith type that has excellent mobility. It's actually simple for him to use the low visibility environment after the artillery strike to conceal himself. Negative, negative. All you say since earlier were negative. Can't you say something else, you stupid dogs? Diarose stomped the cockpit floor in frustration. Her plans were all rendered ineffective and her troops suffered terrible damage. Certainly, this is quite unreasonable. That being said, this may have been doomed to happen from the moment she chose such a dense forest to intercept the Kalanchen army. Still, she set up a defensive line here to intercept the enemy with as little damage to her army as possible. Anu, please leave this place to me. Then, a communication came in from Valentina. What? Please lend me there, Heavenly Blade. I will definitely stop that mercenary here. Valentina offered so in a confident voice. However, Diarose's face turns blue as she shakes her head sideways. No way, no way. What can the likes of you do? You will only waste Tursis on a fool errand. There, Heavenly Blade. Tursis was literally tossed around without being able to do anything merely a few hours ago. Valentina is unaware of this since Diarose has issued a gag order to prevent the news from affecting morale. She must be confident that everything will be okay if she has Tursis. With her thinking so, Diarose heaved a heavy sigh. If you lose twice to the same person ... no, to the same man, your measly honor will be destroyed, you know. Listen to your sister's advice and stay out of this. The chance will eventually come. I will let you have your share as well. ... as you command. Valentina reluctantly obeyed her command. Then with another sigh, Diarose glared at the tactical map. For now I have to stop their advance. If they reach this place, then all my plans would turn to waste. Unfortunately for Diarose, her fear would be realized in less than an hour. CH-102. I friggin' hate Duel 1. In the dense forest where neither radar nor visual sensors are reliable, two strikers eluded their pursuers even though they were being chased by a whole army. Even in the case where the Noridian army encounters the two, they would be wiped out due to the overwhelming power of Kaisai and Saki. No matter how skillful Diarose is, she couldn't do much in such a situation. They're here. Spotting the white striker that sewed through the gaps between the trees, Diarose screamed in surprise. With its white paint tainted by the oil stains, the white striker glared at their Zentis, with its glowing blue eyes as it pointed its bayonet. I've come for the general's head. This is Hokuto Kaisai the mercenary. I challenge you to a duel. Who in their right mind would? Diarose said that without thinking, but she held her mouth before she could finish her sentence. She can't afford to show such an unsightly appearance in front of her subordinates. She hurriedly looked around and saw that all her escort strikers have their weapons at the ready. However, they all stopped moving and looked toward Diarose. Useless, all of them. Diarose cursed internally, but it is certainly normal for her subordinates to not attack Kaisai when he challenged her to single combat. So you bastard are Hokuto Kaisai, huh? Don't you think that attitude of yours is too haughty when addressing someone who's the next in line for the Nord throne? I do apologize for that. So, your reply? HMPH. I heard that you are quite skilled, so I imagined you to be a beast like caveman, but your pretty voice sounds almost like the chirping of a little bird. So, how about you quit being a mercenary and come to my side? I will love you plenty, you know. I refuse. So, you're That's right. You're probably tired from fighting your way here, right? You should take a break. I would never take advantage of an exhausted opponent. I have some good tea leaves as well. Let's sheath our weapons and have some tea together to get to know each other. You say that after you ordered purge bombings on planets full of civilians. Valentina muttered with an astounded expression at the fluttered Diarose. What did you say? No, nothing. Anyway, You fools just keep quiet. I didn't give that order because I wanted to in the first place. WHO cares. From behind Kaisai, Saki shouted at Diarose, who started muttering her excuses in a small voice. Her striker was also covered in oil from the combat and gave off the impression of a warrior whose whole body is dyed in blood. Are you going to do this or not? You don't want to do it? Fine. We will just go on a rampage here. Even I have been waiting for a chance to cleave that head off your shoulders for a while now. Rather, just give me an excuse to do it. Kaisai is clearly stronger than her, so Saki was being reasonable and stepped back to devote herself to support him. However, their opponent is Diarose, the enemy of Kalanshia herself. If she can, she also wants to take revenge for her people. Anu, please, your decision. Diarose pathetically looked at Valentina, whose voice sounded like she was saying, just accept the duel already. Like Zentis, Valentina's striker was painted with black and gold, signifying the status of the Nord imperial family. However, unlike Diarose, her demeanor seems strangely calm and collected. Damn it, acting like it's none of your concern. If it's like that, then you go fight him. No, I'm the general here. If I appoint a proxy, I would become the laughing stock of the whole army. While her head was processing her options at high speed, Diarose grits her teeth. Naturally, she doesn't want to accept the duel challenge. Kaisai's Caliburn Revive seems to be a little exhausted, but it should still be able to fight well. Diarose has her confidence in piloting a striker, but against a real monster that can fight off the Nords for Heavenlies all by himself, her confidence means nothing. How did it come to this? This was supposed to be an easy war. If I don't do something, then I will lose. Thinking so, Diarose felt a strange sensation running down her back. Her body quivered, but she couldn't tell what it was, so she decided to shake it off. It seems you are not planning to accept my challenge. Can't be helped. I will just crush everyone here. The moment Kaisai said that in a cheerful voice, Diarose's escorts started to panic. Wait, stop right there. There's no way that our princess would do such a shameful thing as to turn away from such a challenge. That's right. Her Highness will definitely accept. Right, Your Highness. With the position of the next Empress, Diarose's escorts only consisted of high-ranking aristocrats. However, these aristocrats usually prepare a custom-made striker for themselves. They would never risk any unnecessary damage to their luxuriously customized machine. Moreover, if news spreads that they were defeated by a man, then their honor will be seriously damaged. That's why the escorts abandoned their duty and prioritized themselves. Rumors about Kaisai are also becoming more famous within the Nord Empire. Even if they know that they will not be killed in a fight against him, they would all naturally choose to minimize the damage to themselves. Damn it. I just have to accept it, right? Fine. Being subjected to a case of extreme peer pressure, Diarose eventually gave in and shouted so in tears. Diarose then mute her microphone and take out a communication terminal from the holder on her thigh and quickly typed in a message. After confirming that the message was sent, she unmuted the mic. Diarose Vista Argarin, Zentis, will face you in single combat. CH-103. I friggin' hate duel 2. The opponent is a close-quarter combat type. I guess it's a little disadvantageous for me in a forest like this, huh? While observing the black-gold striker on his main monitor, Kaisai muttered to himself. Its thick armor can be discerned at a single glance, and there was also a large thrust unit at its back to compensate for the extra weight. If he has to categorize it, it would be the same type as the Zareva, piloted by the Heavenly Roar. However, the black gold striker's most distinctive feature is the large shotgun in its right hand. The belt link extending from the shotgun is connected to the drum magazine mounted on the back. This means that it possesses a high rate of fire. Full auto shotgun. That's a strange weapon for sure, but in a tight space like this it would be difficult to avoid or intercept its shots. Alright. After forming a plan in his head, Kaisai immediately accelerated. A storm of shotgun shells hits the space where their Caliburn Revive was. The trunk of the giant tree, which was over a dozen meters in height, was shattered in half by the shells, exploding into a cloud of dust. TSK. Diarose clicked her tongue after seeing that her attack was easily avoided. Naturally, she already knew that her opponent is not someone easy to hit, but it is still frustrating for her nonetheless. Moreover, he avoided it with a speed that is slower than she expected. Normally, her shots should not be able to be avoided at that level of speed. Still, Kaisai's striker was unscathed. It's like he's using some kind of magic here. You are using some kind of cheat, right, you bastard? If you know where the shots will land in advance, this much is natural, right? Damn it. Diarose kept pulling the trigger as cold sweat started to break out on her body. As the muzzle of her shotgun repeatedly flashes and illuminates the dim forest, countless shells kept shattering the trees. Meanwhile, a single beam fired by Kaisai went through Zentis's shotgun, causing the gun's body, which is filled with ammunition, to explode. The debris hit the Zentis's armor with a high-pitched and unpleasant sound of impact echoing inside its cockpit. Damn you! You think you can stop me with just bullets alone? Taking the chance when the barrage stopped, Kaisai stepped on his foot pedal and closed in on their Zentis at once. I won't fall with just this. Diarose managed to block the AI slash from Kaisai's photon saber. His green blade of light is grinding against her silver blade, sending off countless sparks. Diarose was ready to block Kaisai's follow-up slash, but his attack with the photon saber was only a feint. There, Caliburn Revive kicked at their Zentis's lower abdomen and sent it collapsing to the ground. While glaring at the Caliburn Revive, which has taken out its rifle, Diarose pulled a trigger. A thick, small-sized cannon mounted on their Zentis's shoulder fired out a giant net gun. You have something like that too, huh? While casually avoiding the giant net, Kaisai voiced his impression. The net which was avoided landed on and covered a mossy ground of the forest while burning the fallen trees and the moss with violent electric discharge. That was supposed to be a surprise attack, you know. Don't just casually avoid it. From the battle data she collected so far, Diarose knew that Kaisai's ability to evade incoming attacks was unusual. Even so, even though she equipped her striker with weapons that should be difficult to avoid, he still managed to easily evade it. I don't have any obligation to be defeated by cheap tricks after all. Shut up, you bastard. A snake-like whip slithered out from the undersleeve of their Zentis's hand and attacked Kaisai. However, the one who has to suffer that painful attack was not him. The whip that slithered toward Kaisai was cut by his photon saber and instead was sent back toward the Zentis. There, Zentis violently shook and Diarose raised such a pathetic scream. Immediately after, a pile bunker was immediately plunged at their Zentis's abdomen. So it's this hard, huh? As expected of a royalty exclusive. However, the pile bunker still did not penetrate the thick armor of the Zentis. While voicing his admiration for the machine, Kaisai regained his posture, which was collapsed by the unexpected rebound. Doing whatever you want, Diarose shouts with her face drenched in a cold sweat from the earlier attack. She then holds up her longsword and tries to thrust at Kaisai. Being reckless is no good, you know. Kaisai shot a beam at the place the Zentis was about to step to, making it stumble by the uneven footing and violently collapse forward. At the same time, he sent a roundhouse kick toward the Zentis's chest and sent it flying backward. After tumbling on the ground, Diarose looked up and screamed at their Caliburn Revive, which was approaching her at high speed. She tried to move out of its way by twisting the body of the Zentis, but it was too late. Seeing their Caliburn Revive mounting on the chest of her Zentis, Diarose exhaled a heated breath. You mounted me? How dare you? Contrary to her words, her expression was one of excitement. Kaisai was weirded out by Diarose's thoughts which flowed to his mind for a moment, but that doesn't mean that he will stop his attack. There, Caliburn Revive thrusts the tip of its photon saber, which is being held in reverse grip, into the abdomen of the Zentis. It's over. Although the armor was not immediately penetrated, inside the cockpit of the Zentis echoed the warning sound that the capacity of the regenerative armor is hitting its critical point. At this rate, its engine will be destroyed in just a few seconds. Now do it, Eleanor. While listening to the warning sound with an ecstatic expression, Diarose impatiently screamed out just before her armor was penetrated. In response, a striker pops out of the forest. It was a bright magenta, heavy-duty Zenith. It points its twin Gatling gun in its left hand toward the Caliburn Revive. Even if I have to live with disgrace, I will not be defeated here. With a ferocious smile, Diarose shouted with her cheeks dyed red. Yup, the duel didn't last long at all. CH 104. Turning the table. For aristocrats, Setting up an ambush during single combat is the most disgraceful thing one could have done. As winning a duel is one of the highest honors for Vold aristocrats, it is not that hard to imagine what would happen if one broke such a taboo. Even so, this is still happening. You think an ambush will work on me? Kaisai fired a round from his blaster rifle on the twin Gatling gun which was about to open fire at him. The twin Gatling guns exploded and the magenta zenith that was wielding it the Payfield was blown back a little. Wow, so you live up to the rumors after all. Wicked star. Eleanor the Heavenly Thunder shouted inside the cockpit of Payfield. You still stand even with this? What kind of monster are you? Ugh, all of you, get over here already, Diarose shouted while still being mounted by Kaisai. She was furious. If she cannot take him down even after all this, then she will end up becoming a laughing stock for the rest of her life. Following Diarose's order, Noradian strikers jump out from their covers one after another. Among them are the Van Wolf, and their Zareva, belonging to the Heavenly Blade, and their Heavenly Roar, respectively. The whole circus Kaisai kicked off their Zentis, and jumped toward the sky with a joyful voice. Even if he kept trying to pierce the Zentis' armor, it's clear that all these newly arrived strikers would shower him with bullets. Before they could ready themselves, he needs to secure an advantageous position first. Seeing their Caliburn revive, move away, Diarose let out a disappointed voice. Even though she managed to push him back according to plan, regret can still be seen clearly in her eyes. She's a weird one. Confused by Diarose, Kaisai abandoned his photon saber. There was only a small amount of charged particles left, not even enough for one slash. The photon saber is certainly a light and compact weapon, but it's only suitable for short-term battle. In its place, he pulled out his spare photon saber and deflected the thick beams that were fired toward him. Gatling and Mega Blaster rifles, nice combo. Yawawawa. Hitting the beams back toward the shooter is just insane. Can you quit doing that? Eleanor screamed while avoiding the beams that flew back toward her. On the right hand of the Payfield is a large 10.5 MW Mega Blaster rifle. Considering the twin Gatling that was destroyed earlier, it can be said that her striker can exert several times more firepower than your ordinary Zenith. As the two were exchanging fire, there, Zareva approached Kaisai with bullet-like speed and opened fire at him. Then when Kaisai avoided the shot from her beam magnum, Nora started shouting at him as well. Don't just avoid it, Desire. Alright, deflecting it is. Don't do that either. Kaisai happily replied with a smile at the Zareva that swiftly moved out of the way of the beam. He reflected. It's been a while. How have you been? All fine thanks to you, Desu. I'm definitely going to take you down this time. After he allowed her to get away in their last battle, Nora was burning with the flame of revenge due to the humiliation she received. She continues closing in on Kaisai with sharp movement and accurate shots. Moreover, with support from their Payfield behind her, Kaisai has no other choice but to retreat backward. What a disgraceful battle. I am truly ashamed. But I still have to fulfill my duty. Above all, the two are not his only enemies. There, Van Wolf charged at Kaisai with its sword. However, the moment Kaisai was about to intercept her blow using his photon saber, there, Dainsleif received the blow with its sword in his place. The samurai from back then. Do you remember me after all? I'm so happy I'm gonna cry, sarcastically replied Saki, who was pretty much ignored by Tursis in their last encounter. If possible, she wants to take revenge for that here, but she knows that this is not the time for that. Kaisai, let's retreat for the time being. We need bullets and propellants to make our escape. It will get ugly if we can't withdraw after we go on a rampage here. No matter how strong Kaisai is, he can't annihilate the whole army. After all, even if he defeats all the four heavenlies, it wouldn't be funny if he gets shot down by some small flies. That's why the wisest course of action is to withdraw while they still can. That's true. What a shame. It's just getting fun too. Don't be stupid. There should still be another one of those four heavenlies, right? If that guy joins in as well, our situation would get even worse. Saki shouts while defending herself against the onslaught of Tursis. Saki is certainly an outstanding sword fighter, but Tursis's skills are above hers. She has to make their Dainsleif step back after each blow, and she doesn't know when Tursis's attack will get through either. Moreover, The surrounding strikers also fire at them when chances arise, so this situation is tough enough for her already. Just imagine another one of an opponent with such skills joining the battle, already sending a chill down her spine. Can't be helped then, alright. While avoiding the assault from there, Zarova, by hooking his wire gun to a giant tree, Kaisai fired his blaster rifle at Van Wolf. Tursis naturally avoided the shot, but using that opening, there, Dainsleif managed to get away. Seeing that, Kaisai also disengaged. Hey, get back here. No, you get back here. Nora hurriedly tried to chase after Kaisai, but she was stopped by a sharp voice from Diarose. The four Heavenlies are to remain on standby. You guys pursue them. In a situation like this, it's better to attack them with quantity rather than quality. Diarose ordered her escort unit, who was repeatedly providing fire support from behind the four Heavenlies. Us? We can't possibly beat that kind of monster. The captain of her escorts protested. Even if you get shot down, that man will not take your life. Just go already. Why, yes, Mom. Since she just exposed her shameful appearance earlier, the reply she received from her subordinates was quite bad. They do not have the motivation to follow her order at all. It's clear that they do not want to follow the command of a general who requested assistance in single combat. Hurry up, go. Understood. Diarose sighed as she saw off their jetters that finally started chasing Kaisai. On the other hand, Nora raised her protest in a loud voice. WHYDID, stop me, Desu. Do you think we can't win against him even with the three of us? Don't you dare bark at me, you stupid cur. I wasn't expecting him to attack us at this time. Thanks to that, Lyran couldn't join the battle. With that monster as our opponent, we need everything to guarantee our victory. But, shut your trap. Don't talk back to me. Anyway, we have to exhaust him first before we finish him. You curs will have your turn, so just sit here and wait until then. Against Diarose's angry outburst, Nora had no choice but to obediently shut her mouth. CH 105. The Escape. It's been a week since the duel with Diarose. Kaisai and Saki have escaped inland and are currently flying low in a mountainous area. HNNNN, I'm hungry, Kaisai muttered with a tired expression inside the cockpit. They still couldn't join up with the main force thanks to Diarose's skillful command. As a result, they were pushed inland instead of the shore where their main force was, and they can't resupply themselves. The ration stored in the cockpit was only enough for 3 days after all. Even if we eat it sparingly, this is our limit. Likewise, Saki doesn't hide her hunger and said that while sticking her tongue out. It doesn't seem like they can join up with their force anytime soon, as they have been taking detour after detour to avoid their pursuers. They can't even request backup since the Noridian is jamming the communication in this area. It might be time for us to start procuring our own food. Still, I don't want to leave the cockpit. It wouldn't be strange if we run into their patrols after all. Man, we are in a bind, aren't we? Your voice doesn't sound that nervous though. Saki sighed at Kaisai, who said that in a cheerful voice. He might try to look cheerful on the outside, but Kaisai's attitude is still overkilled. Still, from what they have been through together, Saki knows that Kaisai is being serious. I mean, we are certainly in a tough situation, but the enemy commander was super interesting as an opponent, don't you think? I am so looking forward to a rematch that I don't even feel tired. You see, that shameless woman who set up an ambush during a duel. Thinking about it from a Vuld's perspective, it's unavoidable to think of Diarose as a coward. Getting angry at such a thing would be normal, but instead, Kaisai seems to be happy about it. She knew that she can't win in a one-on-one condition, so she chose the perfect timing to launch a surprise attack. She was just using the best method that can secure her victory. This Diarose person. Kaisai smiles in a good mood while gently strokes the control stick. Don't you think she's interesting? A person that can push me back to this extent. It's been a while since I found an interesting opponent, you know. You sound like someone from a warmonger race, you know. I don't really want to hear that from a Vuld though. Don't be stupid. Us Vuld is a race of farmers, you know. Just look at that. There, Dainsleif pointed toward a rice field carved into the mountain slope. It is considerably big and the patch of water is reflecting the brilliant sunlight. Most Vulds work in agriculture and food productions, you know. There are only a few who became warriors. You always met my people on the battlefield, so you might only see our bloody side though. Wait a minute, that's a rice field, right? And it doesn't look abandoned either. While zooming in on the rice field, Kaisai excitedly asked Saki, The rice fields is well maintained and no weeds can be spotted around the rice that grows out from the clean water surface. It's been some time since this planet was taken over. If the people here abandon this place, then it wouldn't look this clean, right? This means there are still people here. That's true. Alright, let's go see for ourselves. Maybe they might be generous enough to share some food with us. Impatient, the two flew toward the rice field. As they approached, they could spot several women working in the field. The expression on their faces was a mixture of surprise and fear, but as soon as they recognized that the two belonged to the Kalanchen army, they waved at them with a smile. That's a relief. At least it seems they are in a welcoming mood. Well, I hope they won't turn us to the Norwegian later though. Saki sarcastically muttered and proceeded to carefully land her striker so as to not damage the rice field. They landed in an open spot and many farmers gathered at the feet of their strikers. You should stay inside. It would be bad if things go south down there. Without waiting for Kaisai's reply, Saki opened the cockpit hatch while confirming that she has her pistol in the holster. Thank goodness. They are really Kalanchen knights. So the rumor that they have come to liberate us is true. Seriously, took your damn time. Saki bowed to the farmers. As far as she can see, they are not pointing their weapons at them. With a sigh of relief, Saki descends to the ground. Sorry for disturbing your work. I'm a lieutenant, Makishima Saki of the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards? Come to think of it, this striker, it's different than what our soldiers normally use. From the noisy crowd, an old woman with crooked hips slipped through and walked out to the front. Welcome, Sir Knight. Thank you for being polite with people like us. So, what does an Imperial Guard like yourself want with a backwater village like ours? Saki stiffened her expressions at the old woman who didn't hide her distrust toward them. Earlier in the war, the Kalanchen army abandoned this planet and withdrew their troops. This resulted in a merciless and disastrous purge bombing on the planet. Since the bombing was concentrated in the urban area, a rural place such as this one may have been safe, but it still can't be helped that the people here have a low opinion about the Kalanchen army. We were separated from our main force. We also ran out of ration. I was wondering if you can share some leftover food with us. So, you are telling us to hand over our food, huh? The old woman groaned with her arms crossed. I'm sorry, but we cannot spare anything right now. There is a shelter housing the evacuees from the bombing nearby. The food that was stored there almost ran out already. Well, that's unfortunate. These people are probably not eating well themselves. It is clear from the dark expression of the farmers around her once she mentioned that she needed food. Naturally, Saki is not willing to forcibly rob them either. Then at least can we have some water? When she said that, the sound of the cockpit hatch being opened echoed. When Saki hurriedly looked up toward the Caliburn Revive, Kaisai was already climbing down. A man just came out of a striker. You are ... so cute ... maybe he's a prince. Isn't that a Terran? I never thought I could see someone so beautiful. Their surroundings suddenly turned rowdy. They may have been confused by the existence of a male soldier, but the women's gazes all light up. Sorry, but ... I'm really hungry, so can I at least ask for one meal? If you are going that far, then there's no way around it. Come along to my place. I will give you as much as I can. Your attitude changed too fast. Oi. Seeing the old woman say that with her cheeks blushed, Saki can't help but retort, if you just want to support me or have a particular novel in mind that you'd like to request, please join my Ko-fi or Patreon. The links are below. Once again, thank you Momo Clan.